A very good morning to all of you again. And as we start today's session, on behalf of the United Nations Office for Project Services and the Sankala Foundation, I, Madhuri Shukla, extend a warm welcome to the National Conference on Assured Clean Piped Water to All, the Road Ahead. Can we start the day with a big round of applause? Thank you. Thank you for the energy. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning again. And with the presence of our esteemed guests, we are honored to commence today's event with the lighting of the lamp. So, may I please request Dr. Vinod K. Paul, Member Health Niti Aayog, Mr. Bharat Lal, Secretary General and CEO NHRC, His Excellency Mr. Rasmus Abildgaard Christensen, Ambassador of Denmark to India, Mr. Vinod Mishra, Country Manager of UNOPS in India, and Mr. Devendra Kumar Nim, Director Program, Sankala Foundation, to light the lamp. This traditional ceremony of lighting of the lamp is an age-old tradition which is a powerful symbol of knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment. As the flame is kindled, we invoke its deeper meaning with a Sanskrit shloka, Shubham karotu kalyanam, arogyam dam sampada, shatru buddhi vinashaya, deepa jyotir namostute. Salutations to the light of the lamp, which brings auspiciousness, prosperity, good health, and the destruction of negative intellect. May this light inspire us to embrace new ideas and foster deeper connections, illuminating our path forward. Thank you. I now request our esteemed guests to please join us on the dais. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Moving forward, we will be presenting, I would request Mr. Vinod Mishra, Country Manager, to welcome our guests with a token of appreciation for their time today. So, plant symbolizing sustainability for Dr. Vinod K. Paul. Thank you, sir. Welcoming you, Mr. Bharat Lal, sir, Secretary General and CEO, NHRC, India. Thank you, sir. And His Excellency, Mr. Rasmus Abildgaard Christensen. Welcome, sir, to this conference. Thank you, Mr. Mishra. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Devendra Kumar Nim, Director, Sankala Foundation, to deliver the welcome address. Dr. Nim.
Thank you, Madhuri. Respected Dr. Vinod Kumar Pal, Honorable Member Health Niti Aayog, today's event's chief guest, Sri Bharat Lal, Secretary General and CEO, National Human Rights Commission of India, our guest of honor of today's event, His Excellency Rasmus Abildgaard Christensen, Ambassador of Denmark to India, my colleague Sri Vinod Mishra, Country Manager from UNOPS, our co-host of this event, today's conference, all the senior officers from Government of India, state governments, all the representatives from the NGOs, civil society organizations, and practitioners in the water sector. A very good morning to all and warm welcome. As I welcome all of you for this national conference on important topic, assured clean piped water for all, the road ahead. After welcoming you, actually, His Excellency has to leave early and we want to hear him before he leaves at 10:15 because he has to join some important meeting. I will cut short my welcome speech and I think you will consider this and because we want to hear His Excellency. So I welcome all of you again and our Honorable Chief Guest, Guest of Honors, and Mr. Misra and all the esteemed guests of the dais. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nim, for your warm welcome. And now I request Mr. Vinod Mishra, Country Manager, UNOPS. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We are very pleased to have His Excellency Mr. Rasmus Abildegard with Christensen, Ambassador of Denmark to India, and we invite you, sir, as the guest of honor, to please address the audience.
Thank you so much, and apologize for hijacking the stage here. I think it's just testament to the fact how much is actually going on in India at the moment when it comes to sustainability. It keeps me very, very busy. But let me start by thanking everyone, not least Vinod for organizing it, Mr. Nim, Badalal and Dr. Paul for being with us today, but more generally, of course, also UNOPS and Sankala Foundation for convening today's conference on this extremely important topic on clean piped water to all, and also an opportunity, of course, to discuss the road ahead. I think I came to India 10 months ago, and I think having had the time now to study it and also see some of the impact in practice, I think there is the importance of the Jal Jeevan Mission can really not be underestimated. Access to clean drinking water and sanitation is a human right. I think that's also one of the reasons why Dr. Badalal is here today. But it's also, of course, a key element in development. And I think the Jal Jeevan Mission has shown incredibly impressive results. Today, tap water connections cover more than 80% of rural households within a very short period of time, and I think that's probably unique in world history to achieve that. And for that reason, of course, Denmark is a very proud partner country supporting the Jal Jeevan Mission, and water more generally is also a very central pillar in the green strategic partnership between Denmark and India. Also covering the three thematic themes that we'll discuss today on wastewater, enhanced operations and maintenance, and source sustainability. The collaboration between Denmark and UNOPS started back at the World Water Day, in fact, in 2021, and we've been very happy to partner with UNOPS, both on the phase 1, where the focus was on the demonstration of community-based models in villages in Uttar Pradesh, but also in phase 2, scaling it up to villages in Assam, in Rajasthan, Tamil Nadu, and UP. What I particularly like about it is the strong focus on community ownership and women participation, which I think is also part of the reason for the success of the program. So what are the key learnings that or experiences that Denmark brings to the table and can share? I would point to 3 or 4 things. First, the importance of professionalization of OEM and life cycle assessment management. This is a really important point. The second one being financial sustainability, tariff design, cost recovery, and transparency. Thirdly, resource efficiency within the water sector. This is not just about energy, it's also about the consumption of water and the reduction of non-revenue water. And then finally, perhaps Denmark's model. which I think is quite replicable here in India, although everything has to be tailored to the local context. But basically, the Danish model is to give local utilities a very clear mandate, strong accountability, and then on a technical side, an emphasis on professional O&M with a focus on water and energy savings. And I think this is quite relevant to India, for example, to the village water sanitation committees, as what it really is, namely frontline rural water managers in India. But going forward, Denmark is looking forward to keep supporting the Jal Jeevan Mission and UNOPS in this endeavor, and also the shift moving from, let's say, infrastructure rollout to more long-term service delivery and sustainability of the schemes. I think that's important. And in that process, strengthening the village institutions as capable utility-like entities, hopefully with a little inspiration from Denmark. And hopefully we can also capture the lessons of the India-Denmark UNOPS work for national replication all over India. So again, let me just conclude by reiterating Denmark's commitment to a long-term partnership with India, with the Jal Jeevan Mission and with UNOPS. I think we really have a shared goal here, assured, sustainable, clean piped water for every rural household in India. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, His Excellency, and for sharing also how Denmark has been and will be a committed partner to the Government of India for assured clean piped water to all. Thank you again. Now I request Mr. Vinod Mishra to please share the opening remarks. Mr. Mishra is a seasoned development professional with over 30 years of experience in water and sanitation in India. And currently, he's driving projects on Jal Jeevan Mission, circular economy, sanitation, and other initiatives for UNOPS. Sir, please.
Thank you, Madhuri. Good morning. Namaste. Today's chief guest, Dr. Vinod Paul, respected and honorable member of Niti Aayog, respected Secretary General of National Human Rights Commission, Mr. Bharat Lal sir, respected guest of honor, His Excellency Ambassador Government of Denmark in India, Director Program, Mr. Nim, Sankala Foundation, Excellencies, distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you in a one-day national conference on assured, clean, piped water to everyone and the road ahead. This is today's topic for the today's conference. And when we are talking more about the water and the Jal Jeevan Mission, when Jal Jeevan Mission started in 2019, the condition of piped water supply in India coverage is only 17%. It's 3.23 crore, means 30 million households only. At that time, after Swachh Bharat Mission, Honorable Prime Minister had launched the Jal Jeevan Mission to provide everyone functional tap water connection to each household. And the same year, in 2019, the Prime Minister of Denmark and the Prime Minister of India, in September 2019, signed a green strategic partnership to work together in collaborative way in India on the climate, biodiversity, and water. So for water, the UNOPS has signed an agreement with the government of Denmark to provide support and work on the Jal Jeevan Mission. And the focus of entire collaboration on the water security. When we are talking about the water security, it means three things. First is the coverage. Coverage should be universal. Universal means no one leave behind. So piped water should reach to every household. Second is the access to everyone. it was the equity issue, and we have worked in the 4 states to empower the community and the VWSC to have access of the clean drinking water through the pipe water supply. And third was the quality, water quality. Obviously, bacteriological, chemical in all aspects, so people should get a safe drinking water. So these all 3 components comes under water security, and we prepared our objectives on the basis of the water security. We started with the 4 key objectives, this entire collaboration. Number 1 is strengthening and building the capacity of the institutional stakeholders who can run the Jal Jeevan Mission. It's not only national level, up to state level, district level, and the village level, so that delivery should be ensured. And SDG 6, the India will be able to achieve the SDG 6, Sustainable Development Goals 6. Second is to support the community and the district in planning and implementation to make the entire program community-based. Water supply is a program, water quality, grey water, and community-based operation maintenance system. So that was the entire objective. The second is to empower the community, and we engage the community in a participatory analysis who can do their analysis of the their situation and take action to improve the situation in the villages in terms of the water and sanitation both. And fourth is to capture the lesson learned, whatever happening in the country, best practices. We have captured the best practices across the country, and I would like to share that with the Sankala, we prepared a national compendium, and last year we released that compendium to capture the best case studies from different areas. Today we are on 12th December. If you see the Government of India dashboard, the achievement is 15.75 crore households. They are getting the pipe water supply. It means 81%. And it's a great achievement happened during last 5-6 years in India. Government of India has made about 2.08 lakh crore investment in the entire rural water supply, especially in the Jal Jeevan Mission. And it's not only providing tap connection to the household, but it's going beyond households. Anganwadi centers, child care centers, schools, primary health centers, they are also, the Jal Jeevan Mission is providing tap water connection to the grassroots level institutions, and they are improving the life of the women, children, especially pregnant women. If you see the numbers, in numbers has work on the drudgery which women were facing. I mean, they were before Jal Jeevan Mission fetching the water from 3 to 7 kilometers away from the households. Now the water has reached the doorstep, and through the coverage of schools, the attendance has increased, especially the girls. They are going, more numbers of girls are going in the school. It's reduced the waterborne diseases and the health burden. So entire the UNOPS work is to inclusion, to improve the delivery system, to build the capacity of the community, to take the ownership and make the entire program community-based approach. Recently, the Prime Minister again called, Honorable Prime Minister is saying that Jan Bhagidari se Pejal Prabandhan, means make a community-led transformation in the Jal Jeevan Mission so that community can take a ownership. And for that, we have prepared the 8 training modules for the grassroots community and the people and the panchayats, Gram Panchayat, Block Panchayat and Jila Panchayat members. That we are going to release very soon. We are working around the sustainability, equity and resilience. Today's conference we have planned in collaboration with the Sankala to focus on the current needs. The needs, and we have planned 4 sessions. The first is institutional sustainability. That's how we can build the capacity of the BWSC and make them a better public utility at a grassroots level. Second is the source and system sustainability. Third is the financial sustainability, and fourth is the digital and how can we scale up the technology and improve, especially to detection of the leakage, the redressal system, grievance redressal system. So for this, we have planned all 4 sessions to understand the current situation, to get the insight, and just plan for future. Just His Excellency Ambassador of Denmark was mentioning, and correctly, the requirement is more work on the sustainability and how we will able to create a BWSC, develop the BWSC as a public utility who can take ownership and run the water supply system on long term. Otherwise, just providing tap water connection is not going to work. UNOPS value addition in the entire program is we are providing the technical advisory, procurement and project management discipline in the entire project. We are creating best practices and the model villages, 276 in 4 states in Assam, Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu and Rajasthan, and that model can be replicated in other states and other areas of India. So we are now going to scale up the approach at a state level. The UNOPS model, our business model and the operational model is we do the partnership with the member states, with the government at central level and state level, and with the civil society to make the whole system decentralized and community ownership, the institutions and transparency, so that the system which we have created can work efficiently at long term. The third point is now the entire globe is facing triple planetary crisis. That is about the climate change, biodiversity loss, and the third is the pollution. And that is affecting India also. So how can we work on the triple planetary crisis and prepare a plan, long-term plan, so that India also should face this crisis in the water and sanitation sector. I welcome all of you once again in this one-day conference on behalf of UNOPS and on behalf of the Sankala. And I hope that after the 4-panel discussion, we will get the insight, we will capture the insight, and will prepare the policy document certainly for Government of India to make changes, and we will submit to Sir Niti Aayog also, because we have just signed a statement of intent with the Niti Aayog. So that the purpose is to prepare a policy document to suggest the Government of India for making changes and going ahead. With these words, I again welcome all of you, and I look forward for your active participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra, for sharing the focus and the purpose of today's conference. Before moving ahead, I request Dr. Malvika Kaul, Director, Sankala Foundation, to please come on the dais. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. And now moving ahead, please join me in extending a warm welcome to a true visionary in governance and water security, Mr. Bharat Lal, as he delivers today's keynote address. He is a distinguished civil servant with over 37 years of public service expertise. We all know him very well, but I'm honored to again welcome him and introduce him here. So his expertise spans public policy, infrastructure, and institutional development. He's the founder, mission director of the landmark Jal Jeevan Mission 2019 to 2021, aimed at ensuring clean tap water for every rural household. Welcome, sir, and please for the keynote address.
Thank you, Madhuri. Good morning to all of you. Namaskar. Honorable Member, Niti Aayog, Dr. V.K. Paul, my esteemed colleagues, friends, Mr. Vinod Mishra, Malka Kaul, Devendra Kumar Nim, and many my old friends with whom I had the opportunity to work with, Mr. Yugal Joshi, Mr. Muralidharan, Mr. Divyang Bagay. I can see many people here actually. And honestly speaking, feel good, at times to meet people, to join them and just listen to them. As you all know that my knowledge in this subject basically, I think till early 2022, and I had the opportunity कि I think I'll speak in mixed Hindi and English, that would be better. तो इस सेक्टर में मुझे मौका मिला काफ़ी 3 बार काम करने का, एक बार गुजरात में और 3 बार भारत सरकार में. I have been associated since 1999. So from different vantage point, I have little bit to share with you that a kind of, let's say, 25-26 years, one generation journey actually. And when Mr. Vinod Mishra and Mr. R.K. Srinivasan from Sankala, they came to me and this thing, I said I would like to come share my views, help in whatever way I can. Friends, 2 days back on 10th of December, we celebrated Human Rights Day. And please understand how these basic services, everything has become critical. This year, United Nations has identified human rights, everyday essentials. It means human right, it is a lived reality, daily, every moment, every place. We have to experience it. And I think I'm one of those few fortunate people. Many people actually, Dr. Paul's work, उनको benefit different ढंग से होता है. Lifelong उनका जो काम है, इस country में लोग, society के लोग, children, बच्चे, during COVID, his contribution, people get benefited in different ways. But in one way, I would like to say that people like me have been very blessed to always have his support, guidance, and always like, let's do something good. Let's do something very meaningful actually. So thank you, sir. And the other day, a beautifully dot he connected actually at Human Rights Day function actually. The dot was, we all know right to life is a fundamental right. इससे बड़ा human right कुछ नहीं हो सकता है. तो right to life है तो right to health भी है. और right to health है तो right to breathe, right to have clean air. And अगर clean air है तो next क्या है? क्योंकि as we know, air and water both are equally important. एक के बगैर कुछ मिनट भी नहीं जी सकते और दूसरे के बगैर few hours, few days, I think not beyond that. So friends, let me connect the dot in this way कि पानी तो चाहिए, बट फंडामेंटल क्वेश्चन है कि जो पानी चाहिए ये सबका राइट है, पर पानी देने के लिए किसी न किसी को कोई ड्यूटी निभानी होगी, कोई ना कोई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी शोल्डर करनी होगी. If we have to get water, it means there has to be some responsible institution, somebody, someone who has to ensure water supply. And today, if you see very carefully, just imagine a situation that our highly educated public health engineer, highly educated, top class institution, your own child, you send him to engineering, or medical, or those professions. So best men and women actually, they become engineer, they join public health department, and they have been given this responsibility that you have to supply water, public health department, or Jal Nigam, or water board, or whatever you call it, or municipal bodies, But see, a very different kind of situation has emerged. Those who can afford, they are not drinking that water directly from that pipe. They are not drinking that water from that pipe, that tap directly. Those who can afford. And those who can't afford, well. But why those who can afford, they are not drinking directly? The very first thing, well, they are not sure. They are not confident. I think this business of water bottle, or say the business of RO or any treatment, domestic treatment plant, is a manifestation of this challenge. That somebody has been given responsibility, he or she provides that water, but we don't feel confident enough to drink that water directly. The second issue, in fact, it was when first time I came to Drinking Water Mission in department in 1999. We were taught a very peculiar maths. In fact, since childhood, we have understood that 10,000 minus 10,000 is 0. But when I came here, first time I understood a unique math in this sector, that 10,000 minus 10,000 is equal to 10,000. That in 10,000 villages, you solve this problem. There are 10,000 villages where problem need to be solved. You solve the problem, but again you will find another 10,000 villages are coming up with problem. This is the second very, very peculiar, dynamics of this sector. If you see it very carefully, you go to history, two things. And without digressing too much, in Gujarat, this problem was understood. And what Gujarat did? Gujarat has undergone that 85, 86, 87, drought, scarcity, where mass migration, loss of life of cattle, running train, water tanker, all those things. It's a history. But it's important to know that in 2000, 2001, Honorable Prime Minister, he became Chief Minister and we started working. And the first thing is that this crisis management, I think we should get out of it. Instead of crisis management, scarcity management, we should ensure there is a very basic thing that people should have water. Just imagine today, in your house, whosoever is getting this cooking gas, suppose this gas supply stops. Of course, yes, you have Zomato, but if this supply stops, if you are sending your children to school and bus stops coming in the morning, or your internet breakdown is there, and imagine pipe water supply in your house in urban area. So if you see that yes, the same water supply, you are shifting towards pipe water supply. It means any disruption will lead to chaos, will lead to severe problem. It means, in my opinion, one of the best decisions the government has taken, that yes, every family should have a toilet, every family should have electricity connection, every family should have clean cooking gas, But more important that you have pipe water. Working with National Human Rights Commission, I realized the importance of dignity, self-respect, and public services. And that's why National Human Rights Commission is focusing on basic amenities and ensuring, public services. Friends, in Gujarat, this was done. In Gujarat, it was done, and I can see here one of the old colleagues, Divyang Baghela, who now works with Tata Trust. When we started WASMO, and we started doing this thing. And this is one of the contributory factors that how the economy changed the state. The state which was having even economic growth in minus 4.7% or so in 2021. Today is having almost last 2 decades anything between 9 to 13% growth actually. This state is exporting 29.6% of India's export. And one of the basic thing is that you fix your basic amenities, public services. This is the prerequisite. This is a basic building block. Education, skilling, infrastructure, but basic amenities that people should not be running around for basic amenities. And here, I think I compliment UNOPS, Vinod Mishra and Sankala Foundation team, everybody, that they have come up with this thing. That yes, a lot of progress has been made. That in rural area, almost 80 to 83% household having tap water connection. Schools and Anganwadi center have tap water connection. But next what? It means what you call, and the title is Assured Clean Tap Water. Assured clean tap water is the this delivery has to be assured. And I was going through their brochure, and this thing, I'll request all of you to read this thing. Please pick up a copy and read this thing. I was going through. And more importantly, the kind of topic they have selected, they have identified the 4 issues. And I fully agree that these 4 issues, 4 issues. A, the basic issue remain. Somebody has to be responsible for pipe water supply in a village. 24/7, whole month, years and decade together, means long term. This mathematics of 10,000 minus 10,000 is equal to 10,000 has to stop. Earlier, because we were having hand pumps, its own life span, because of mechanical region, more importantly, water table. Going water table, so you will find anything between 7, 8 year, 10 year to 15 year, hand pump will become defunct. But second important point is that when you are having a pipe water supply system, it means it is going to be for 30, 40 years, this system, and you keep on building, But end of the day, somebody has to run the system. And who could be the better person to run it, or body to run it? Obviously, the local community. Obviously, our constitution makers, our parliament has ensured by 73rd amendment that it is the Gram Panchayat. It is the Gram Panchayat. It is responsible. And to me, I think this is I'll call dharma, or every public health engineer, or every administrator, that Gram Panchayat must be strengthened, must be made capable, so that they are able to discharge their duties. In fact, I compliment last Finance Commission that they devolve humongous amount of fund. Every year almost 29,000 crore rupees, and that too tied for water and sanitation. Every year roughly 8 to 12 lakh rupees per panchayat for water and sanitation. This is the first part. The second thing is that important is source sustainability. Water has to be there, and if water is not there, then what you are going to supply? And third part is, of course, system sustainability, which requires financial sustainability. It means the system has to work like this, that somebody start paying for the services. Whatever services we want, we should pay for it. I think the concept has to come slowly, gradually, not necessarily that, And lastly, how can we say that, confident that a country of 600,000 villages, or let's say 192, 193 million household, or 1 billion people are getting water? In modern era of digital governance, if you are not measuring and monitoring water supply, I'm sorry to say, no, we are not truthful. We are not truthful. We should be confident enough. Our public health engineering department, our district officials, we have to be confident enough that supply is happening in terms of quantity, quality, regularity, and pressure. And today technology is available. Technology is available. That yes, you can measure, and more importantly, you can put it in public domain. And that's why I compliment everyone who was associated with Jal Jeevan Mission, that in dashboard was developed, and all such information, was being put. In fact, Tata Trust and other agencies as well as Jal Jeevan Mission, they had some kind of grant competition, and these kind of devices were developed, deployed. I think, to me, measurement and monitoring of supply holds the key. If you ask me, any one thing which is going to change this sector, which is non-negotiable, that if there is a pipe water supply system in a village, the data should be automatically collected that yes, supply of so 1,000 liters has happened. This is the quality, ABCD, and this is the pressure, and this is the regularity. If we are unable to provide this information, I'm sorry, we are not doing justice. We are doing just injustice. We have something to hide. And I think I must compliment that government and authorities are basically working on this thing. This conference is taking place at a very opportune moment, that the outcome, the kind of deliberations going to take place, the kind of outcome, I'm sure authorities will take into account while developing the next phase of Jal Jeevan Mission. But in states, they are having different kind of program. Finance Commission must be, I'm sure they must have recommended something for devolving fund to rural local bodies. It means this sustainability assured water supply holds the key. And your deliberation is not focused only on Jal Jeevan Mission, it is focused on the service delivery. In this spirit, I think I once again congratulate all of you for joining, and Sankala Foundation as well as the UNOPS for organizing this meet. I genuinely look forward to its deliberations, and I am sure that it's going to be very helpful. But keep this thing in mind. This is too basic a service. I think we all have to understand, and we have to work in this fashion, that if water supply, it is your and my issue. It is not somebody else's issue. It is your and my issue. If I'm not going to get water, if my child is going to school, my child is going to, you must have heard in Bhopal the unauthenticated news came that a student died because of jaundice or something. So I think we all have to understand that the basic nature of this issue. And imagine our generation. We are sincere people, hardworking people, little bit intelligence. We can't solve our problem. What a shame. I think no. Managing problem, no. That era has ended. We have to solve the problem. This managing, jugaad, all those, this end. We should come together, we should work, government, institutions, NGOs, Gram Panchayat, state government, district authorities, sector partners, this, very, I see that Jal Jeevan Mission has a very beautiful, building partnership, working together, changing lives. I think we should be working on that. So on this note, I congratulate you, have a wonderful day, look forward to see you, and thank you for having me here.
Thank you so much, Bharatlal sir, for underlining how assured clean piped water to all is a basic human right, and how today's technical sessions and the deliberations will steer us to the conclusion that how we can all partner together to ensure this happens. And so we do have a session on monitoring and measurement, and looking forward to your inputs, everybody's engagements in that session. And we also have from Iraq Embassy, Ambassador, we welcome you, sir, to this event. We have representation from Israel Embassy and Denmark Embassy, so we welcome all our partners to today's gathering. Moving ahead, please join me in welcoming a leading architect of India's health revolution and global public health expert, Dr. V.K. Paul. to deliver the inaugural address. He is globally recognized as a public health luminary. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Namaskar, good morning. Respected Shri Bharat Lal Ji, Secretary General of National Human Rights Commission, my very distinguished colleague, a thinker, a thought leader and an implementation leader. Respected Malvika Ji, respected Neem Sahab, our distinguished partner Shri Vinod Mishra Ji representing UNOPS and His Excellency who had to leave, and Excellencies in the audience, distinguished colleagues, friends, officials. I agree with Shri Bharat Lal Ji that this discussion on Jal Jeevan Mission and Jal security is very timely, and a lot more of such discussions should happen. For the simple reason that you heard from my preceding speakers, that considerable achievements have been made. But there is a lot that must be done in order to reach the real goal and to sustain the goal. And once and for all, offer to our nation and to the world a model, a program, a mission, a way of life that lasts forever. This job just done, not just managed, done, solutions done. And I think in that context, I echo a lot that has been spoken. My team present here, Yugal Ji, Murli Ji, we have been reviewing this sector repeatedly in the last few months in particular, also with the ministry, and I couldn't agree with the speakers already, Mishra Ji and Bharat Lal Ji and His Excellency, on the point that have been made. So I'll come to that, but let me begin by starting with the quote from the Honorable Prime Minister, which sums up the importance. Every speaker has highlighted the importance, and this is what Honorable Prime Minister has said, and I quote, "Water will be the first parameter on which our future generations will assess us," unquote. We, this generation, will be judged among many things on how well we did on the fundamental necessity of water, ensuring water in our journey for Viksit Bharat, which will need more water, ensuring water for not just human life but also the other life, the animal kingdom, environment, plants, they all need water, by the way. It's not just about humans, can't be selfish. Environment, the entire ecosystem of the planet needs water, and planet has water, but it needs to be available where it should be available. So that's the first sombering note, I would say, that we are there, we have done a good job, and we have made that one element was excess. That excess has happened, but there is a lot that must be done in respect of water. I like to move to the point that Jal Jeevan Mission is an inspiring mission on three counts. One is the scale, second the speed, and the third the scope. And let me elaborate on that because I feel so good when I speak this. Firstly, the scale, it has been mentioned. Rural household, 3.23% had tap water supply. Today, I got the updated number, 12 crore. And once we are done, we would be at 17 crore, if I am correct. From 17% coverage of household with tap water, we are today 81%. Look at the scale. Amazing. And once we are done with this job of the mission, as envisaged, we would have given, this nation would have given, to its own people, water supply to a population equivalent to US, 33 crores, Brazil, 22 crore, I think, and then UK, about 6 crore, 5 crores. 70 crore people in a span of 5 to 7 years would have got water supply. This is unprecedented in history. I think it's absolutely mind-boggling. And when you combine it with the speed, the second element, at the peak of its implementation, I'm told, there was one tap water implemented every second at some stage, which meant 3,600 per hour, 86,000 per day at one stage. It also meant that between today and tomorrow, the lives of 3.5 lakh people changed when they woke up the next morning. Is there any other mission that changes lives to that extent? Has changed lives? Amazing. I mean, this is something which must be told and retold. The work that nation can do on a scale and the speed that we have witnessed in this program. And thanks to the architects of this program, and one of the key architect is here. So a big applause to you, sir, for thinking through this. And to this great nation, state governments, panchayats, and the people at large. It's amazing. In terms of scope, of course, it's about supply, but I wish to highlight three things which have been spoken. One is community empowerment, community participation, community engagement, and the centrality of the community. It has been stated. And that's our uniqueness of our model. The second one is the use of digital technologies to monitor, to continue to ensure and to effectively, make sure that the access happens, and above all, using Internet of Things for quality, and we can refine it further. So use of technology is at a very unique level. But the third element which I love is quality. From the very beginning, quality was at the heart of this mission. Systematic quality assurance, that also through the community, apart from the other system, the creation of laboratories, standards, having kits in the hands of people. These are amazing things. I mean, this is something, I'm sure one day the world will recognize, and this initiative will get a huge big award, I can say that. Even Peace Prize, perhaps, if there is something of that nature. What I'm happy about this, then, is its impact on two areas. The health impact has not been spoken, so let me just say that. It shows, according to one study, that diarrheal deaths and DALYs, which is the disability adjusted life years lost, will reduce by 45%. So diarrhea will actually get a huge pushback. And coupled with Swachh Bharat mission, I think it should be at the verge of now its final, end. Of course, coupled with rotavirus vaccine, coupled with the other health interventions, and so on. So I think huge achievement on diarrheal disease front, which used to be perhaps the major cause of death way back in 30-40 years ago. So huge pushback on that. Another study, this is by Michael Kramer, and he estimated that every year 30% diarrheal deaths will come down, not very different from the previous estimate, 1.3 lakh deaths averted every year. That's the kind of impact on health it has, and leave alone impact on parasitic diseases and so on. But what also must be spoken is that we perhaps would end, or may have already ended, for practical purposes, the problem of arsenic and fluoride in our water, and the huge consequences that excess of these materials causes to the body. Fluorosis and arsenic affect many body systems. And I believe that we have perhaps taken care of it. And I told the ministerial colleagues on that day in the meeting that this, if documented that we have done that job, technically we have done the job in the localities, geographies where this has been addressed, and all the geographies to my knowledge where arsenic and fluoride problem is already, I think, covered through this mission already. But let's say when this job is done, now or in a few months, we must announce it to the world that this health hazard for future has been eliminated once and for all from our nation. Can you imagine what it means to the people and to India's stature in the world? Therefore, I like that to be also stated after full confirmation, after full evaluation, and that should be a story that must be told. Hopefully, the next year it should be told. The points made with regard to future sustenance have already been highlighted. It appears in our review with the ministry in detail that ownership, sustenance at the village level is now a very major area where we should work together. नहीं तो ये टूट जाएगा. Job done. How do you sustain? How do you maintain? How do you maintain quality? How do you replace the pipes if they have to be done? How to continue to ensure quality? And that really the ownership should go to the panchayat, to the community, aided by the system, the administration and so on. This challenge, right now, we have the strands for it, but I don't think we have a full model for this to happen, and that's the model that we should work on. And like other speakers, I urge this community and more to think about how systematically a Jan Andolan to sustain this gain and sustain this system is understood. So that's clearly the first priority. Second priority, goes without saying, is ensuring that we don't let the quality go down. Third priority, we don't let the supply get hurt, because there will be changing dynamics on the source from where the water comes. That will change, that could shift, there could be challenges to that, and how do you ensure that that remains, shall we say, forever in that sense. So future challenges are at large, and here I can also say an analogy with the Ayushman Bharat Health and Wellness Center mission, Ayushman Arogya Mandir, where infra has been put, 120 lakh new workers have been put, professional nurses have been put, several packages have been loaded, trainings done, drug supplies happen, but then ensuring that the coverage is complete at the saturation level and the quality is ensured, equity is ensured, is still the job work in progress. So these two flagship missions require our sustained effort, our sustained innovation, models to be created, partnerships, oversight, and very overarching look and a concern, and making sure that this doesn't go off the radar screen. That having done this now, it takes its own course. That will be disastrous. And I can say that for the same for the Ayushman Bharat Arogya Mandir mission. Another worry that we have is an overarching water stress and scarcity that potentially is looming large, for which efforts must be made. I'm told by my team that per capita water availability now is 1367 cubic meters, 1367, just under 1400. The water stress level as a benchmark is 1700. So we have crossed that, and we are now in clear water stress situation nationally. And if it drops below 1000, then we are water scarce. But the nation cannot afford to be water scarce. Nation's development will be stalled. Health will be stalled. Right to health and right to life will be challenged. How do we go forward, ensuring that this water stress situation moves to water sufficiency situation? All measures need to be taken. A lot can be done. Among other things, using the used water or the so-called wastewater, the grey water, is one of the ways to do it. Going forward, water budgeting is another area, so that the communities realize this is what we have, all the sources of water put together, this is how we are spending and how we find solutions locally and beyond. On both these parts in particular, both these domains, our team present here is systematically working, and also working toward visualizing the water needs going forward toward 2047 journey. We need your help, you need your guidance, and there should be discussions around this to have the long-term water security for our nation. And as the Honorable Prime Minister said, that future generations will ask us, did you plan well? Did you deliver well? And that's the message that we should all carry home. With these words, I must say I'm happy to be amongst you. Thank you, Sankala, for the invitation, and thank you for your patient hearing. Let's throw ideas. Repeating again what has been said, it's a very important moment. Achievements done. There are challenges. If handled well, we'll be there where we wish to be for our people. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Sir, we were spellbound listening to the numbers that you shared, and you focused on the speed, the scale and impact of the mission, and the mission is truly changing lives, and we all are witnessing it. And sir, you've shown us the way forward, what else can be done. Thank you so much for your presence and wisdom in today's conference. Now I request Dr. Malvika Kaul, Director, Sankala Foundation, to felicitate our esteemed guests with a memento. Dr. Vinod K. Paul, Member, Health. Thank you, sir. Mr. Bharat Lal, thank you, sir, for your time, your passion for water, working on water. Yes. And I finally request Ms. Disha Joshi, Director, Sankala Foundation, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Madhuri. On behalf of UNOPS and Sankala Foundation, it is my privilege to extend our deep gratitude to all of you joining us today on this national conference on assured clean pipe water to all. Today brings together a remarkable assembly of leaders, experts, institutions, and partners committed to strengthen India's water security infrastructure. We look forward to this day as a meaningful dialogue. I would first like to express our sincere thanks to Dr. Vinod K. Paul, Member Niti Aayog, for gracing this occasion. In his address, Dr. Paul shared his ideas how the assured clean pipe water aligns with the national goal of public healthcare and human development. His visionary leadership has continuously underscored the critical importance of water as a foundational determinant of national well-being. We are also deeply honored to have with us Shri Bharat Lal, Secretary General and CEO, National Human Rights Commission, and former Mission Director of Jal Jeevan Mission. His pioneering work stands as one of the most impactful public service delivery transformation that India has seen in recent years. His insights on governance system and service delivery and community-centric implementation will guide the roadmap we explore today. Thank you, sir. I extend our heartfelt thanks to His Excellency Mr. Rasmus Abgaard Christensen, Ambassador of Denmark to Republic of India. In his address, he affirms the commitment made under Indo-Danish Green Strategic Partnership to strengthen cooperation between our two countries in addressing shared water challenges by exploring technology and resource optimization for sustainable water resource management. We express our appreciation to Mr. Vinod Mishra, Country Director, UNOPS. His long-standing engagement in resilient infrastructure, community-focused system, and capacity building is invaluable. A special word of thanks to UNOPS and Danish Green Strategic Partnership in advancing water security and developmental goals. I would also like to acknowledge and thank the distinguished speaker we have present here, the panelists, technical experts, and practitioners who have joined us today for this important gathering. We look forward to hear experience from the field, from policy, as well as the global practices that will shape today's dialogue. As we begin this day of engagement, I warmly welcome all participants. May today's conversation inspire new ideas, strengthen partnership, and take us collectively a step closer to ensuring clean, reliable, and equitable pipe water for every household. Thank you once again. I wish everyone a productive and enriching day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Disha, and we again thank our esteemed guests. And now we move towards our first technical session. So, it is on development of public water utilities. And we okay. We have a very interesting panel for the first session. And while the logistic teams makes the arrangements, I would like to share that this first session will be chaired by Mr. Yugal Joshi. He is the Program Director, Water, Land Resources, Drinking Water and Sanitation, Niti Aayog. Yes, so I will start by inviting our speakers on the stage. I invite Dr. Asad Umar, Sector Lead and Director, WASH Health and Nutrition, Aga Khan Foundation, India. He is the Director bringing 25 years of expertise in drinking water, sanitation, health and integrated water resource management. He holds a PhD in hydrogeology and is globally recognized expert who has provided instrumental technical assistance and evidence-based research for national flagship programs like JJM, Jal Jeevan Mission and Swachh Bharat Mission. Welcome, sir. I now invite Mr. Kasper Mayland, Environment Counselor from the Embassy of Denmark in India. He's working on the Jal Jeevan Mission project and supporting its implementation under the Green Strategic Partnership between the two countries. Welcome, Mr. Kasper. With great pleasure, I also invite Ms. Noah Amsalem, Water Attaché, Embassy of Israel in India. She's the sole Water Attaché for the Israel Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the Embassy of Israel in New Delhi, leading federal and state level water collaboration between the two countries. An environmental engineer by training, she brings a diverse background, having spent 7 years as head engineer at Israel and specializing in 24/7 water supply and non-revenue water management. We're very thankful for your presence today. We also invite Ms. Surya. She's a research analyst from Council on Energy, Environment and Water, and she's a specialist in climate resilient water security. Ms. Surya conducts interdisciplinary climate-induced risk assessments for the WASH sector and river basins, recognized by the Ministry of Jal Shakti for her contributions to Sujalam Bharat Conference, and she holds a master's from IIT Kharagpur. Welcome, Ms. Surya. And yes, we have our chair with us, Mr. Yugal Joshi, a 1997 batch IRPFS officer who is an expert in governance and water policy. Sir, I will hand over to you, sir. And all speakers are requested to adhere to a time limit of 8 to 10 minutes, and we'll be giving a gentle reminder after 8 minutes. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Namaskar, good morning. Respected Bharatlal ji, National Human Rights Commission Secretary General and CEO, he is outside. My very senior colleague here, Mr. Saraswati Prasad ji, and all distinguished guests here, many of my friends whom I worked for many years, and distinguished panelists who will be discussing on development of public water utilities. Before that, listening to wise, sage-like persons is always a blessing. When in the morning session, plenary session, we heard Mr. Bharatlal as well as Honorable Member Dr. V.K. Paul, there were many things, as takeaway, which are the crux or the essence of whatever sessions we are now going to have during whole day. This session, this particular first session becomes very important because perhaps the first time we are focusing on how our water utilities are functioning. And let me have my profuse thanks to Sankala as well as UNOPS for organizing this one-day workshop and making this topic an important one among all other 4 themes. How our water utilities are functioning, one of the examples was given by Mr. Bharatlal. That was today worldwide, roughly per second 20,000 water bottles are sold. So that shows, how much and what kind of quality piped water supply we are providing to people. Roughly every per capita in the world, 60 water bottles are sold per year. That's a huge. If you multiply 60 by 8 billion people, so that is the quantum of water bottles. Second, we see in each and every house the ROs, water filters and other things, which have now percolated down to almost village level. Third thing, again, Mr. Bharatlal pointed out that the measurement, how much water we are taking in, how much we are using it, and how much we are reusing it. The quantification of that water, if you will ask any of the water utilities, I think, the data which we will get is a bit difficult to get first, then perhaps the not very accurate one. So with this context, I will be briefly talking about what we are planning as a panel discussion here. But before that, let me introduce the esteemed panelists we have. We have Dr. Asad Umar with us, who is Sector Lead and Director, Wash and Health Nutrition, Aga Khan Foundation. He has more than 25 years of experience in this sector, an expert in water and sanitation. We have with us Mr. Kasper Mayland, who is Environment Counselor, Embassy of Denmark in India. He has, to his credit, excellent work in European Union policy making, not only policy making, but working in waste management as well as the recycling of water and other resources. We have with us Ms. Noah M. Salaim. She is water attaché in Embassy of Israel in India, and Israel we know how they have managed, and not only managed and solved their water problems. With us we also have Ms. Surya KK, Research Analyst, CEW. She has also worked with the World Bank and others, and she has been emerging name in water sector, and she has done a lot of research in water related work. So rest assured, we will be having a very good discussion on how our water utilities are functioning and the way forward. Now, giving the background in India about water utilities, we normally talk about in the third world about Phnom Penh Water Utility Authority and others, who are the successful examples. Johannesburg is one of them. Manila Water is one of them. But the challenge with India is that here we have, whether you call it water utility or water schemes by definition, we have more than lakhs, In rural areas, almost all single village water schemes, and if we include both single village as well as multi-village, we have 6.83 lakh water utilities. So that's huge. Since our country is big, our challenges are big. Second thing, even if we talk about the urban water utilities, which we will be slightly touching upon here because we have experts from Israel and Denmark here, we have 4,000 to 5,000 water utilities working in urban sector. Now, water utilities work is very simple, very simple. How they have to collect the water at one place, then they have to treat it, then they have to provide a network to provide it to each and every home, and then ensuring that there are quality standards maintained, and if occasionally required, they have to maintain and make them okay in quick time. So that's the job. That's the only job. Now, if you have got an opportunity to go through Jal Jeevan Mission guidelines and all these all things through 73rd Amendment to our Constitution has been given to the panchayats to plan, to own and to manage local water supply assets. So that's the big challenge. And from here emerges all kind of challenges to our water utilities. So 73rd Amendment puts the onus on panchayats that they should use village level resources for water, they should manage the distribution system, and they should act as a primary local water utilities. Now, if you think the onus on these many lakh water utilities at panchayat level, what we need? We need very skilled manpower to operate and manage those things. So the moment we say these things, the challenges like capacity building and these all challenges come into play. For example, if a panchayat has to set, collect how they are collecting their water charges, or how they are managing their operation and maintenance activities, or how they are ensuring that water is provided as a reliable source, equitable, and also they have to be financially sustainable. So that's a very big challenge for the capacity of a panchayat. Nonetheless, with the JJM coverage of more than 81% and all kind of village water and sanitation committees there in India, rough number goes almost more than 5 lakhs. And when we talk about and we see the Jal Jeevan Mission dashboard and we see that many lakh people have been trained in the basic skills of managing water utility, and more than 24 lakh women who have been trained for field test kits to ensure water quality. 1 minute of pause and to think that do we actually have that kind of system at place in village level? That's one of the things which I would like our panelists to discuss here. About the measurement and the quality, when we talk from where the water we are getting, and in the morning Mr. Bharatlal talked about the PHED and its role. So when we have given these responsibilities to the panchayats, the coordination between PHED and the panchayats, one is the expert in know-how, how to manage water technically, and another is the custodian of resources and has the responsibility under 73rd Amendment. How the coordination between these two, PHED and the public, PRIs, how that is taking shape will be one of the very important point here. Another thing we have, we would like to ask or seek guidance from our panel is that how the 14th Finance Commission and the 15th Finance Commission, the way they have given tied grants for water and sanitation, how that is performing, because a lot of money has been given to panchayats in that, and how that has been used. Quality aspects I have already spoken about. This is all about the rural water utilities. When we come to urban water utilities, there are very clear, challenges we face. Number one is from where urban utilities are getting their waters. If you have read about from where Bangalore is getting, for example, from Kaveri, from very far distance, similarly other utilities, what kind of pricing mechanism they have, whether the pricing mechanism is sustainable or not. Thirdly, how their non-revenue water, how they are dealing with it. Still in India, non-revenue water in urban utilities is roughly 30 to 50%. And when we see Phnom Penh, when we see Manila Water and others, we see how they have managed drastically reduce their non-revenue water. So we would like to hear from our panel some kind of guidance, some kind of their knowledge on these things. Similarly, the intermittent water supply, which our water utilities are really talked about, that causes both contamination as well as real supply issues. Cost recoveries are a big challenge. In our study, we found that many of the urban water utilities, they even don't recover the cost to provide for their energy bills. So that's huge. And in some places, even the interest to the energy bills is difficult to provide. The staff shortage is as acute as it is in the Jal Jeevan Mission or rural water utilities. Similarly, in urban sector, we have the aging infrastructure issues, very, very big issues. And along with this come the governmental issues. Since we will also be hearing from the experts from Denmark and Israel, we would like to see the best practices, the kind of things we can learn from them. Once again, I will be thanking Sankala and the UNOPS for the sustainable financial models for long-term success of the mission. That is one of the objective of this workshop. So how we would like to approach that thing. Phnom Penh water supply, why I am talking about and why I am talking about the Manila and Johannesburg, or in Azerbaijan there is Ajay. They have bought their non-revenue water to almost single digit. Secondly, they are providing 90% or 99% of the coverage with 24/7 water supply. There are some takeaways. When theoretically we talk about takeaways, we are good at it because we know what it needs: autonomous leadership, clean mandate for the water utilities, how we can manage our non-revenue waters, metering and measurements are important, use of technology, Professor Dr. Paul also talked about. Similarly, what kind of pro-poor strategies we can have that without compromising the viability of those water utilities. Similarly, the regulatory framework, many of the utilities have done through PPP and other things. So these all things we would like to discuss here, and we would like to hear from the panelists. Now, without much further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Asad Umar for his views on this subject. Thank you very much.
This one. Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Honorable panelists, as well as the distinguished guests sitting in the audience. This is an opportune moment actually to discuss about the water utilities, especially in context of India. As sir has rightly mentioned that we have over 6 lakh water utilities, whether it is single village water supply scheme or it is the multi-village water supply schemes, and they are already there on the ground. And 73rd Amendment has mandated these utilities to really function and to manage the water supply within villages. But the question was whether what is happening on the ground. So before getting into those specifics, couple of things I would definitely like to highlight here. It is essentially around some of the gains that Jal Jeevan Mission has made. As Paul sir has rightly mentioned, that 81% in terms of overall scale, 81% of coverage we have already achieved within 5 years of time. And this is something that is quite unprecedented. Now, the point is how we can actually going to ensure the gains made under Jal Jeevan Mission in last 5 years.
Soon we are going to ensure a sort of universal access if you go by the dashboard of Jal Jeevan Mission. But it is really critical for us, as Sir has rightly pointed out, certain critical questions. I mean, in terms of the overall functionality, in terms of loss of water, the revenue loss, etc. So definitely, I would be I'll be throwing some light around those aspects. But a couple of things which definitely I would like to highlight here is, I mean, in terms of overall gains that we are going to make from Jal Jeevan Mission is to empower our system that is responsible for managing the services. So that means we really need to have a sort of kind of empowered utilities. And we have a kind of single village water supply schemes and multi-village water supply schemes. We do have a sort of system where either operation and maintenance are being maintained and managed directly by the BWSCs and Gram Panchayats, and also some of the states are preferring to have a sort of, to outsource the operation and maintenance through external agencies. But it is really important to have a sort of very empowered committees, utilities on the ground to ensure, as Paul Sir as well as Bharatlal Sir has mentioned, that adequacy, regularity, sustainability, overall pressure, quality, sustainability of long-term services are something that is possible when we have a sort of kind of empowered water utility. Before getting into some other specifics, I would like to highlight some of the existing opportunities that already Jal Jeevan Mission presents. So a few things definitely I would like to highlight here is, Jal Jeevan Mission has initiated a sort of very unique approach to certify the Har Ghar Jal status, and almost 90,000 plus 90,000 GPs have already attained that status. That means at least 90,000 GPs are having a sort of kind of a functional system that is already there. In fact, recently Ministry has also initiated a very unique sort of interactive dialogue directly from the ground, especially with the DM, and I had the opportunity to actually to be part of a couple of those dialogues. So right from Ladakh to southern states, to northeast, to the western states, we have plenty of good examples where locally empowered institutions are actually managing these schemes. The other things that at the moment that is being prioritized is Jal Arpan, that is the scheme handover process. I haven't seen even during sector reform initiatives that a scheme handover process was taken so seriously, step by step, everything. For example, formal commissioning and handover of Jal Jeevan scheme to VWSC, its operation and maintenance, its clear documentation. The VWSC assumes responsibilities of service delivery and oral tariff collections as well as routine operation and maintenance. So Jal Arpan itself provides a sort of unique opportunity, especially to empower these utilities. The another things which I would like to highlight here is another program, that is Jal Mitra program. That is a skilling program within Jal Jeevan Mission. This is also something which is providing a sort of unique opportunity to create a sort of dedicated skill cadre on the ground to provide the specialized services, especially for pipe water supply system. The other things which I would also like to highlight here is the Nal Jal Seva portal. So a lot of discussion in the morning that has happened in the inaugural session around the overall use of technology. So ministry has already actually, I think, has initiated some of the unique opportunity. Even integration of water supply infrastructure during PM Gati Shakti. That gives a sort of complete opportunity of what is the distribution link that has already been laid, and that gives an opportunity that how efficiently infrastructure should be planned. The another important things which I would like to highlight here is tapping Ministry of Panchayati Raj digital platform, especially the e-Gram Swaraj portal and Meri Panchayat. These are opportunities which gives a sort of kind of opportunity for real-time tracking of functionality on the ground. So therefore, if properly integrated, properly internalized at ground level, these are certain applications that gives an opportunity to actually ensure a sort of better operation and maintenance of water supply system. Then GPDP plan. Murli sir is sitting here, I think, a couple of weeks back. Overall water budgeting manual and the guideline that has been released by Niti Aayog is something that is a sort of a very good opportunity, a unique opportunity to ensure source sustainability, because as we all know, almost 60% of country is actually underwater stress condition, especially the 12 river basins. Therefore, it is really, really important to focus not only on the infrastructure that is being created around water supply system, but also overall source sustainability. This is something that is really important, and the Niti Aayog has taken a sort of initiative. Murli is sitting here. In terms of overall water budgeting part, so that is something, if it is properly internalized on the ground, is really going to empower our utilities. The last point, which definitely I would like to highlight here is, in terms of overall source sustainability, we know since last couple of years, Jal Shakti Abhiyan is giving a lot of priority, especially to ensure a sort of source sustainability. And I still remember in 2022, there was a sort of dedicated focus around sustainability of drinking water sources. Therefore, engagement with communities is something that is really critical and important. So if you just look at the water utilities, so what could be the, and the principles to follow, what could be the key objectives? It is primarily to ensure continuous, potable and equitable water supply at minimum and reliable hours with a specified quantity. Yeah, sure. The other part is the professional operation and maintenance, to protect water sources and strengthening our local governance structures. In terms of principles, I'm not going to dwell much upon this, but yes, public ownership and professional management is something that is a kind of underlying thing. Then accountability and participation, and source sustainability and water security. And data-driven operations are something that is really, really important and critical. I think core functions and key performance. So core functions, we all know what could be the core functions for a water supply utility. I'm not going to dwell much on that. But yes, in terms of KPIs, couple of things which I would like to highlight here. It is the continuity of water supply services. The specified, the quantity, the water that is actually minimum quantity that is required, its regularity, its quality, the revenue water, the percentage reduction, how much we can achieve. Then the tariff collection, the operation and maintenance cost recovery, and overall customer satisfaction. These are certain key performance indicators that could be a sort of underline for any water utility. Then, as Bharatlal sir has mentioned in the beginning, that Jal Jeevan Mission has also provided a good opportunity to bring in a sort of partnership with diverse stakeholders. We had that opportunity to be a part of Rural Wash Partner Forum, where we are quite closely working with different states, especially in our case, we are closely working with Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, and Telangana. Couple of things which we have done to to directly support to these utilities. If you just look at in this picture, I'm not going to dwell much on this, but yes, participatory planning was something that was really prioritized. Then community mobilization part, training of key stakeholders. It is not only one-off training, but hand-holding support to Gram Panchayat, to VWSC. That is really, really important if you really want to transform them into a sort of professional entity. Then of course, hand-holding support during implementation of pipe water supply scheme at every stage, whether it is quality assurance, whether it is timely completion of a scheme, whether it is complete engagement of communities or local institutions. Those are certain aspects where we have really focused in terms of extending our support. Then commissioning of water supply scheme, as in the beginning I have mentioned, this is something that is really, really important. How trial run should be completed, how all documentation should be done, how responsibilities should be fixed, how for operation and maintenance bit, overall capacity building aspects, a complete calendar should be prepared, especially whether it is VWSCs, whether it is Jal Sakhis, whether it is the pump operators. So we really need to build their capacities to ensure a sort of regular operation and maintenance part. Then source sustainability is something that is quite critical. It should be an integral part of any water supply system. As Paul sir has rightly mentioned, that from water stress condition to water sufficient conditions, how we can move towards that direction. It is really important to closely work with these utilities and to transform them into a sort of professional entity. I'm just going to skip this slide. The last slide which I would like to highlight here is the water utilities. If it is properly empowered, if a data system is integrated, then at least real-time tracking of functionality that can be ensured. Impact, as Paul sir has already mentioned, that impact of access to safe drinking water is something that we can measure. And the last point is the predictive analysis. As you know, we are increasingly facing the threat of climate change. Therefore, it is really important to generate sufficient data on the ground through these utilities. Therefore, we can actually come up with a sort of robust and a seamless plan, future plan, to ensure overall sustainability, as well as to ensure a sort of seamless functioning of the created assets under water supply system. With these few words, I would just like to conclude here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asad. Hello. Thank you, Dr. Asad. We will be taking questions later on after every panelist speaks. So may I now request Mr. Kasper Mæland, he is Environmental Counselor, Embassy of Denmark in India, to share his ideas, thoughts and views. Yeah, whatever we...
I'll just be sitting here and thank you very much to Sankala Foundation, UNOPS, for organizing this seminar, for the audience and for the panel for being here. It's probably not the question to me, but the entire seminar here. I think that is kind of one of the key questions regarding the Jal Jeevan Mission that are being addressed. That's basically the sustainability of the entire scheme, or each and every individual scheme. So I'm happy that it's something that we can discuss, something that the government of India is also discussing, and something that will be hopefully tackled along the way. It's not an easy task, but an interesting discussion. Before really addressing the question, I just want to mention that in Denmark, I think we have 150 years of organizing utilities, organizing villages in terms of going jointly towards a somewhat sustainable water supply. So 450 years ago, instead of each and every farmer in a small community or village that would have their own well, they came together and only had one well, because it was too expensive, basically, to dig 10 wells, instead of just having one, and then using that one as the basic supply to each and every household. So I just want to say, like, it's something that is doable, but the whole key here is that the beneficiaries or the community, they need to understand the value of having access to, well, one thing is the clean water, or just in general water, and also being able to see that this is economical and financial benefiting their own household. I think that is a key, and that is something that needs to be worked on. And also, I mean, I'm sure most of you guys have been out in the rural areas of India, and when you talk to some of the villages, they're like, we don't really want to pay for water, because we can just go to the river and fetch it ourselves. We can just open our old well, have the water, pumped up again. And somehow there's something missing here, I think, because the link is, yes, you can go to the river, but then you're spending 5 hours a day to go to the river. Or yes, you can have your own well, but then you have to invest in a pump that eventually will break down, and so on. So it's something there about the community awareness that needs to be worked on. Anyway, so the question was also about how can we work with this cost recovery? If we take it from, not take it from a Danish perspective, I think the first question that comes to mind, do we know what is the price of producing 1 kilogram of water in an urban setting, in a rural setting, if it's groundwater based, if it's surface water based, and so on? Is it actually something that we are promoting, that we are telling this actually has a cost? Because I think that's also a key here, that you need to communicate that water is not free. It has a cost, and even if you want good quality water, it even costs more. In Denmark, we somehow have made this contract with, the elected body, so that would be the Grand Panchayat, translated to an Indian context, that yes, you are in charge of delivering this service to us. At the same time, we will pay you for this water because this service, we see it as something valuable. However, I think another important point here is that if you do not deliver this service, we will not root for you, we will not elect you again. I think we have seen, parties and so on lose their consistencies if they did not provide good water to the citizens. So somehow we have put it up on a very high scale, that it's very important to receive this service. And I think that is a key, because if you as the public or as the community demands this service, then somehow you're also willing to pay for it. So it's somewhere there we have to look. However, then this is also getting quite interesting, because when you're paying for it, you also want it to be efficient, you want it to be as cheap as possible, and as good and reliant as possible as well. So somehow here, you as a utility would also have to look at, okay, so how can I lessen the financial aspects or the money that I put into my system? And of course, the community are asking for scrutiny here, or for transparency. So every year or every month they have to publish like the budget. How much water have they pumped up? What was the electricity bill? How is the asset management looking? The O&M and so on. And then the entire public, they can go in and look, and they can actually ask the question, was that really necessary to install this and this? Or they could also ask, why haven't you installed this and this? Because now we have a leakage, and that's very important or very expensive to fix. So it's also something about looking at the transparency, but also the demand from the community that this should be as economical, efficient as possible. So some of it is also like installing, for example, like the best quality pumps. Maybe not the cheapest one in 1 year, but the cheapest one within the total cost of ownership. Because normally these villages, they are not moving to a new village or a new city. They are based here for the next, for generations and generations. So even if, for example, a pump is 3 times, the one that they acquire is 3 times the price of the cheapest one, if somehow the utility can justify that, yes, but the total cost of ownership, this is actually saving you. So this is a very little investment, but over time, we will save the money. I think that's also one of the keys, trying to reduce wherever you can the price that or the money that you put into the system. So at least I tried to answer your question. I don't know if it worked.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Melan. Thank you very much. This was very useful. May now invite Ms. Noah M. Salem, if I am pronouncing you correctly, ma'am. She is a water attaché in Embassy of Israel, to share her views. Thank you.
Good morning. So thank you for the organizers to bring me the opportunity to share with you a little bit about water management in water utilities in Israel. My role here in India as the water attaché, we are working closely with the government to share knowledge that was gained in Israel in the past decades, and the technologies that were innovated there and been used, and of course reverse versa. We are doing capacity building programs, courses, delegations, pilot projects with India to really find and bring the best solutions to Indian needs. Israel, as you must be aware, is a world leader in water management, and it all started with a simple law from the 1950s that declared that, it's called the water law, that declared that water belongs to the public. So every drop of water in Israel is public property, but it's been regulated and it's been managed by the government. So you cannot take even rainwater, drop of water without permission. Water is a very valuable resource in Israel. It's a very dry country, but thanks to regulation and of course management, we come to the situation nowadays that we have enough water, even more than we need. We create water. But I will not speak, overall I will focus about water utilities. It's a subject that's very close to my heart. I was chief engineer in one of those utilities in Israel in my previous role. So I can speak for a long time. You can stop me, okay? So the water utilities in Israel also started with the law, with the water utilities law about 15 years ago. And I think it shows that every change requires strong regulatory basis. And the water utilities created for most of the cities in Israel, or consortium of cities if the population was too small. And it was built with the professional manpower from the municipalities itself that knows the city, knows the infrastructures. But it declared that the water utility owns the water properties, the water infrastructure in the city area from the entrance until the end consumer. And it's a proven model that shows great results that I will share with you later. So the utilities are kind of private entities, but they belong to the municipality. They are regulated very strongly by the authority, the water authority and the government, and but they are self-revenue basis. They have to show efficiency, as Denmark is doing. They have to show non-revenue water deduction every year. They have to show investment in infrastructure every year. They have to show long-term planning. And it's a closed circle, financial circle. All the money that comes from the customers, the consumer is a customer in this model, so all the money that comes stays within the utility. The water utility doesn't go for different departments in the municipality. All the money goes for efficiency, for infrastructure development, for upgradation. All the money stays inside and has to go back to the public, to the customers. The standards are very strict. They have, as I said, they have to show non-revenue percentage reduction yearly. In my water utility, for example, since the beginning, when the water utility started, the non-revenue water percentage in the city was 40. After 15 years, it became 8. Just to show you the good work that was done there. Millions of dollars was invested in upgradation of the infrastructure, if it's pumping stations or reservoirs or pipelines. Water quality, of course, it's not an issue in Israel. It's a very strong, very important issue. Water quality it's the best. Of course, it's not only water, it's about sewage as well. Sewage, you cannot discharge it to the environment, it's criminal offense. So all the heads of the water utility are taking the responsibility for that as well. And of course, public customer service. The customers, they have full transparency. They know exactly how much water they consume, how much they are paying. All this responsibility cannot come without the authority. The water utility, as I said, is the responsible, but it also has the power. The infrastructure belongs to her, to it. If someone is not paying, so all the measures are taken against, even stopping the water for his house. And it leads to great results. If it's efficiency, if it's technologies that are being innovated and implemented to help efficient manage and efficient use. Smart water metering, of course, that can show the customer every second of his water consumption. A nice example of that was during COVID, where people didn't leave the house or didn't visit each other. So water utilities could tell if elderly people that lives alone are consuming water. And if they saw a day or two without water consumption, they could send people to check if the elderly people are okay. So it's that precise. It's called Living Water Project. So the outcome is clear. It's, as I said, a reduction of non-revenue water. The average in Israel now, it's about 5% in the cities. Of course, infrastructure, it's much better. The maintenance, of course, a consumer knows that if they see a burst of water or a burst of sewage, it will be taken care of within hours. And long-term design and planning. The water utilities has to submit yearly 5 and 5 years management plan that creates the work plan. So I think it's a very proven model that shows great results, and I would like to answer some questions if you have. And again, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. No. Now, finally, I would request Ms. Surya KK to present her views.
Hello, good morning all. So first of all, I would like to appreciate the efforts by UNOPS and Sankala Foundation for arranging this national conference and for having a discussion on these 4 thematic sessions. And as we reflect on the need for strengthening community institutions, I would like to come up with the example of Gujarat, which Mr. Bharatlal sir was also mentioning. So Gujarat had emerged as a top performer in implementing JJM, and they achieved 100% FHTC by October 2022. And this was an effort which has happened as a result of the WASMO, which is Water and Sanitation Management Organization, which is a state government agency established in 2002. So they, as per the guidelines of MOJS and Ministry of Corporation, have engaged these community institutions like SHGs and PACs. PACs are Primary Agricultural Credit Societies. So they are engaged in the O&M activities for better and efficient management of the water supply systems. They are engaged in activities like water tax collection, community sensitization, so they pay water tax on time, and for water conservation, and also for swift operation and maintenance, repair and maintenance of the water supply infrastructure. There are 3 models in which these SHGs and PACs or PANI Samitis engage with GPs, which is no-cost model, incentive model, and comprehensive model. In the no-cost model, these implementation support agencies will support Gram Panchayat as a service without taking any money. And in the incentive model, they will get around 5 to 10% of the water tax being collected. In the comprehensive model, they will take up the whole O&M activities, and the GP at that point will be only having an administrative role. So we did conducted a field visit to Gujarat, and currently, as of now, only these first two models are being operational. It is being piloted in Gujarat. And some of the findings that we have also been understood during the field visit is that there is a very much difference, increased water tax collection efficiency. There is swift repair and maintenance if any leakage or any tap replacement is needed. And also the communities are more sensitized and they are paying the taxes on time, and they are also conserving water. Earlier they used to keep the taps open so that they know that when the water supply will be getting started, but now they have installed a tap on the pipeline connections, and they have stopped they have started conserving water. And the recommendations that we have also proposed through this case study was having a tailored training modules, because some of the SHGs where they were still in the learning phase, and they required more training on different aspects of this water supply management. So having a tailored modules based on the needs of all these implementation support agencies is one of the major thing that needs to be done. And the Gujarat is also arranging, through WASMO, they are also arranging these training sessions, like they are arranging exposure visits to villages that are performing well. And they are also training Pani Samitis in bookkeeping, water accounting, water budgets, the need for safe and clean water, which all is creating a positive outcome in Gujarat. When we talk about the financial sustainability, there are also incentive schemes in Gujarat, which is first, one of the main will be Mukhya Mahila Pani Samiti Protsahan Yojana, where they receive an INR 50,000 each year for their better performance, and it is for women-led SHGs. Like if Pani Samiti, sorry. So if a Pani Samiti is having 70% women members or female members, they will be getting this incentive each year for showcasing their better performance. And also the second model that I've talked about, incentive model, where they receive 5 to 10% of these water tax collected. These all will also encourage the participation of these community institutions and also help in improving the financial sustainability of the scheme. So through these pilots model, in future, these pilot model needs to be assessed even better, since it is just started in 2024. So once assessed fully, it can be even replicated in other states so that we can ensure financial sustainability, operational sustainability, and source sustainability in the water supply schemes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Surya. So we have a lot of knowledge, wisdom, awareness, and as Asad has told about the entire landscape in utilities, Mr. Casper talked about how awareness campaigns can be very important, and very, very efficiently told the KPIs, standards, and how water utility is being run in Israel. And Surya talked about various models about the rural water utilities. So floor is open to all the distinguished guests. Kindly feel free to ask any questions to our distinguished panelists. Mic is there, yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Quite a good talk since this morning, and I learned a lot. Appreciate the contributions from Denmark and Israel. So when this is not a, but I'm sure I understand. So as Dr. Asad mentioned that source sustainability is an important component and need to be ensured if JJM has to succeed. And when we are talking about source sustainability, large parts in India area depend upon groundwater to ensure source sustainability of all these assets. And a lot of investments have gone into this. So I'll take you back to 2014 when Central Groundwater Board had come up with model groundwater rules, and it empowered Gram Panchayat, and it asked the state government to come up similar, groundwater rules so that groundwater sustainability could be ensured. And quite in line with what Israel experience has been, that this water is a state water. And when I'm talking about state, I'm also talking about Gram Panchayat. This water is water of the public managed by the state, which includes Gram Panchayat. But what has happened over the last 12 years, very few state governments have come up with, rules that empower Gram Panchayat to manage their groundwater. So this is one area that we need to ensure going forward if JJM infrastructure has to yield what it is supposed to. And the second thing is about fees for utilities. As experience from Denmark has been that it has succeeded because there was fee for it and customer had to pay for it. But sir, what has happened in most of these states, panchayats do not have OSR rules. So unless OSR rules are there, it becomes very difficult for the Gram Panchayats to collect revenue. So I think this is another one area. An example is Jharkhand. They have not yet come up with OSR rules. Unless we empower Gram Panchayats on that front, it becomes very difficult to go ahead on this. That's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your comments and suggestions. Please, sir. Front row.
थैंक यू। मेरा नाम संजय है और मैं सूर्या से विशेष तौर से जानना चाहूँगा कि क्योंकि आपने कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशंस का एक बहुत ही बेहतरीन उदाहरण गुजरात को लेकर प्रस्तुत करा, मैं जानना चाह रहा हूँ कि ये जो पूरा ट्रायरिप कलेक्शन है, क्योंकि अब पूरी तरह से सस्टेनेबिलिटी के आयाम में वो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है, आप क्या देख रहे हैं कि जिन गाँव में जहाँ हम महिलाओं का पार्टिसिपेशन है वहाँ पे ज़्यादा है, या जहाँ पे कुछ आपने जब एनालिसिस करा तो इसमें क्या निकल के आया?
Yeah. So we had visited around total 6 packs and SHGs in total. We have also identified that packs, since they have been operational or established way back in 1990s and all, so they have that financial autonomy and they are very much closely engaged with communities. They have the influential power in villages. So the villages where packs has been engaged in these activities were working more efficiently when it came to tax collection and swift operation and maintenance. The one of the SHGs was also performing well, but one SHG which is in Sabarkantha district, they were still in their learning phase, and the responsibilities that they were intended to be performing were actually done by the Sarpanch from Gram Panchayat, since they were little shy in taking up these activities. So especially for that particular SHG only, we have mainly recommended of having these tailored modules so that they can be even engaged more better in these better and effective water supply management. So essentially to your question, it is packs of course for now, but with better capacity building training, even these women-led SHGs, Pani Samitis can also be brought forward. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Saraswati Prasad. So in my view, I think under JJM, the village sanitation, water and sanitation committees are key to sustenance. Now, we are talking about development of public water utilities. I think in JJM, these committees are the utilities. So, under the 73rd and 74th Amendment, the Constitution provided for entrustment of these subjects to the panchayats and the municipal bodies. So I have a feeling that, the level of devolution, because it was not mandatory on all states to entrust all these subjects, it was left to the states to devolve some of the subjects. So So there are different levels of devolution. So my feeling is that wherever, in a few states they have done well, that wherever the entrustment has been properly done, the ownership is, the extent of ownership is better. Otherwise, in many places where the entrustment is not taking place, it's seen as a program implemented by somebody above. So I just wanted to cross-check from Jugal and Surya, because you have experience across states, and also you have some experience of what's happening on the ground.
Yeah. To that I would like to say, like, between this major departments, state level and national level departments, here in Gujarat, for example, the WASMO have played this crucial role on not just, they are kind of empowering these community institutions so that they have a feeling that, so that they can build that ownership, that it is not something that is coming from the top, that you have to do all these activities, or you have to ensure of these safe and better efficient water supply system or management. So like they are kind of sensitizing community that it is your responsibility, or it is for you only. The government is implementing these initiatives and government is kind of trying to support you with these initiatives. So like I would like to say, if there is this WASMO like agency in all the states where the community can engage in a closely related manner than if it is someone from the PhD or someone above that. So these, I have, like, when we visited the field, we had also have a feeling that these WASMO, even though they are government agencies, they were closely, they had a connection with these community members or whoever were in that village. So these personal relationships that they have built in the village is actually kind of helping these communities to, is kind of encouraging them to do all these activities. And apart from, as they also know that it is for their own benefits, but these kind of personal relationships will help in kind of encouraging it.
Thank you, Surya. Sir, your observation is spot on, sir. That has been our experience as well. But there are three issues, sir. Number one is that wherever we have found good leader at grassroots level, sir, who are leading the panchayats, they are doing it very good. Second thing is that, sir, the capacity is a big issue still. Even if the villagers or the BWSCs are willing to do that thing, the capacity is an issue, sir. And very seldom they find good skilled and trained persons there. Third thing, we observed that, sir, still that PhD and PRI mismatch. That's a very big issue, sir. Odisha has tried that to bring PhD and those PRIs together, but still it's not working there. So I think capacity is very big issue, sir. Until and unless we solve this mystery, it will be very, very difficult, sir. And perhaps I think the Jal Jeevan Mission should now focus more on this, sir. This aspect has been slightly,
My reason why I raised this question was, this is taken from what Ms. Amsalam had said, that there has to be a strong regulatory backing to the efficient functioning of the utilities. In India, with that regulation, essentially the Gram Panchayat is the owner. So that the funds under Finance Commission are getting transferred. The functions, they are still, when there is a lot of haziness in this area. So this needs a little more focus, that when we have been talking about this transfer of funds, functionaries and functions, a lot of that is still to happen.
Yeah, in fact, only yesterday we were talking at Niti, sir, about the amount of money that has been gone and where it has been really utilized, and some kind of audit and these all. This is a very important area to look at. Yeah, please.
Yeah, I just want to add at least that in terms of the Danish regulation on utilities, there are some training programs. So for example, if you are the that into a Danish context, someone is taking care of the waterworks, this person needs to undergo some training before he's authorized to do that. And that's under the regulation, like else you cannot work within the waterworks. And I'm fairly sure that the Jal Jeevan Mission are looking into something like this. And evidently this training should probably be done by the PATD from a certain state, where they can do at least some basic training to whoever is running the water schemes. And I think that is also building upon the connection, or maybe disconnection, you will have between the PATD and the local village water scheme, or the single village water scheme, because that is evidently fairly simple. The single village scheme, a multi-village scheme would be much more diverse and complicated, and what a PATD would do is also quite complicated. So you need to look into what is it that could be run from a village and what could not be run from a village. I think that is probably where you have to identify the low-hanging fruits. What do we expect that a village can do, and what do we expect a village-run scheme cannot do? And I think that kind of also resembles the question regarding source sustainability, because I think it's overcomplicating things, thinking that a Gram Panchayat or village should be able to do the source sustainability assessment. I mean, you need to be a hydrologist or geologist to be able to do that. And those technical aspects, you don't have that in a village. But a village can say, or they can maybe monitor at least, using a monitoring well, and have an idea about, okay, how is the water level? But when it comes to like the recharge and having an idea about what to do when the aquifers are running up or drying up and so on, that should go back to, let's say, the technical experts that would be more on the state level. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, 1 minute. Madhuri has already cautioned me that we are eating to the next session, and Dr. Malvika is also there in the queue. Yeah, please go ahead.
Just really one thing to say regarding what you said. I think you're absolutely right. There is a famous sentence says that with great power comes great responsibility, but I think it's also vice versa. You cannot have the responsibility without the power. So it's a very important thing.
Thank you very much, Malvika ji. Thank you all the distinguished audience here. A big round of applause to everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you. Thank you to all our speakers for leading this informative session, and I request Ms. Disha Joshi, Director, Sankala Foundation, to felicitate our speakers with a plant and a memento. Mr. Yugal Joshi. Dr. Asad Omar. Mr. Casper Mayland. Ms. Noah Amsalem. And Ms. Surya KK. And after this very engaging first technical session, we will break for tea. And I would it will be 15 minutes, so we'll come back by 12:30. I request all those who have not registered to please go on the registration desk and register themselves. Thank you, everyone. We come back at 12:30. Yeah, please register with Taran. She's here next to me. Those who have not registered yet. She's wearing a blue sari here, Taran. Thank you. Jeevan Mission and has been instrumental in developing Jal Shakti Abhiyan and Composite Water Management Index. He offers deep expertise from the Central Water Commission, Ministry of Jal Shakti, and has been a part of the former Planning Commission. We welcome you, sir. With great pleasure, I also invite our speaker, Mr. Pradipta Kumar Swain, former Chief Executive Officer, Watco, Odisha. It is a privilege, you sir, a distinguished expert with over 40 years of experience in water supply and sanitation. He retired as the Chief Engineer and CEO of Watco, where he led transformative improvements in urban water supply delivery. Mr. Swain currently serves as the member of the National Task Force for 24/7 drink from tap water supply, continuing to shape the national policy. We welcome you, sir. I now call upon Mr. Divyang Waghela, Assistant Development Manager, Shri Ratan Tata Trust. Mr. Waghela is the head of the Water and Sanitation and Hygiene vertical of Tata Trust, where he leads large-scale initiatives to improve safe access to water, sanitation and hygiene, particularly in the rural and underserved communities across India. He brings over 2 decades of experience in the development sector with a deep expertise in water security, sanitation, community-led approaches and institutional development. Welcome, Mr. Waghela. I also invite Mr. Paresh Kumar, CEO and co-founder of Dev Insights Private Limited. He is a leading practitioner in research, monitoring, evaluation and learning with over 25 years of experience. He is the co-founder of Dev Insights and CEO, and he provides a data-driven insight across 29 states, specializing in public health and wash measurement. He is also the founder of Clear Cut magazine. Welcome, Mr. Paresh. And finally, we have Ms. Hiranya Talam. She is the business development lead from Realtek GPS Private Limited, where she drives partnerships and scaling of smart water management solutions. Previously, at the Wash Innovation Hub at ASCII, she led national projects including Jal Jeevan Amrit with the Ministry of Housing Affairs in the water and sanitation sector. We welcome you, Ms. Hiranya. I request Dr. Dibyendu Mandal from Sankala Foundation to welcome our guests with plants. And meanwhile, I would also like to share that we will request the speakers to adhere to a time limit of 10 minutes. Mr. Paresh. Mr. Waghela, Mr. Muralidharan, Ms. Hiranya, and Mr. Pradipta. So you will be given a time check at 8 minutes and a final reminder at the end of 10 minutes. Mr. Muralidharan, the floor is yours.
Good morning. Senior officials from Government of India, people from Sankala Foundation, UNOPS, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellencies from different countries, ambassadors from different countries. We thank you very much for this opportunity to be present here today. It's a very interesting topic that has been given to us. Today morning there were a lot of talk about the scale of the mission. Just to put some numbers behind those argument to show why this is very, high level, sort of a very large scale mission. Around 777 districts, then we have 7,309 blocks in the country, of which 6,733 are only rural, and we have around 2,62,000 gram panchayats and 6,53,000 inhabited villages actually. So these are only inhabited villages. There are villages which are non-inhabited also. as of yesterday, only 4,900 200 villages do not have. People talked about villages that have. Only 4,209 do not have piped water supply system. So probably they will be getting it very quickly. We have around 95.66 crore. This is an assessment of rural population. And everyone spoke about the scheme, 6.83. I did a calculation, like 328 million million hectares of area. And then you have around 6.83 lakh schemes. So I did a back of the envelope calculation, shows there is one scheme for every 5 square kilometer. So this is the level of density of the number of schemes that have been rolled out under the mission. And a large number of them are basically 5.78 lakh of them are a single village, and around 80,000 are multi-villages, and 2,590 are bulk water supply, just only water supply systems. There is an interesting shift that has happened from the early Jal Jeevan Mission days to the current days now, which are around 5 to 6 years down the line now. Earlier in 2015 or 2019, when the mission was started, the general understanding was that 85% of the water for the rural areas are met from ground and 15% from surface. Now there is a distinct shift that has happened under the mission. The shift is, right now the ratio stands at 52:48, which means 52% of our schemes are groundwater based and 48% have shifted to the surface water. Clearly the trend started with Gujarat, big large piped water supply schemes, then followed by Telangana, and large number of states have now taken up this surface water based schemes rather than the groundwater based schemes. And one of the consequences is that the cost of the mission itself has more than doubled now. So we have got, earlier when it was launched, it was around $49 billion, which is roughly around 3.6 lakh crore, and right now it's almost $100 billion for that moment. It's now at around, estimated at around that level. The topic about measurement is very important. Today morning, no less than the NHRC Secretary General was emphasizing about it. This mission had a large number of digital transformative initiatives starting from the beginning. It implemented starting from its IMIS dashboard, where you can go down and check the individual's name. Even every individual has got benefited also. Now there was also a committee that was constituted by the mission, which was an expert committee that went into the measurement of water, how it can be done, what sensors have to be put, what are the different levels in which you have to approach this particular thing for measurements. So they recommended a 3-tier approach, and one of them was basic, intermediate and advanced. So each of this basic has got around limited number of sensors, equipments like 3 sensors, one for water level, one for measuring the water level in the tank, the other for chlorination. Add another 3 more thing, one sensor at the distributary, one sensor at the district metering area, then 2 more sensors, one pressure sensor at the tail end, then another 1 more sensor for water quality. This was the intermediate. A third one has got additional thing. It has got 9 sensors, and it has a additional sensor in the sense that an intermediate consumer level sensor was also done in this advanced. So literally, the committee actually recommended the intermediate approach for most of the schemes. So roughly, if you have got around 6.8 track schemes, and if I take, let's say, even a 6 sensors for the schemes, I need around 55 lakh sensors, equipments, and this thing. So now, what is the market for this? The committee also said that each of these schemes would be roughly costing, the intermediate scheme would be roughly costing 6.5 lakhs as on 2022. So right now we are in 25. I'm not discounting, I'm not taking that inflation factor into consideration. But even if I take that 6.5 itself, it shows me that an investment of $49 billion is required to achieve complete measurement and monitoring of water supply in this country. For 6.83 lakh schemes, I need $49 billion, which roughly works out 5 lakh crores. So this is the rough estimate of the market for this particular thing. And if you take, let's say 15 people get a job, this is a UN estimation, that if you invest 1 million in the water sector, you get 15 jobs, direct jobs. Indirect jobs is separate. So 15 jobs mean that you are going to have 7,35,000 people are going to get jobs only with measurement and monitoring. Mind you, I am not talking about the water. The utility part is completely separate. I am only talking about the measurement and monitoring part. This is the level of jobs that can be generated to this. That's for the capital when the investments actually happens. Now, what is the O&M? Normally, we take around 15 to 20% as the O&M requirements. And if I go with that calculation, it will be roughly around 1.5 lakhs in continuum for maintenance of this. This is a huge opportunity, and there is a huge money also probably would be available under the Jal Jeevan Mission too, if I am not wrong, as the ministry is now thinking of investing a large amount of funds for this. Just imagine a situation, every junior engineer is in charge of a block. We have around 7,000 blocks in the country, and each of these blocks around have almost 100 to 150 schemes. So how this poor guy every day will know that whether which part of the scheme is working, where the water is flowing, where the water has got stopped, whether there is a leakage in the system or not, unless and until you have got a monitoring and measurement mechanisms, it's not going to be physically possible for anyone to actually do the proper maintenance and ensure service delivery. And these sensors are also going to help you for monitoring your water quality. Now, water quality is not a new thing in this country. I can tell you, just I am slightly digressing from the current topic to Ramayana. So there is a small scene in Ramayana that talks about the water quality's importance. Bharata was called by his father Dasharath when Kaikeyi asked for 2 boons, asking Rama to go out and give the country to Bharat. So Bharata was called. So the people go, call Bharata, and he comes. When he comes to know that, the country is to be given to him, Rama has to go. So he starts shouting at his mother, and then he goes to Rama's mother, Kaushalya. And Kaushalya, this is all I am quoting from Valmiki Ramayana. I am not quoting it from my own thing. So, in Valmiki Ramayana, Valmiki says, Kaushalya started telling, Abhi tum kush ho gaye kya? Abhi to tumhe wo milne wala hai. Tum kush raho, all those things. No, Bharata feels so bad. Ki bhai, I have never been a person who thought that I should go ask Rama to go out of this. And he says, Maji, aisa nahi hai. Agar main aise sachi mein agar chahta, to let me undergo 23 sins. A person who thought that Rama should go to first. He listed the 23 sins. And the 18th sin is, he says, that let me get the sin of a person who has polluted the water resource. So this particular is the pollution of a water in this country is actually thought as a sin and not as something. Today left, right and center you will find articles on this. So why I said this, the water quality that we emphasize today is very important. There is also a similar incident in Mahabharata, but I don't want to go into that. It will take more time out of my time. Now broadly, the number of people that we require for maintaining these systems also we saw. There are 4 broad components in this monitoring systems, You've got networking, you've got clouds, you've got apps. And we also are thinking of putting a dashboard in the panchayats. So which means that you will be requiring around 3 lakh television sets in these panchayats for actually looking at these dashboards. So technology actually is not even restricted to this particular thing. In fact, since this restricts itself only to measurement and monitoring, I am not going into the other aspects of technology. There are a large number of aspects of technology. There are technology aspects for constructions. There are, tanks that can be built in 2 days, 7 days. There are tanks that it takes years to construct. Concrete tanks take a lot of time to construct. You got timing problems are also you are having. There are 2 distinct, visions of this technology. One that is seen from the public health engineer's perspective. The other seen from the public's perspective, like Gram Panchayat or somebody. Suppose if I am a normal guy, sits in a village, what is my requirement out of this particular thing is, I need just to know what is the quantity I am getting every day in my village, what is the quality, on what is the regularity. The thing, then from the assets maintenance perspective, it is infra details, like what is the type of the pipe there, what is the type of the tank there, what is the depth at which it is going, what is the pressure that is there. Then also it's functioning, whether the motor is functioning or not. And it also helps me to do the preventive and breakdown maintenance. There is also an interesting calculation that says that if you don't get water for one day, this is the calculation from the US, it's not from India, so that we don't have a calculation for this in India. They lose around $121 billion if there is no water in one day in US, right? And there will be 5.27 lakhs of jobs will be lost because of absence of water for one day. So ensuring the presence of water through monitoring and measurements is one of the major goals. And now I'll leave the floor to my friends now. Now may I request Mr. Divyang Vahela, Mr. Divyang Vahela of Credit. He's the one who drives water and sanitation in Tata Trust, and that takes a lot of large-scale initiatives to access the safe water, sanitation and all. He brings with him over 2 decades of experience in developmental sectors, deep expertise in water security, sanitation systems and community-led approaches, and institutional developments. Mr. Vagela, the floor is yours. Hope you have got a presentation to me. Yeah, please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so by the time they set up the presentation, just 2 disclaimers. The digital revolution has been very fast paced, so the presentation which I'm going to share with you is little old, but it's, I think, the kind of a base which we started on how the JJM, so when the JJM was envisaged as a, providing a large scale program in India, how you are going to create an accountability for service delivery, how you are going to measure and monitor whether the water is supplied of right quality, quantity, regularity and equity. So those are some of the principles with which this has been started. Obviously today I think there have been a lot of other elements already added into it, so that way the technology has moved on, but I think the basic challenges, basic questions which Mr. Muralidharan also raised are still very, very relevant, and that's why I would just like to look at a little larger macro perspective. Some of the operational aspects which are also going to be maybe useful for us to at least debate, deliberate, and when someone says that $50 billion investment is required for setting up the systems, whether that kind of a resources or public financing are available or not, and if it's not, then what we are going to lose out. So I think those are some of the questions, but will be dealt more in terms of a technology piece, and also share some of the things which I think now emerging in terms of a recent past, which I think I would like to share with you 1 or 2 thoughts with the colleagues, so that I think you can get some more broader idea. Okay, so I don't want to go into the key why water supply gets failed, why water supply is facing challenges about the operation maintenance, the service delivery area issues, or even the equity issues. Mr. Muralidharan already has set that context, so I'll just quickly try to focus on in terms of what are the, if you look at as a layman, what is the system? So we are living in urban space, so we know our society has water supply system. You go to the rural, you will also get the water supply system. In every stage, there are areas which might be a challenge. So it could be a pump which is not functioning well, it could be a source which is drying up, which maybe the quality may not be right, so that we can't bring that water. The pressure is not good, so you might have to some additional pump at the household level you have to put up. So there are various elements which are part of the system, and we divide it into in terms of what is the source level challenges, what is the treatment level challenges, what are the distribution level challenges, and what are the storage level challenges. And if we address this into a piece, rather than piecemeal, we look at it an integrated approach, I think the whole efficiency aspects could be effectively addressed. Earlier session was more in terms of water utility. I think the water utility is one of the biggest challenge or biggest role is to build a trust. Build a trust in terms of I'm going to provide you a water which is regular, adequate, safe, with the pressure, with the equitable, consumption or distribution. If that trust is built, I think the people are ready to pay. The experiences we have in many parts of the country where we support the community-centric approach, the household's average annual income is around 30,000 rupees, but women of those households still pay 80 rupees to 100 rupees every month because they know that the water which is available at my doorstep, saving substantial amount of my time, I can put into the productive use, I can spend time with the children, I can focus something with my kids on education. So I think the social and opportunity cost has been very, very high when the water comes at home. And to ensure that, I think that accountability part, the transparency part is very, very important. What are some of the objectives for the digital technology? Obviously, democratization of the information. Today we have all the information available on our mobile, tab, laptop. We might take some decisions, okay? We know that, okay, my flight is delayed, I'll start a little late. Democratization of information is very, very critical, and that's, I think, the whole key pillar of the digital revolution. And I think that also is very much relevant for the drinking water schemes or any other public utility services, be it health, education, nutrition, and anything on that space. Two things I think very important. Today morning someone says how the water is being supplied. Someone can say there are sensors, and some colleagues are going to share about that, how they are measuring how much water is being supplied. But if you look at the number, the 15 crore households who are getting water, whether every household is getting water equitable in terms of the 55 liter per capita per day, with the right pressure, if someone in the front, in the distribution system, in the households which are located in the first few, pipeline network, they will get more pressure water, whereas in the tail end household will not get that pressure, and that's the equity part is becoming very, very critical. And once the equity part is compromised, people will not pay for that services. So the few households who are not getting water will not pay. Initial stage people also will not start pay water, and then it becomes the economic viability issue, financial challenges, because the philosophy of the JJM is that every village has to manage their own water by pricing water basic for the supply part. Okay, so these are some of the elements which I think we thought of at least should be focused as a part of our objectives. And then we divide it into in terms of a system. So what kind of a system help us? So obviously there are a lot of evolution happen in the sensor technology. I think the Denmark and Israel both talked about it, that how they are managing their systems using the technology. So sensors are available. Economy of scale can make the sensors cheaper, okay? But that economy of scale should have to have there. So the first critical elements about the hardware, how the sensors can help you in terms of collecting those information, whatever, quality, quantity, regularity. Second, in terms of the cloud mechanism, what kind of a communication tool we need to use. And again, it has a very strong, progression happen in that space. Now you can create a LoRaWAN system within the village. You can create a Wi-Fi network which can give you the data even if you don't have a very high-powered mobile communication connection. So that way you can create alternative ways to capture the data and information which can then help in terms of a decision-making process. And then the third and fourth is very, very important. Who are using this information? When I say democratization of the data and information, who are using the information? These are the two major or three major players which I see is important. One, the PhD department who are responsible for setting up a system, but in a way also look at the system should not fail technically so that they can have the data and information so they can support the panchayat, they can support the utility services to ensure that the system runs well. Second is service delivery provider. Someone says that there are 6 lakh households, 6 lakh villages, all of them are public utility service. If they have information, and as I mentioned that if they can build the trust among the users, the viability related challenges can be addressed. And the third and most important, the user, the household who has information available, how much water I got, and accordingly if I can pay, would be the best way to look at in future. So I think these are the three critical stakeholders should use the technology well. The technology dashboard, and one of my bosses used to always say, garbage in, garbage out. So if you have a data which is not of good use, it will always sitting into the dashboards, but it's not being usable. I think the whole idea of this whole digital technology use was to ensure that these three critical players should have information and then can act upon, and we'll share some broader thought process on it. These are some of the things which we, I think, have done, and now many states have already adopted it. So this is something which in terms of a very frugal system. So sometimes we say that the IoT sensors and this whole technology is not working in the villages. So when we piloted this, we did it in Ladakh, we did it in Uttarakhand, we did it in Nagaland, we did it in Gujarat, we did it in Rajasthan, all kind of terrains, locations where the system should be working, should be giving you the data on regular basis. So that was the whole hypothesis when we selected these regions, so that it should work in all weather conditions or any situations. So that's, I think, this system will give you the information. Mr. Muralidharan already mentioned this part, so I don't want to get into a little deep. What kind of a technology we should use? If you go for an intermediate system, which is the B point, which you would require $50 billion, may not be ideal to look at $50 billion investment. Can we look at the basic parameters in the first category, which is a basic, which can at least give you 2 or 3 data points, which can help building the transparency and at the same time accountability. And that will make that system is important to run without any hitches or without any problems. Now, when I say that this is very simple water management systems, you need 4 parameters. One, you need to know what is your groundwater tables. I think 51% if villages are using the groundwater, I need to monitor my groundwater table. If you don't monitor it, then you can't regulate water supply, because in one data points which we found that per liter LPCD usage is 125 to 175 liter per capita per day being used as against 55. So there may be a lot of areas where the water is being misused or maybe overused, which may not be ideal situation, because that puts a lot of pressure on your groundwater resources. So I think it's important that you get that information. And these are the dashboard at the village level. This dashboard is not at the top management. The panchayat level, if you put up a screen, if you can provide this into the dash in your mobile, they will get the information and they can always use this information for their day-to-day, management part. Second part, I think is important about you can ensure the automation of systems. In Gujarat, many farmers now using the mobile phone to switch on and switch off their pump in irrigation systems. Now it's a very low cost, very easy to use technology, can also adopt into the managing the water supply distribution systems in the rural area. A few states like Tamil Nadu has done, Andhra has done some, Telangana has done some work on that. If it can be done universally, the manual interventions could be eliminated at all. And then you might actually reduce the cost part equally for those things. And this is something in a village where, in Rajasthan, that you can provide that indicative information which is in local language, so people know कि पानी की गुणवत्ता अगर green tick है तो सही है, red है तो सही नहीं है. And if they can go little deep into it, they will get the larger information. So all these information are very easily understood by the community because they are going to manage the systems without any external interventions. The last part is which is more important for the policymakers, which I was thinking about, and someone says how you are going to recover this $50 billion if you are going to make a one-time investment. I think the O&M of this whole infrastructure which has been created in Jal Jeevan Mission is going to be critical part. The asset management is going to be very, very, very critical in going forward. If you have a data, you have a more targeted solution orientation. Accordingly, you can put your human resources. Accordingly, you can manage your inventory. Now, if you look at the right-hand side map, which is again it's a more indicative, it is not currently available, but if you put the monitoring system across your villages, you will be able to see which district performing well, which village performing well, and which villages are facing challenges or which districts are facing challenges. Accordingly, you can invest your resources. So my allocation of the budget for X district versus Y districts is based on the information rather than currently sometimes we do it very ad hoc basis based on the equal, either the population size or equal distribution of the districts. So this is going to be very important for the policymaker when they create the budget and system so that they can manage things very easily. These are some of the how we can actually ensure that. So in Rajasthan, we have put up in the cluster level system, and we found that the equitable distribution was not happening. One cluster was not getting water as per the required pressure. They complained it to the Sarpanch, but Sarpanch already got that information because there is some issue on the valve. They've repaired the valve and they got the water distribution in that village. So it doesn't require any external PhD engineer to come and repair. The local panchayat or a plumber can also repair those things once they have an information available.
So Divyang, I think we are running out of...
Okay, sure. So I think I'm almost done. So these are some of the benefits. I just maybe take 30 seconds to share with you 2 points, which I think currently a few people are doing. Aragyam is doing something called digital public infrastructure. There are a lot of database sitting into different departments. How you can collate those data points and take decisions. Giving you a simple example. If health department share the data of the diarrheal disease burden, specifically during the monsoon, I think the more targeted approach could be taken up about the chlorination or disinfection technology. So I think this whole data need to talk to each other rather than being in silos. And that's why I think very important that the whole digital technology can revolutionize the sector. But one last disclaimer is that technology is always an enabler. It cannot put water into the pipeline or a tap, and hence the digital technology need to be used mindfully and ensure that it will always help us to enable the ecosystem rather than solving the problem. So that's all from my end. Thank you very much for patient listening.
Thank you, Mr. Waghela. I now request Mr. Pradeep Kumar Swain, former CEO of WATCO Odisha. He has a distinguished expert with 40 years of experience in water supply and sanitation. He is retired as Chief Engineer and CEO of WATCO, and where he led transformative improvements in urban water supply service delivery. Mr. Swain currently serves as a member of National Task Force for 24/7 drinking water from tap supply, continuing to shape national policy. Please welcome Pradeep Kumar Swain.
Good afternoon and namaskar. The subject is that providing clean pipe water to all, assuring clean pipe water to all. So, first of all, assuring what? And clean, how much clean? These two things must be clarified. Shall I assure to give 2 hours daily or 4 hours 2 times daily? Or shall I assure to give water which is clean to see, visibly clean? So these two words are very important words. We are public health engineers. We deal with public health. Our subject is to prevent waterborne diseases. If we fail to prevent waterborne diseases, then outbreak of the waterborne diseases happen and doctors step in to cure. So my failure invites the doctors, and I believe prevention is better than cure. So the clean means it should be clean such that no waterborne diseases will be outbroken. That means it should conform to the standards. The standards has been described in CPHO manual, in IS 10500. So my clean water should conform to IS 10500. And my assurance should be continuous supply. Because without continuous supply, you cannot give clean water. A water network system is an electromechanical system, and no water network system in the world is leak-proof. It is not gas or it is not oil. So there is leakages. And in intermediate water supply, in non-supply hours, so negative pressure develops in the pipeline, So the pollutants from the outside enter into the pipeline through the leak points, and they wait for the next supply, and in the next shift of supply they enter to my consumer through the tap. So intermediate water supply cannot assure safe, clean, potable water. So therefore, the only answer is that we have to go for continuous pressurized supply. That means 24/7 water supply. That is the only answer for preventing waterborne diseases. In Odisha, we have implemented it. We started piloting from 2019. In 2019, Puri became the first city in the country to become the DFT, directly drink from the tap. No further treatment is required, no filtration is required. And till date, 11 cities in Odisha have been completed, and work is going on in another 14 cities. So we name it DFT. 24/7 is the skeleton, and with some value addition with regard to the quality, so it becomes drink from tap projects. And Government of India has accepted it and modified the norms of Amrit 2.0, and they have given instruction all the states, and all the states now are implementing DFT projects. So that assurance is, we have 9 SLB parameters, everybody knows this. Physical coverage, universal coverage, continuity, so then NRW, then this quality, then complete redressal system, cost recovery, collection efficiencies, all these things. There are 9 parameters. So continuity, the target is 24 hours, not 2 hours, 3 hours. So only in 24/7 water supply we can achieve all 9 SLB parameters. So some speaker in the morning in the first session are telling regarding achievement of SDG 6. So unless we go for DFT 24/7 water supply, how SDG can be achieved? So SDG only can be achieved by this 24/7 water supply. So in 24/7 water supply, the subject is that scale of digital technology for measurement and monitoring. The 24/7 is full of technologies of measurement and digital intervention. In 24/7 water supply, nothing is manual. Everything is automated. You see, from the source, from the intake well at river, to the WTP, to the zonal reservoir, to the distribution system, everything is digitized. Everything is connected, and communication machine to machine. No human intervention. You see, if my WTP wants water, more water, then it will speak to the intake well automatically, and motor will start running. Whether 2 motors will run, 1 motor will run, or half a motor will run by providing VFD, variable frequency drive, everything is already programmed. So from the WTP to the zonal reservoir, then seamlessly the communication is there through pressure transmitters. And if the zonal reservoir is feeding to the DMA, so the reliable transmitters are there. And altitude pilot control valves are there, not electrically operated, it is mechanically operated due to differential pressure of water. When the elevated service reservoir is empty, automatic feeding will be there. When it is full, automatic stop. So then distribution system. At the entry of the DMA, there is flow meters. At the entry of the sub-DMA, there is flow meters. At each lane level, bi-lane level, there are flow meters, and there are flow meters at the consumer level, consumer water meters. So this helps in water audit. How much water I am supplying and how much the consumers are getting, that is more important. You see, in the previous manual, the NRW was just 20%. 1% in raw water regimen, 1% in clear water regimen, 3% in WTP, and 15% in distribution network. Now, recently it has been revised. The recent manual does not allow intermediate water supply, everything 24/7 water supply. So that means that one remains constant. Only this 15 in distribution system has been reduced to 10. So I have to keep the non-revenue water of the distribution system within 10. So that is only possible by rigorous monitoring by flow measurements. See, suppose lane level, I fix a water meter entry point of the lane. There are 50 houses, 50 water meters. So I will take reading, consecutive reading, 24 hours interval. So 50 water meter readings, and I will compare with the lane level metering. If it is not matching, that is somewhere at some level the house service connection is leaking. So I have to verify that. So for monitoring, the NRW is most vital subject of 24/7 water supply, apart from quality. Because NRW in most of the Indian cities is more than 50%. If you lost more than 50% of the treated water, so how can you supply? So it has to be brought down. Therefore, so many digital interventions there apart from this metering. One example I am telling, so less time. I had a presentation, but I am not going for the presentation due to the shortage of time. At least 1 hour should have been given to talk on this. So 10 minutes, nothing. Anyway, you see, I am only speaking of one instrument that is known as control valves, flow control valves, which is installed at the appropriate point of the sub-DMA. What does it do? You see, a DMA, the land is not fairly labeled like this. The land may be undulated. There may be elevation difference. So if there is elevation difference, what will happen? Only low-end persons will get water, high-end persons will not get water. Even if there is a disparity in type of constructions, suppose in a road, one side there is one-story building, one side there are four-story buildings. So who will get water? Only the one-story building will get water, four-story building will not get water. So what to do? That is why these sub-DMAs are created within the DMAs, and these control valves are installed. This control valve, they regulate the pressure. They regulate the pressure so that equitable pressure distribution is there. That means all will get pressure all will get water at equal pressure. And another beauty is that, you see, the consumption pattern of the public of a city or within a DM is not same. You don't use same water from 6 am to 10 am, whatever water you use. You don't use from night 12 to 4. You don't use in the noon hours. So that you have to study the consumption pattern and accordingly program it. It is a programmable, it is software driven thing. You program it in different patterns, can be programmed in 8 to 12 patterns. So accordingly, the pressure distribution is varied so that you control the NRW.
Mr. Pradeep Swain sir, please kindly.
So my time is over. A lot of things was there to be spoken, but I don't know why they called me and why this meeting is conducted. Anyway, thank you. But this digital intervention in DFT water supply, in 24 water supply is full of digital intervention and full of measurements. So the answer to this may be rural, may be urban, but we have to switch over from the intermediate water supply to the 24/7 DFT water supply. Then only the target can be achieved. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pradeep Kumar Swain. We will request UNOPS to kindly give them another opportunity for later on when we go another similar program. I now invite Mr. Paresh Kumar, CEO and co-founder, Development Insights Private Limited. Mr. Paresh is a leading practitioner in research, monitoring, evaluation and learning with over 25 years of experience. As a co-founder and CEO of Development Insights, he provides data-driven insights across 29 states, specializing in public health and wash measurement. He is also the founder of Clean Cut Magazine, India's first evidence-based social development platform, Clear Cut Magazine, social development platform, and is author of Is It Really Clean? Creating Wash Index. Please welcome Mr. Paresh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Muli, for the generous introductions. I think I'll try to make up for the extra time that the other panelists have taken, and I'll be mindful of the time and make sure that I don't give you the opportunity to give me a reminder. So it's a wonderful lineup, great panel, and amongst the highly knowledgeable people on the thematic area of water, I probably am a misfit here. But the only silver lining that I have is that I am a monitoring and evaluation professional, and I analyze, and I tell stories based on the data on different thematic areas, including water sanitation and hygiene. I would like to start with a small real story. It was in 2016. We were conducting an impact evaluation for Tata Water Mission's BCD approach in Gujarat. I was there in Gujarat conducting the training with some brilliant data collectors, men and women. One of the component of that particular study was also water handling and water purification. So I picked up this glass of water and I asked the lady sitting in the front row and asked her, "Do you think this water is clean?" And she told me, "ये तो आप बताएंगे सर कि ये क्लीन है कि नहीं है, मुझे तो क्लीन ही लग रहा है। मुझे ये समझना है कि क्या ये पानी मेरे बच्चे के लिए साफ है पीने के लिए। Is this water safe?" Now that was the moment that really made me feel about what is monitoring, what is measurement, and how a data is to be looked at. What I could gather from that conversation is that people don't need data, they want answers, and they want answers which are credible enough, which are trustworthy. And let's also understand that digital systems, data infrastructure don't directly improve service deliveries, any service deliveries, including water service deliveries, but decisions do. A decision which is based on good data, reliable data, which is based on accountability and inclusion. And therefore, with that, I'm going to touch upon 3 key aspects, parameters of data, which perhaps is going to be critical in the road ahead for the mission here. So I'll be touching upon very briefly on data quality, which will completely, coming from my experience as a data collector. I'll be touching upon briefly on the aspect of fixing accountability, and the third one will be on bridging the gap of digital divide amongst the community. And as a storyteller, I'll try to speak in a way which resonates with everyone. So picture this conference hall as a village, and each row sort of kind of a hamlet or a habitation. Now imagine the people in the end, in the last row, पीछे बैठे हुए जो भाई बहन हैं, वो कहते हैं कि we have 100% tap connection. हमारे यहाँ सभी के घरों में tap connection है. And we get whispers from the front row that we just get about 20 minutes of water supply in a day. Somewhere in the middle row, they say that the water pressure is so erratic. But Khale, what I've seen in the villages is pretty much similar. So when we see on the papers, the coverage is 100%, but service really, is it 100%? That's something that we all must try and introspect. So what we must really understand is that data quality is not just entering the data, but also meaningful data which is useful at different levels in terms of usage. So in our monitoring and evaluation parlance, we often say that if we measure wrong indicator, we are going to manage wrong problems. And therefore, if we are just measuring infrastructure, we are not managing, we are managing only infrastructure, not managing other issues of equity, other issues of reliability, other issues of accountability, and so on and so forth. Now, moving to the second point of fixing accountability, I have lived in Delhi NCR region for last 25 years. I've lived in Delhi, I've lived in Gurgaon, I've lived in Noida. I've seen, this is a personal experience. In some areas, the water supply is very decent. Gurgaon water pressure is actually really erratic. Currently where I live now, Noida, breakdowns are very, very often. Now Delhi Jal Board or Gurgaon Authority or the Noida Authority, now imagine they are using different dashboards. They are using different indicators. They are using different definitions for an indicator. And if I, at the Delhi NCR region, if I want to collate all of these information and see how Delhi NCR is functioning, it is extremely, extremely challenging for me. So therefore, it is important that we have, sort of common kind of indicators, common definitions, common metadata. I mean, village ID somewhere is used differently, somewhere the village ID is used differently in different states. So therefore, to collate data at state, at national level, it is very important that we have some sort of commonalities. And, data accountability has to be at different levels. Data is there. I was feeling very cold sitting here, and everyone knew that the temperature needs to be managed. And then some lady went up and requested the people managing the hall to control the temperature. So the data is there, the accountability is also there. So in our parlance, again, we say if there is no accountability, that dashboard is just like a decoration. It looks impressive, but nobody acts it. It's of no use. Similar, I'll draw a parallel with the Nikshay app, and maybe some of you may be knowing about it. The tuberculosis, that application that maps all the tuberculosis incidences in a region. It is a very successful application, and it became successful not because the application drove it. It was successful because the states conducted monthly review meetings. So I think as an accountability measure, monthly review meetings at the block level, at the district level, can be considered to ensure success of the mission. I have personally met with a couple of village water and sanitation committee members, the women who take charge, and thank you so much, and sorry for being the defaulter. So I'll quickly do this. So this applications, Divyang was also demonstrating a lot of those dashboards and the applications that are being used. I meet with a lot of frontline workers when I go to the field, in the health sector, in the water sanitation and hygiene sector. The biggest challenge that I see amongst them is that they have a very flashy, application, 10 wonderful charts being displayed, icons which resemble like alien to them. The pressure is indicated in decimal values. The chlorine level is indicated in milligram per liter. They will not, for them, they think that this is not for us. This is alien to us. So maybe, having, so they have mobile phones, they have smartphones, they have applications. So, digital divide is not just about having a smartphone or internet connection. It is also about knowing how to use it, where to use it, because it is important. One of the speakers previously talked about building the capacities of all the frontline workers. So we should be training not just about what to click, where to click, what to scroll, what not, but also about what are the decisions that you should be taking. Let's say, for instance, if your water tank level goes down to 30%, what should be your decision? What should be your decision when you see that there is frequent breakdowns happening? So what should be your operation and maintenance decision that you should be taking? So this was about the digital divide that we can consider, that we can think of towards successful JJ mission. So before I close, I just want to leave everyone with just one simple thought, that if a dashboard alerts triggers some action, and if any data point that is available at any level, if that becomes a part of the discourse of the community, of the people of the village, I think that's where the digital technologies become dignity for the people. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience listening.
Thank you so much, Mr. Paresh Kumar, and I would like to now welcome Ms. Hiranya, Business Development Lead at Realtek GPS Systems, where she drives partnerships and scaling of smart water management solutions. Previously at the Wash Innovation Hub at ASCI, she led national projects including Jal Hi Amrit with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, supported by several startups in the water and sanitation sector, and worked extensively on sewage treatment plant performance improvement and nature-based wastewater treatment solutions. Ms. Hiranya, floor is yours.
Thank you, Murli sir. Hi, everyone. So, it was a very interesting session, starting from the first one, where we understood that intermittent water supply is where India is. Basically, in the rural space, majority of us are at the intermittent water supply, where we aim to go to the 24-hour water supply. So now, when we are talking about intermittent water supply, and our previous session, we learned that the 73rd Amendment put the onus on the panchayats to manage these distribution networks within their gram panchayats. So when we are talking about a gram panchayat, it contains about 10 to 15 villages. Majority of them, the tanks look like that, and one waterman running between the tanks. And when he does not know what is the level of water inside those tanks, they obviously tend to overflow. That is the problem that we are solving. Now, intermittent water supply has a huge dependency on surface reservoirs. Like I said earlier, a waterman climbs on these railings that are dangerous. It is very inefficient and frequent overflows. We know that the water that we get into the pipe systems is transported from about 200, 300 kilometers in some cities and villages. And we cannot afford to lose that. But inevitably, we lose about 50% of that water in India. What are the impacts of that? The urban local bodies struggle to deliver piped water supply at a timely manner to every household. Pressure is less, inefficient. Quality is not assured. Citizens experience irregular water supply. So what is iTank? iTank is our flagship product that completely automates this solution. When you see this video, you'll understand that some of the points that we spoke about, quality, quantity, and reliability, we address all of them. And we try our best to do a little bit for the sector that we are in. So this is iTank.
Across India, villages and towns continue to rely on an unreliable intermittent water supply. This forces GPs and to depend on storage reservoirs, while operators manually check levels, open valves, and move from tank to tank. The result is frequent overflows, unreliable timing, higher energy use, and water that isn't always safe. A smarter, more reliable way to manage water systems is both possible and overdue. Introducing iTank, the smart water automation system. We use IoT technology to bring cost-effective and 24/7 non-stop water automation solution.
This technology-driven approach makes water management smarter, faster, and more cost-effective.
Wireless sensors track water levels, flow of water, and assure water quality.
சென்சார் மாட்டி இருக்கிறாங்க. அந்த சென்சார்ல வந்து நமக்கு காமிக்கும். இப்போ பாத்தீங்கன்னா அதுல 69% இருக்கு. 90 வந்தோனே கட் ஆஃப் ஆயிடும்.
Smart controllers and valves manage filling and distribution automatically. In addition to that, our automatic chlorinator will keep chlorine pH level.
முத வந்துங்க நம்ம சிரமப்பட்டு மூட்டையெல்லாம் கொண்டு போவேன். ஐட்டேங்க வந்துருந்து அதை கரைச்சி அதை அளவு கரெக்டாக கொடுத்துருதுங்க. நான் இதுக்கு முன்னாடி வந்து தண்ணி பிரச்சனை ரொம்ப பெரும் பிரச்சனையாக இருந்துச்சுன்னா
தண்ணி ஒரு நேரம் வரும், ஒரு நேரம் வராது, ஒரு வீட்டுக்கு வரும், ஒரு வீட்டுக்கு வராமையும் போகலாம். ஐட்டாங் மாட்டினதுக்கு அப்புறம் காலையில 6 to 8 2 மணி நேரம் தண்ணி வந்து கரெக்டா வந்துட்டு இருக்குது. ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வீட்டுக்கு தண்ணி வருதோ எவ்வளோ நேரம் வருதோ அதே மாதிரியே கடைசியில் இருக்கிற வீட்டுக்கும் அதே அளவு அதே சமமா வருதுங்க தண்ணி.
You get 24/7 dashboards that help on-time water supply, predictive insights, and instant mobile alerts to stop waste before it happens.
கரண்ட் ரொம்ப சேவிங்ஸ் ஆயிடும். 25,000 30,000 வந்துட்டு இருந்த கரண்ட் பில்லு அப்படியே ஒரு 15,000 குறைஞ்சிருக்கு.
iTank runs completely on solar power.
After implementation of iTank, everything was changed. It's truly game changer for entire customers. It's designed in simplicity in mind. Even non-technical people operate easily without any special training. Significantly improved overall efficiency and reduced manpower requirement.
iTank is already automating over 600 government tanks and 3,000 industrial tanks.
iTank is an ISO certified, made in India, smart water management system designed for sustainable water solution for homes, industries,
Across
and
India,
communities.
contact us today to learn how we can transform your water management.
So some of the points that were brought in the discussion was one that I borrow from sir is that there are so many symbols or information that is showed in the dashboard that no one can interpret. But we built this from ground up. So we made sure that everything is graphical, easy to operate. Even the watermen without any special training can operate it through their mobile phones. The information is sent to the citizens, to the Gram Panchayats and to the watermen. Everyone shares the same dashboard. Everyone knows when the water is coming, why is the water not coming, in case the water is not coming. The two main expenditure for any Gram Panchayat is electricity and water, which are the main overheads for them. And water supply is where, inefficient water supply is where their pockets that are already, like very small, we put a hole in that. So iTank is trying to stitch that hole. After implementation of iTank in Ponmudi, it's a Gram Panchayat in Erode district, where 50% of electricity bill was saved. The pumps don't get spoiled that often because the dry run is prevented. So these things, although small, can impact the sustenance of the infrastructure that the nation is putting so much money into. We heard huge numbers, and in spite of putting so much money and taxpayers' money into an infrastructure, if we cannot ensure that it is managed sustainably, then an asset becomes a liability. What we need today is not only supply augmentation. We need to manage what we already have efficiently and more intelligently. That's where innovations like iTank come in, where we shift from reactive management to more autonomous and data-driven operations. Why iTank stands apart is that we manufacture about 95% of our components in-house. We have a manufacturing facility in Coimbatore, and that is why the cost comes down by 1/3 compared to the global SCADA systems. Also the AMC, we ensure, and our belief is that whatever we put in should run for the lifetime. So AMC is something that we pride on, and the cost of AMC is very, very less compared to other systems. It is scalable. We have done it for few tanks to hundreds of tanks. User-friendly, like I said, graphics. And it links citizen complaints directly to operational data. for transparency and accountability. Like I was saying, I just want to share a few insights from a case study that we have, from installation that we have done in Ponmudi Gram Panchayat in Erode. The Ponmudi Gram Panchayat in Erode district has about 9 villages, and it was getting 2 lakh liters per day and had 10 overhead tanks. So the TWAD supplies it to the Gram Panchayat level, and beyond that, it's the responsibility of the Panchayat to manage these 10 overhead tanks which are connected in series. What happened earlier was, out of these 19 overhead tanks. So out of these 19 overhead tanks, because the waterman was running between these tanks, only 17 were operational. Because of the overflows and all of that, water losses, only 17 of these were operational. 200 houses were not supplied with water at all. And water was supplied 2 days once. After the installation of iTank, the overflows completely stopped, which saved about 50,000 liters per day. Borewells, they had huge reliance on the borewells, 5 borewells, and Erode district is located very close to Sipcot, which is the textile, which has a lot of textile manufacturing units, and the groundwater there was in yellow color. But because these 200 houses did not have any piped water supply, they still continued to drink the yellow color water. Now, because of piped water supply, timely water supply, we could ensure that they have water that they can rely on. The dependency on borewells in general came down from 5 to 3, and what water used to come once in 2 days came twice every day. Now, effectively, what I'm saying is that for a Gram Panchayat, per KL cost came down by 30%. So this is huge for any Gram Panchayat. And the political will, or the Gram Panchayats will earn the trust of the citizens that we were talking about. That is the main objective of any intervention that we do. Our USP, or we understand that there is not continuous electricity in these villages, so everything that we do is solar powered, and we localize our solutions, tailor it to the language that is required. If we are working in West Bengal, we do the dashboard in Bengali. If we are working in Tamil Nadu, we do it in Tamil. Last point is that quality assurance. You have seen in the video that we don't do chlorine gas into the for chlorination. We don't use that, but we produce chlorine through solar electrolysis, and we dose it based on the requirement of the water that is there. Other than that, we also know that in a lot of villages, D2D tablets are used to test the level of chlorine, residual chlorine in the Gram Panchayats. Just 1 second, 1 minute, sir. And but these are just posted on WhatsApp groups. You don't know when was it tested, what was the level of chlorine, there's no accountability for this. So we have developed a dashboard with AI integration, which will click the photo of the test tube, detect the level of residual chlorine based on the color, automatically record the level of residual chlorine with the location, time, and date. So this brings in accountability and ensures public health. That's it. If you want to know something more about our solution, I'm around. So
thank you, Hirannya, for the nice presentation. So we have been told that the question and answer session can happen over the lunch. So the audience are welcome to question us at the lunch time. So just to sum up in 1 minute, actually what we have done, Mr. Waghela spoke about measurement, as a lifetime thing, and what to develop public trust by democratization of your service delivery. Then Swine sir talked about how clean water can be ensured by 24/7 supply only through monitoring. Paresh talked about 3 things: data quality, fixing accountability, and bridging the digital gap. He also illustrated that how it should be done. And thank you, Kasan. Thank you, Hirannya, for this nice example of how this your systems have helped to develop, panchayats into empowered ones through power saving and water saving and equity. So thank you very much for everyone, and I conclude with the Ayurvedic quote, which says that Amritam va apaha and Amritam sya antarikte, which means let the water be ever present and never be destroyed. Thank you, Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muralidharan, and to we are very grateful to our esteemed panelists for being on time. We would like to felicitate you for the time that you have given us here. So I request Dr. Mandal to please come on stage and felicitate our speakers. Mr. Paresh. Mr. Waghela. Mr. Muralidharan, especially to link it also to the religion, philosophy, Vedic philosophy that we have. Very interesting. Ms. Hiranya. And Mr. Pradipta. We'll break for lunch now, and we'll be back by 2:30. 2:20. 2:20. Please be back by 2:20 so we can finish the panels on time. 2:20, please.
young cadre with a distinguished record in public administration. She has played key roles in shaping national policies, including the National Rural Health Mission, major personnel and governance reforms in DOPT, and vigilance oversight in the Central Vigilance Commission. She now leads transformative efforts in water governance across the country. We welcome you, ma'am. With great pleasure, I now invite our distinguished speakers for this session. Firstly, I invite Ms. R. Vimala, Resident Commissioner, Delhi and Secretary, Government of Maharashtra on the dais. With over 30 years of administrative service in Maharashtra and belonging to the 2009 Maharashtra cadre, Ms. Vimala has served as Collector of Nagpur and CEO of the Maharashtra State Rural Livelihoods Mission, empowering over 50 lakh families through self-help groups. She has contributed to major programs including NRLM, Manrega, and Jal Jeevan Mission, and represented India internationally. She is also an award-winning officer, Hindi poet, TEDx speaker, blogger, and a YouTuber. We welcome you, ma'am. I now invite Mr. Vakil Ahmed, Director, Water for People, India, to join us on stage. Mr. Ahmed brings nearly 28 years of experience in the water, sanitation, and hygiene sector, where he has contributed to major national flagship programs. He has served as state coordinator in Uttar Pradesh and Chhattisgarh and has authored practical handbooks for masons, teachers, and Gram Panchayat secretaries on constructing model school toilets and twin leach pit systems. We welcome you, sir. Next, I invite Ms. Madhavi Purohit, Senior Manager, Aragyam, to join us. Ms. Purohit leads Aragyam's work on strengthening rural drinking water systems, especially the operation and maintenance of piped water schemes, and drives key partnership with government and non-profit organizations. Previously with WASMO in Gujarat, she supported decentralized village water supply projects and guided the organization's communication strategy. We welcome you, ma'am. Our final speaker for this session is Mr. Eklavya Prasad, Managing Trustee, Make Mine Abhiyan. With nearly 3 decades in social development, Mr. Prasad has led impactful water and sanitation initiatives across rural Bihar and Jharkhand. His work includes participatory groundwater management, sustainable drinking water solutions, and pioneering rainwater harvesting and community-led innovations in flood-prone area. We welcome you on the stage, sir. I now invite Mr. Vinod Mishra, Country Manager, UNOPS, to felicitate our panel with a planter. Ms. Archana Verma. Ms. R. Vimala. Mr. Vakil Ahmed. Ms. Madhavi Purohit. Mr. Eklavya Prasad. Thank you, Mr. Mishra. Due to time constraints, I have been asked to request the speakers to adhere to a time limit of 7 to 8 minutes. We will be giving a gentle reminder after 7 minutes and a final reminder at the 8th minute. We will now begin this session. Over to you, Ms. Verma.
Distinguished members of the panel, Vinod Mishra ji, Saraswati Prasad sir, and ladies and gentlemen. The time limit has been imposed by me because I have to rush to another meeting, so I hope I can show the way by sticking to the time myself. So the panel is going to discuss on financial sustainability of rural water supply systems. So I think we have quite a distinguished panel here, and I personally don't handle the Jal Jeevan Mission. It is handled by another department in the Ministry of Jal Shakti. So before coming here, I rushed to them and sought the inputs from them. So maybe if I falter on some data or some statistics, then I may be excused, because the topic is not mine, but it is one of the topics which is currently under a lot of examination and consideration and cognizance of both the central and the state governments. As you all know, that Honorable Prime Minister in 2019, when he spoke about securing a water secure future for India, he said that any water conservation effort needs a whole of government, whole of society approach. There can be no water security without the participation of the community. And that is why in 2019, a slew of schemes were launched. The department was merged. The Drinking Water Supply and Sanitation Department was merged from the Ministry of Rural Development, Department of Water Resources, and even the National River Conservation Directorate from the Ministry of Environment, and it was made into a Ministry of Jal Shakti, where the focus was on Jal and its empowerment and societal participation, because that's been the PM's vision, that without the society there are limitations to any initiative in government. So one of the schemes which was launched, which has really transformed the rural water supply scenario of India, as you all know, is the Jal Jeevan Mission. And at the start of the mission in 2019, only 3.23 crore households were covered, and it was just 17% of families who were getting access to a functional household tap. Whereas, as per the latest statistics, it has grown to 15.68 crore rural households, reaching 81% of rural India. So this transformation has been really transformative, and we have evidence and proof that it has really changed the the rural life scenario, and not just water, because diarrheal deaths have decreased. There has been a lot of productivity gains. Women especially, मैं पीछे देख रही हूँ कि बहुत महिलाएं हैं. I am hoping कि they are the Jal Sahelis under the JJM. Women have been empowered, and statistics have shown that wherever JJM has been implemented, there has been 35% decrease in diarrheal deaths, and 110 minutes of women's time has been saved so that they can use it in other productive activities. 5.2 lakh village health and sanitation committee under the panchayats have been formed. So JJM has been phenomenally successful. It's brought about a transformation in the rural water supply scenario. But now the mission, from its expansion phase, has now entered its endurance phase. Because in India क्या होता है कि हम स्कीम बना देते हैं, हम उसको बहुत अच्छी तरह से इम्प्लीमेंट भी कर देते हैं, बट उसको टेक फॉरवर्ड करना वो एक बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज होता है कि वो जब गवर्नमेंट एग्जिट करती है तो स्कीम कोलैप्स हो जाता है. सो इसीलिए द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज ऑफ जल जीवन मिशन टुडे इज इट्स सस्टेनेबिलिटी and its quality and community participation, for which government is committed, and there is a lot of consolidation phase work which is going on in the Jal Jeevan Mission. First is, especially since ये financial sustainability के ऊपर ये panel discussion है. So first of all, I would like to say that finance is very, very important, and financial sustainability, of course, you need, but it is not something which can be seen in a silo. अगर आपके पास बहुत पैसे हैं but capacity नहीं है, आपके पास resources का भंडार है but लोगों को पता ही नहीं है क्या करना है, community अगर disengaged है, अगर technology ही नहीं है, वही primitive कोई technology से हो रहा है और skill sets ही नहीं है उस जगह के लोगों को, तो आपको कितना भी आप फाइनेंसिंग को बढ़ा दीजिए, वो ऑप्टिमम आपको सर्विस डिलीवरी जो कि JJM से एक्सपेक्टेड है वो नहीं मिलेगा. सो दैट इज़ वाई इन द करंट फेज ऑफ कंसोलिडेशन अब प्रायोरिटी जो JJM की है वो ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस एंड लॉन्ग टर्म सस्टेनेबिलिटी है, for which a very beautiful Gram Panchayat dashboard has been created by the JJM, and ये पंचायत अब real time data record कर सकती है on functionality, water quality, monitoring and community participation. And this dashboard जो है is a very effective tool for sustainable water services where Panchayats are adopting full responsibility and ownership of the Jal Jeevan Mission scheme. And iske upar, there's a Jal Samvad booklet also. And when there is a technical challenge, ये जो escalate हो सकता है to the district technical unit through the Gram Panchayat dashboard. So now the focus in its consolidation phase has shifted to monitoring and technology and people's participation. इस पे पूरा focus है, so that the gains that the Jal Jeevan Mission has brought about in transforming the rural water supply scene in India is not lost. And एक Jal Arpan Divas bhi villages are encouraged to participate. So JJM, with its focus now on science, technology and also traditional wisdom and community, is aiming to deliver a sustainable rural water supply system. And we have many examples and best practices also under the Jal Jeevan Mission, which shows that, when you link finance to incentives, then वो ज़्यादा अच्छे से यूज़ होता है. और इसका एक एग्जाम्पल है डांग डिस्ट्रिक्ट इन गुजरात में, where women pani panchayat samitis are given performance incentives. Jal Jeevan Mission has an incentive component also when they show good O&M efficiency and revenue collection. So performance linked incentive to any financial model is what I'm trying to say is very, very essential, and not just, resource intensive approach, but a performance linked finance model. Then we have Naxal district, Gadchiroli in Maharashtra, where they, because electricity cost is also a very major challenge in JJM, pump houses को operate करना होता है and बिजली का cost ज़्यादा है, so they have gone in for solar and dual pump system. So that's also one of the ways in which, finances or जो उनके cost हैं उसको कम करने का. Then the best example is come from Jharkhand and especially Bokaro district, जहाँ जल सहियास हैं, और बहुत सारे हम जल सहियास से मिले हैं जो इतनी एम्पावर्ड हैं, ऐसे बातचीत करती हैं और जिनको कोई भय नहीं है डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन से. It's great to interact with them, and what Jal Jeevan Mission has brought to their lives, not only water but also, transformed them in terms of confidence, in terms of personality. So इसमें women को O&M में डाला गया है. Jal Jeevan Mission has shown कि जहाँ जहाँ महिलाओं का यूज़ हुआ है वहाँ पे स्कीम बेटर फंक्शन क्या है, बिकॉज महिलाएं ही सबसे ज़्यादा पीड़ित होती हैं पानी के अभाव से. एंड वो ONM करती हैं, वाटर टेस्टिंग करती हैं, और एक जल कर पोर्टल भी है जो बिलिंग एंड मॉनिटरिंग करता है. सो फाइनेंशियल मॉडल्स नीड to be integrated with skills. It needs to be integrated with performance incentives, so that kam paise में भी better optimum can be bigger impact can be made. And so I will end with a good news that we are in the process of looking for, because skilling बहुत important है, अभी भी villages में available नहीं है. तो under the National Water Mission we are looking for a center of excellence, which Secretary Sir has given me a go ahead to look, even in the private sector, anybody, जहाँ पे we emphasize on skill sets, building skill sets in water, because water and jobs, एक UNESCO का report है कि out of every 4 jobs in the world कहीं ना कहीं पानी से connected है. And with PM's push for Make in India, there is so much scope for water and jobs, जो अभी तक हम लोग उस facet को policy design में नहीं लाए हैं और उसको बहुत emphasize नहीं किए हैं. So that is something, because अगर skills अच्छे हों तो finances बहुत cost cutting हो सकता है if we have locally available good skilled human resource in the villages. So I hope that with these points I have set the tone, and I now invite Madhavi Purohit or Vimala. Vimala, I just got to know, is a very dynamic officer from Maharashtra, so I now request her for her thoughts. And you can use the mic and speak from there or use it from here.
I am thankful to Bharatlal sir. Suddenly we met the other day at the National Human Rights Conference. I was Mission Director, Jal Jeevan Mission, and he felt perhaps that my 2 bit of knowledge of whatever I had done at that time might be good to share with you. So I'm indebted to him for inviting me here, and I'm thankful for setting this tone over here. It's wonderful to be back at a task where you have performed with so much passion. Actually, I wanted to start with that small film which we have made, a video. No, ma'am, it will be visible. It's about a work we have done in Palghar. It's a tribal village of Maharashtra. So if that can be played in the meanwhile, we could just, till it gets connected. So we will be talking about the components of financial sustainability, what are the challenges in achieving it, the strategy for implementation, and what would be the expected outcomes. So actually, I'm surprised to, and was shocked when I went to a village once. Normally we go for visits. So मराठी में ही कॉन्वर्सेशन हुई थी, यहाँ मैंने हिंदी में कर रखा है, की मैंने पूछा था उनको की भाई क्या हुआ, की मतलब की बिजली का बिल आता है क्या, भरते हो का, तर त्यांनी मला सांगितलं त्यांनी मराठी, मला आम्हाला तर माहीतच नाही बिजलीचं बिल कधी येत होतं, मॅक्सच्या वेळा आलं होतं, मला असं वाटतं हे पंप लाजलं असेल, म्हणजे आम्ही जे आता आम्ही बिलच भरलेलं आहे. सो इट्स रिटन ट्रांसलेटेड लाइक दैट ओनली व्हाट आई हर्ड देन, कि मैडम बिजली का बिल तो हमने लास्ट ईयर के बाद देखा ही नहीं, पंप तो शर्मा गया होगा, इससे शायद चल नहीं रहा है. सो दैट्स द काइंड ऑफ थिंग विच हैपेंस. वी टॉक अबाउट एक्सेस टू सेफ रिलायबल ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, एसेंशियल टू रूरल डेवलपमेंट, व्हाट वी टॉक अबाउट, बट पैसे भरने की बात जब आती है, नोबडी वांट्स टू कम एंड पे अप द कॉस्ट. लाइक रिसोर्स मैनेजमेंट, वी ऑल नो हाउ वी आर ऑल लैकिंग इन मेंटेनिंग एनीथिंग. गाड़ी हम ले लेंगे, सर्विसिंग नहीं करेंगे, वो इसी पड़ी रहेगी, जंग लग रही होगी. और स्पेशली गवर्नमेंट की चीज़ें जो हमको फ्री में मिली रहती है, उसके बारे में तो अक्सर हमारा यही हालत होता है कि हमको तो भरना ही नहीं है, हमको तो चलाना ही है, मिल जाएगा. सो दीज आर नॉट मैनेज एफिशिएंटली, एंड देन कंटिन्यूसली बट यू स्टार्ट इमेजिनिंग कि कम्युनिटीज़ को चाहिए एक्सेस टू सेफ ड्रिंकिंग वाटर चाहिए, बट फाइनेंसेस नहीं है, सस्टेन नहीं हो पाता है. सो व्हाट आर द की कंपोनेंट्स, अगर हम बात करें, और जब मैंने फील्ड में भी काम किया था, कि एक कॉस्ट रिकवरी मैकेनिज्म इज so important that whether we have a transparent, affordable tariff system to recover the complete O&M system, whether we are having suitable models, that is for all the people who are practitioners here to really work back and look back as NGOs or CSOs, whoever are here, and government and people specifically. दीदियाँ बहुत सारी आई हुई हैं यहाँ पर, और मुझे लगता है कि दीदियों के वजह से महाराष्ट्र में ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हुआ था, जो हम एक छोटी सी फिल्म देखेंगे. तो मैं हमेशा दीदियों की ताकत का, हाँ अगर लग जाएगा तो दीदियों की ताकत पे मेरा पूरा भरोसा है. कहाँ से, यहीं से लगेगा. ये हमारी कुछ दीदियाँ आपको दिखेगी पालघर में, कुदन गाँव में. पहले पानी आता ही नहीं था, कभी कभार बहुत ही मुश्किल होती थी, और फिर जल जीवन मिशन आया. ये सरपंच है.
व पाणी पुरवठा अध्यक्ष आहे. माझं नाव योगिता म्हात्रे. तर राष्ट्रीय ग्रामीण पेयजल योजनेअंतर्गत आपल्या कुरण गावासाठी पाण्याची टाकी मंजूर होऊन त्याचं व्यवस्थित बांधकामही झालेलं आहे आणि त्याच्यावरनं पाण्याचं आपण डिस्ट्रीब्युशनही केलेलं आहे. 100% सर्व टॅपिंग झालेली आहे. आता पूर्ण गाव पाण्या म्हणजे चांगल्या प्रकारे पाणी मिळत आहे आपल्या पूर्ण गावात.
So whole village is getting water because of this pipe project which was sanctioned in 2018, completed in time 2019. Before Jal Jeevan, that was in RWPSS scheme. But solar is the one which has saved the day for them, is what she says. $80,000 was the bill. They could collect 35,000. Wanted to collect 1 lakh, could collect only 30. Loss of 70,000. Because of solar, bill is 35,000. So situation now. So lady is very happy. They are collecting money, managing the resources, and all this is happening because of the village water and sanitation committee managed by women. So of course important is that efficient operation, energy optimization, institutional strengthening is what I was discussing about, and asset management planning. How do you really go about managing your assets is something which is very important, and these are the main components of financial sustainability. Why? We all know safe drinking water, dignity of the woman, dignity of the family, health. We all want to have fluoride-free water, so that's very important. And of course, for our overall development, खाना तो हमने खा लिया, बिना पानी तो हम जी नहीं सकते. So if you have to survive, live, that's the most important. And infrastructure is increasing. But what we are finding is sustainability of the infrastructure is so hard. मना देती है गवर्नमेंट, इच्छा रहती है गवर्नमेंट की लोगों तक पहुंचे, पर अल्टीमेटली किसकी जिम्मेदारी है? लोगों की भी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि दे मैनेज दोज एसेट्स प्रॉपरली, एंड विदाउट फाइनेंशियल सिस्टम विल फेल. बट गवर्नमेंट इज नॉट गोइंग टू बी देयर परपेचुअली टू प्रोवाइड यू ऑल. दैट इज व्हाट वी रियली लर्नड. सो देयर वर 6 challenges essentially at that time. कि tariff collection was inadequate, operations was cost was very high, limited financial planning. हमेशा की तरह we always plan to fail because we failed to plan. So it's so important to plan all the time, I feel. And government, पैसा, काम, kapde, khana, everything. So we are always depending on government for everything. And technical inefficiency तो है ही, because हमको surprise पैसे देके लोगों का service लेना नहीं होता है. So there will be inefficiency, there will be leakage because we don't block the time properly. Pumps are not working properly, automation is not there, preventive maintenance is not there. So higher operating costs come up and low community participation. मतलब हर चीज जो है मुखिया पे होगी या सरपंच के बाद हम लोग देखें तो जो हमारा पंचायत का जो अधिकारी है उस पे रहेगा, ग्राम सेवक जो मराठी में बोलते हैं. So these are basically the challenges which we find. So what we felt at that time also and what I feel today also is, first of all we should know what is the O&M cost basically, assessment of the cost. कि हम जब घर भी चलाते हैं, बजट घर का बनता है, महीने में कितना खर्चा होने वाला, किस पे होने वाला है और कैसे हम उस फंड को मैनेज करना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. हाउ यू रियली डू द O&M assessment of the cost, community engagement is definitely important. I'm so happy, as I said before, also ladies are there. And wherever in Jal Jeevan Mission have used, I was working for MSRLM also. So wherever Didis were involved, it was found that the collection, maintenance, quality checking, everything was done perfectly at that time. Then of course we need the capacity building because पहुंचा दिया है set infrastructure पर कैसे manage करना नई चीज़ है, unless you teach them they're not going to learn. So continuous capacity building, tariff restructuring, ग्राम पंचायत resolutions तो बन जाते हैं, पर हमारे नेता ही कई बार ऐसे होते हैं कि जो बोलते हैं अरे मेरा गाँव है छोड़ दो दूसरे किसी के गाँव से कलेक्ट करो. So ये resolution बनाने में कोई मतलब नहीं, इसका implementation कितना है वो important है. So we need to have good O&M models, we should have good technology जिससे हम collection करें. पैसे भरने की भी कभी कभी लोगों की इच्छा होती है पर कई बार लाइन रहेगा, गांव में इतनी लाइन नहीं होती है. पर आजकल एवरीवन वांट्स टू यूज यूपीआई, एवरीवन इज यूजिंग अ स्कैन्ड मेथोडोलॉजी फॉर पेमेंट. सो मेक इट मोर एफिशिएंट इंटरनेट सर्विसेज एंड एनर्जी एफिशिएंट सिस्टम इज समथिंग व्हिच वी फील. सो व्हाट वुड बी द एक्सपेक्टेड आउटकम्स? डेफिनेटली इंप्रूव्ड कॉस्ट रिकवरी इज देयर व्हेन वी इन्वॉल्व द कम्युनिटी, इन्वॉल्व द पीपल, एंड वी विल रिड्यूस द रिलायंस ऑन एक्सटर्नल फंडिंग और ऑन गवर्नमेंट. High quality water services, because if you employ the people, train the women themselves, they are managing the water, the Pani Samiti, the billing, the maintenance, because there are people who are employed as technicians also for maintaining the systems in Maharashtra. So that will be ensuring that high quality services are there. Community ownership ये हमारा है. जैसे हमने पहले भी देखा था कि जब हम लोग का स्वयं स्वर्ण जयंती स्वयं रोजगार योजना था, when cows were given or buffaloes were given or anything was given, when it was given to the individual, they used to sell it off or go off somewhere with it. But when community came through Swayam Sahayata Gat, where there were 10 women coming together, community asset was there, it was maintained better because community owns better. So that is very important. In Maharashtra, more than 40,000 village water sanitation committees have been established, and I think that is perhaps one of the most important reasons why they're doing well. Energy efficient practices and then service delivery, which should be aligned with whatever is the model of the thing. So conclusion, of course, is that we to be functional, resilient, community-driven rural water supply system. Ultimately, you have to be perfectly aligned with it. Your own energy should be there with that. And proper tariffs, efficient operations, strong institutions should be there, community participation, as I mentioned, and mission mode. Like Sir Bharatlal was there, and I remember every 10 days में एक बार मीटिंग होती थी, फिर वो एक कॉन्फ्रेंस होती थी जिसमें हम सारे पार्टिसिपेट करते थे. तो वो एनर्जी ड्रिवन जो है टॉप डाउन रहता है, वो टॉप डाउन से लेके डिस्ट्रिक्ट ब्लॉक तक जब जाता है, दैट मिशन मोड अप्रोच इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर ऑफिशियल्स एंड एनीवन हु इज देयर. So ultimately, I would just say that financial sustainability isn't about cutting corners, it's about creating a resilient foundation that endures well beyond today. So let's all work together to make this possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vimla. That was wonderfully presented. And my takeaway is your words of wisdom. We plan to fail because we fail to plan. So now I request Madhavi.
Thank you, Archana ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, I'd like to say it's a privilege to be here with esteemed colleagues from central government, state departments, and CSOs, development sector partners, everybody who's here today. So I'm going to talk about 2-3 different things and very specific to financial sustainability at a VWSC level. Let me start by, I think someone else also mentioned earlier in one of the sessions today morning that the estimates for O&M itself are pretty massive. We are talking about 6 lakh schemes, multi-village, single village, all kinds of schemes, right? So some conservative estimates are, peg the number at about 1,200 to 2,500 rupees per household per year for O&M alone. So in that sense, then we are talking about lakh crore rupees for O&M over the next course of 4 or 5 years, let's say. So clearly, one source of fund cannot absorb this burden of so many lakhs of rupees, right? And so it's going to require a blended approach. It's going to require maybe the 16th Finance Commission funds or, other central funds, state funds, and of course the user tariff, the role that the community can play in that, right? So I want to highlight, with that context, I want to highlight Arghyam's own experiences with regards to tariff collection role that the VWSCs can play, and somewhere also where, because we are really talking about a huge scale now, and you cannot escape the integration of digital tools, and we are in that era already, and it can actually be a pretty good lever or enabler for a number of things. So I want to share an experience from Bihar, where in Muzaffarpur district of Bihar, across 548 wards in Sakra, Murol and Bandra blocks, we partnered with AKRSP and Water for People. Vakil sir was very much involved in that project. And the focus over there was the infrastructure was already laid, and the shift had already happened. The O&M had been transferred to the WIMC, the Ward Implementation and Management Committee. So in this project, we wanted to look at where digital can play a role in strengthening systems and helping with enhancing ownership, transparency, and trust. Of course, there was a big component of a number of things that, ma'am, you referred to in terms of capacities, skilling, organizing the committees, etc. But I just want to straight away jump to the digital part of it. I think the most important impact that we observed of the digital tools was that, and we actually deployed something in the pilot, M Gram Seva, which is now Nal Jal Seva, also adopted by the center. When this tool was deployed, and households, they started receiving SMS-based bills and SMS-based receipts once the payments were done. Just this small feature, it changed their behavior significantly. People started trusting the payments, that, the trust that it's come on an SMS and the transaction is being recorded accurately. That improved. Disputes over payments, when the bill collector goes to collect the bill, right? You take those ledgers or registers and records, and you have some arguments about that. Somehow this getting an SMS with the name of the Samiti or the government of Bihar, or something more solid, it immediately gave it a lot of legitimacy and acceptance. So even disputes reduced. And effectively, the VWSC or the Pani Samiti, they began to be seen as very credible organizations, very rule-based organizations, instead of, rather loosely formed local committees. So it enhanced the trust that the community who's receiving the service, the trust in the service provider or the WIMC. And we even got to hear examples of, whoever has to go and collect the bill. In this case, it was the pump operator or the Anurakshak who would have to go every month to collect the charges. Instead of them having to go to every door and knock on every door, once the SMS was received, a lot of people even started coming to that person's house and saying, "Ye lijiye is mahine ka bill," So that person's effort also reduced considerably. So basically this tool, and we had other tools also which were helping to track service delivery, whether the scheme was functional, whether the tank has been cleaned, has water quality testing been done. This was all to empower the frontline worker. So in addition to that, in particular, the tool which was tracking the income and expenditure, that helped to introduce a culture of transparency, and in a way it really enhanced and improving the relation between the committee or the service provider and the users or the community. So that was one experience that we've had in Bihar. I want to talk a little bit about something else that we've recently done, which is we've done a study of older VWSCs. So even before Jal Jeevan Mission was launched, there were piped water supply schemes. A lot of households were connected, or even if not households, at least at a public place, water was being received. And while digital and all that is new, VWSCs we know have been there for probably for a couple of decades now, right? So these are old institutions, and we wanted to look at them because, sorry, all right. We thought that they offer a very valuable reference point to show that, what can financial sustainability look like when things are actually working. And so we did a study of a few VWSCs, and what stood out was that one of the most consistent features of some of these VWSCs were 10 years old or 7 years old, a wide range as such. But what stood out was, they maintained records meticulously, very good ledgers, very good receipts, and all kinds of transactions. All receipts were maintained, good alignment between ledgers and bank statements, clear understanding of or mapping of what is being spent on, what portion is going into minor repairs, what is going into additional HR if required, or what is going into administrative charges, right? So this transparency at the committee level, in turn, it helped them to also enforce better, collection norms, or even take decisions like changing the water tariff, either upward or downward, based on what the community wanted. So the first thing was that the strong financial discipline. I think there was also great understanding of the role of the WUC itself, or the VWSC, which is again related to skills and understanding of what is it that they need to do. So to appreciate that, minor repairs, this is something that we can fix ourselves. The pump operator or the whoever is doing the daily operation, can that person be skilled? And they've taken even steps like very, very simple things like when the contractor is laying the infrastructure, stick around, learn from the contractor itself. So you're not dependent on an external resource to come and fix things for you. So this understanding of their own responsibilities, the need to even consider having a separate bill collector to say that this is a huge task, 100, 200 households to be reached every month and to collect the bills. Let's hire somebody else. This is worth hiring somebody else, because what you collect weighs much more than what you would have to pay the bill collector for that matter. And in turn, they were also able to give reliable services. So the point I'm trying to make is that every state, I'm sure, has really good older VWSCs from whom a lot of good practices can be learned. These people may not have been trained very formally on financial management systems. They've figured out things on their own. They've even done things like have an elder in the committee. Usually there'll be a government order which says this is the formation of the committee, but they will get an external, somebody from the village, somebody who's probably worked at the taluka level or who's been a teacher, who knows how to manage community, can take care of disputes, as well as knows how to coordinate with government at the taluka or other levels, right? So I want to kind of focus on the village the VWSCs, and I think there are lots of stories of hope and good committees functioning very, very efficiently, which states can really leverage from. And finally, I would just want to say that states are now in the process. Many of them have already come up with their O&M policies, but in addition to the O&M policies, I think there are a few things that they can be considered. One of which is to say how finally the O&M cost is, it has several components, right? So what can be devolved to the community? Can you have some kind of a transition plan for that? That let's say in year 1 and 2, they take care of only a certain element or component of O&M. But then as they stabilize, as they become mature, and there is some financial discipline, can some more costs be hived off or shared with them? The other thing is, I think the convergence between PHED and PRD, I think that really needs to come in very strongly now, because there's this clear bifurcation of, ye to humne kar diya, now it's the Gram Panchayat's responsibility. But the marriage has not yet happened, so to say, between the two departments, and it's, I think, time for that now. And what's also happening is that on the finances, I don't think we have a clear picture of what is finally trickling down to the VWSCs or the Pani Samitis. I think the integration between the various platforms that we have, whether it is PMFS or it is eGram Swaraj, or perhaps some of the states may have their own portals. So
Madhavi, I have to rush.
Oh, okay. So I'll end here. I just feel that there's lots to learn from older VWSCs, and a role for digital to bring in the transparency and therefore trust and ownership. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhavi. Your presentation was really wonderful, and the best thing was that how SMS-based payments, use of technology has led to building of trust. So trusting technology is a huge thing. And now I request Vakil Ahmed ji of Water for People for his.
Thank you, ma'am, and thanks to organizer for inviting me for this panel. अभी मुझे एक सुझाव मिला है कि कोशिश करें कि हिंदी में बोलें ताकि पीछे वालों को भी समझ में आए, तो मैं कोशिश करूंगा अपनी बात को रखने के लिए। तो ये कि बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट पैनल डिस्कशन चल रहा है जिसमें फाइनेंशियल सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करनी है। टाइम बहुत लिमिटेड है, सॉरी। तो मैं पहली स्लाइड में कोशिश किया था कि हम क्यों फाइनेंशियल स्टडी की ज़रूरत पड़ रही है, जिसमें क्या क्या चैलेंजेस आ रहे हैं, जिसमें लो फी कलेक्शन हो रहा है और हाई प्रेशर के पंप वगैरह लगाए जा रहे हैं, या हम एफिशिएंसी वेस्ट को ध्यान में रखते हुए नहीं कर पा रहे हैं शायद, और एक्सटर्नल फेसिंग के लिए जो क्रेडिट लिमिट्स वगैरह हैं हमारे एक्सेस वो नहीं हो पा रहा है, और जो इमरजेंसी सर्विसेज की ज़रूरत पड़ती है उसके लिए फंड्स की अवेलेबिलिटी करने में थोड़ा चैलेंज आता है। और मैडम ने जो कवर किया है अभी वो है कम्युनिटी रिलेक्टेंस है कि कम्युनिटी का एंगेजमेंट को कैसे बढ़ाया जा सके। सॉरी। तो अभी इस पे लेके आसाम में वाटर फॉर पीपल ने एक स्टडी कराई है, और पहले सेशन में जो बात चल रही थी लाइफ साइकिल कॉस्टिंग को लेके भरतलाल सर ने जो बात किया था कि उसकी एक ज़रूरत है, तो एक फ्लो करके हम लोगों ने एक स्टडी कराई है जिसमें फाइनेंशियल लाइफ साइकिल कॉस्टिंग ऑफ वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम्स, तो उसमें कुछ इंडिकेटर्स को फोकस किया गया कि किन किन चीज़ों के लिए हमको फाइनेंस की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, जिसमें कैपिटल कॉस्ट जिसको कैपेक्स है, जो कंस्ट्रक्शन के दौरान ज़रूरत पड़ती है, जो हमारे यहाँ पे आज की डेट में अराउंड 81-82% हाउस होल्ड कनेक्शंस हुए हैं, स्कीम्स बन के तैयार हो गई हैं, और ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस कॉस्ट के बारे में काफ़ी सारा चर्चा भी हम लोग कर रहे हैं। तीसरा एक कैप मैनेक्स कॉस्ट की बात कर रहे थे कि जो मैनेजमेंट के लिए बीच बीच में आज से 7 साल बाद 10 साल बाद पंप अगर बदलना पड़ता है या टैंक में कुछ मेजर रिपेयर आता है उसको करने के लिए, पाइपलाइन ब्रेकडाउन होता है, लीकेज होता है, उसको मेंटेन करने के लिए अभी एज सच हमारे प्रोविज़न में कोई चीज़ नहीं है, उसको कैसे लेके चल सकते हैं। कम्युनिटी इंगेजमेंट, इस पर काफ़ी सारी बात हुई है जिसको हम लोग डायरेक्ट कॉस्ट और इनडायरेक्ट कॉस्ट के रूप में देख रहे हैं कि उनका ट्रेनिंग, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग, सर्विस प्रोवाइडर और सर्विस अथॉरिटीज़ का इंगेजमेंट, सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स के किस तरह से लोगों को डालें के इमीडिएट वहाँ पे सर्विसेज लोगों को मिल सके, एंड देयर इज़ अ नीड ऑफ सम रिजर्व फंड। अगर इतने कंपोनेंट को हम लोग जोड़ के देखते हैं अगर ड्यूरिंग द प्लानिंग, तो शायद हमारे पास क्लियर फिगर एक स्कीम का आ सकता है। और जब इस स्टडी को कर रहे थे तो हमारा फोकस वाज ऑन सिंगल विलेज स्कीम फ्रॉम द ग्राउंड वाटर, सिंगल विलेज स्कीम फ्रॉम द सरफेस, और मल्टी पावर सप्लाई स्कीम्स, मल्टी विलेज स्कीम्स ग्राउंड वाटर की, और जो सरफेस वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम्स है उनको ध्यान में रखते हुए किया गया है। तो कुछ छोटा सा फाइंडिंग्स इसमें शेयर कर रहा हूँ। तो कैपेक्स में जो इंफ्रा है मेजरली इस पर हम लोग बात कर रहे थे, क्योंकि टाइम मैं इसको बनाया था 12 मिनट का, 6 मिनट का ही टाइम है, तो कोशिश करूँगा कि अपना फ्लो को मेंटेन करते हुए आगे बढ़ने की कोशिश करूँगा।
ओपेक्स के बारे में बहुत सारी चर्चा हुई, जिसमें ह्यूमन रिसोर्स के बारे में बात करते हैं, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के बारे में हम लोग बात करते हैं, क्लोरिनेशन के बारे में बात करते हैं। इन सब की कॉस्ट को अगर कैलकुलेट करेंगे तो को लेके ऐड करके चलेंगे तो सस्टेनेबिलिटी में या फाइनेंसिंग कैलकुलेशन में शायद हमको मदद मिल सकती है। कैप मेंटेनेंस वाले में है, जो आगे आने वाले समय में फ्लड के दौरान या इमरजेंसी में कभी ब्रेकडाउन होता है तो उसकी कॉस्ट अगर रिजर्व रहती है, एट व्हाट लेवल दैट हैज़ टू बी डिसाइडेड, एट द विलेज लेवल, एट द स्कीम लेवल और एट द ग्राम पंचायत लेवल या एट द डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल। क्योंकि कहीं कहीं पे वार्ड एक इम्प्लीमेंटिंग यूनिट है, जैसा कि माधवी जी ने बताया बिहार में कहीं BWSC उसको ओन कर रही है, कहीं पे ग्राम पंचायत उनको ओन कर रही है, तो देयर हैज़ टू बी सम पॉलिसीज अराउंड दिस। एक हमारी स्टडी के से जो निकल के आया था, तो दे हैव फिक्स सम परसेंटेज ऑफ अमाउंट कि अगर 3.5 to 5% अगर हम लोग कैपेक्स में रखते हैं, कॉस्ट को रखते हैं, तो शायद वो माइनर और मेजर रिपेयर में हमको मदद कर सकती है। कैप मैनेक्स के लिए भी अराउंड 1.5 से 2.5% ऑफ द टोटल कॉस्ट ऑफ द स्कीम लेके चलते हैं, तो लंबे समय में पंप बदलना हुआ, फिल्टर मीडिया चेंज करना हुआ, रिजर्वायर में कोई लीकेज है वो मेंटेन करना हुआ, तो शायद वो हमको मदद उसमें मिल सकती है। इसी तरह से कुछ और चीज़ें थी जिसमें ट्रेनिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के बारे में, जिस पे काफ़ी सारी बात हो गई, और कहीं ना कहीं जो हम कर रहे हैं उसको डिमॉन्स्ट्रेट करने के लिए, इन्फ्लुएंस करने के लिए, या उसको सिटीजन्स इंगेजमेंट, सिटीजन्स को दिखाने के लिए अगर हमको कुछ नॉलेज प्रोडक्ट्स बनाने पड़ते हैं, उसको डिसमिनेट करना पड़ता है एट अ ब्रॉडर लेवल, तो वो भी शायद हमको कॉस्ट कहीं ना कहीं इसमें ज़रूरत पड़ेगी। दैट में बी अराउंड 1% ऑफ द टोटल कॉस्ट। इस सब के बेसिस पे जो थोड़ी सी रिकमेंडेशंस 3-4 निकल के आई थी कि एक तो पूलिंग ऑफ रिसोर्सेज की ज़रूरत है। आई वांटेड टू हाईलाइट दिस पॉइंट एट अ हायर लेवल के वाटर को लेके अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट में अलग अलग जगह पे रिसोर्सेज हैं, लेकिन उसको कहीं पूल नहीं कर रहे हैं, तो अलग अलग जगह उसको इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं। और ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस के लिए जो फंड की ज़रूरत पड़ती है, मेजरली वी डिपेंडेंट ऑन द टैरिफ, कि टैरिफ कलेक्शन हम कम्युनिटी से लेंगे, उससे हमारा सिस्टम मैनेज हो जाएगा। और वो भी फिक्स कर रखा है डिफरेंट स्टेट्स में, कहीं 30, कहीं 50, कहीं 100, और उसके बेसिस पे जब लेके चलते हैं तो शायद वो 30% या 40% भी कॉस्ट को कवर नहीं करता है जो हमारी ज़रूरत है। तो कहीं ना कहीं उसको दोबारा सोचने की ज़रूरत है। और सेकंड चीज़, ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस, अगर पैसा लोगों से लेना है तो उनको सर्विस देनी होगी और सर्विस टाइमली देना होगा। उसके लिए एक सुझाव ये निकल के आया है कि ग्रास रूट लेवल पे या क्लस्टर ऑफ वार्ड्स में या ब्लॉक्स, विलेजेस पे, वहाँ पे एक टीम होनी चाहिए जो सिविल वर्क, इलेक्ट्रिकल वर्क और मैकेनिकल या प्लम्बिंग वर्क के बारे में जानकार हो। और इसके लिए एक सुझाव ये भी आया था कि ये हम लोग मार्केट सिस्टम डेवलपमेंट के थ्रू कर सकते हैं, कि पे एंड यूज सर्विसेज के टाइप से हो जाएगा कि जिसको ज़रूरत है उसको ट्रेन टीम वहाँ पे है, उसको लिंक कर दिया यूज़र से, और यूज़र उसको पे करेगा, जब ज़रूरत होगी वो बुलाएंगे और लेके चलेंगे। इट विल क्रिएट मार्केट उनको मिल जाएगा और वहाँ पे हमारे लिए रिसोर्सेज जनरेट हो जाएंगे जो हम लोग उस काम को लेके वहाँ पे कर सकते हैं। वाटर क्वालिटी को लेके भी चर्चा हुई है कि ये होना चाहिए, वाटर क्वालिटी लैब हो सकती है और वो लैब के थ्रू हम लोग आगे बढ़ने का कोशिश करेंगे ताकि वाटर की क्वालिटी वाटर उनको हम लोग दे सकें, ना सिर्फ क्वांटिटी, क्वालिटी को भी फोकस किया जाए। फ्रीक्वेंट टेस्टिंग, और वो टेस्टिंग के लिए अभी FTK से ज़्यादा कर रहे हैं, NABL लैब्स वगैरह भी हम लोग वहाँ पे फोकस करके चल सकते हैं। इसके लिए यूनिफॉर्म गाइडलाइन पॉलिसीज एट whatever level which can be implemented at the field. I can't say कि नेशनल लेवल पे या स्टेट लेवल पे, जहाँ पे जिस तरह की पॉलिसी के लिए whoever will be the responsible और who will be a implementer, वो उसको अगर लेके चलेंगे तो शायद हमको इसमें फ़ायदा ज़्यादा हो सकता है। आज के दौर में जहाँ जहाँ फंड्स हैं वाटर सप्लाई के लिए, उनको अगर पूल कर सकते हैं अलग अलग स्टेट्स में अलग अलग सिचुएशंस हैं, तो वो शायद हमको फ़ायदा मिलेगा। उसमें CSR फंडिंग है, MP MLA लेड फंडिंग्स हैं, हमारे फाइनेंस कमीशंस की फंडिंग्स हैं, और प्लस जो टैरिफ कलेक्शन है उसको मिला के अगर हम लोग बना सकते हैं, अगर अपने विलेज का स्कीम या डिस्ट्रिक्ट का प्लान या जो भी बोले, तो शायद वो ज़्यादा यूज़फुल हमारे लिए हो सकता है। लास्ट स्लाइड, फ्यू सजेशंस इन दिस वन, कि अगर हमको फाइनेंशियल सस्टेनेबिलिटी इंश्योर करना है तो वी रिक्वायर्ड अ बैलेंस अप्रोच इन्वॉल्विंग एडिक्वेट रेवेन्यू, एफिशिएंट मैनेजमेंट, प्रेडिक्टेबल फाइनेंस एंड कम्युनिटी ओनरशिप, जो इस पर चर्चा हुई है। फी कलेक्शन के लिए सॉफ्टवेयर के लिए माधवी जी ने बताया, इससे बहुत ज़्यादा ट्रांसपेरेंसी आती है और लोगों में दिखता है कि हम दे रहे हैं पैसा तो सही जगह लग रहा है, तो लोग उसको दान मतलब पैसा ज़्यादा देने को भी तैयार हैं अगर उनको सर्विसेज प्रॉपरली मिलती हैं। कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव टैरिफ और वो मीटरिंग के थ्रू कर सकते हैं। वी हैड एन एग्जांपल ऑफ वेस्ट बंगाल, वहाँ पे एक ग्राम पंचायत है दिगंबरपुर, वहाँ पे 2016 में उसको बेस्ट जीपी अवार्ड प्राइम मिनिस्टर से मिला था, ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने दिया था उनको। तो उन्होंने उस दौरान पाइप वाटर सप्लाई बना के हर घर में मीटरिंग किया हुआ था, मिनिमल टैरिफ फिक्स कर दिया था, उससे जो एक्सेस पानी ले रहा था दे आर सपोज टू पे। अगर शादी है तो वो 200 रुपये 300 रुपये जो भी मीटर से आता था ज़्यादा पे कर रहे थे, कोई फंक्शन होता था उसको वो लोग पे करते थे। अगर ये कर पाए तो वी हैव सीन देयर आर मैनी विलेजेस जहाँ पे हमने देखा है कि मीटर लगे हैं लेकिन उनसे हम लोग पानी को मीटरिंग करके चार्ज नहीं ले रहे हैं। मीटर फिट है, इन्वेस्टमेंट कर दिया, कैपिटल इन्वेस्टमेंट हो गया, लेकिन शायद हम उसका यूजेज अभी नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। और ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजीज़ की ज़रूरत है जो हमको कम खर्च में या लेस इलेक्ट्रिसिटी लगा पाएँ, या मैम ने अभी एग्जांपल दिया सोलर पैनल का, जिससे कि वो एक्सपेंडिचर कम एक्सपेंडिचर में हम लोग अचीव कर पाएँ अपना इसको। और लोकल सिस्टम को स्ट्रेंथन करना बहुत ही ज़रूरी है। वो सर्विस प्रोवाइडर और सर्विस अथॉरिटी अगर स्ट्रेंथन नहीं होंगे तो सर्विस देने वाले भी वहाँ पे नहीं रहेंगे और डिसीजन मेकर भी शायद नहीं रहेंगे, तो वो हमारे लिए हो सकता है एक फेलियर का चांसेस बन सकता है। दैट्स ऑल, इतना ही मुझे कहना था। थैंक यू।
Thank you. You covered so much in such a short time. Really appreciate Vakil Sahab. And the best my takeaway is कि अगर service delivery अच्छी हो है, अगर timely मिल रहा है पानी, तो people are willing to pay. So that is one great insight. And now I request Eklavya for his presentation, with request for sticking to time. I'm really sorry, but I have to rush for another meeting.
Thank you, ma'am. शुरुआत में मैं संकला फाउंडेशन, यूनोप्स, विनोद जी और श्रीनिवासन जी को धन्यवाद देता हूँ। कभी कभी क्या होता है, जब आप लास्ट वक्ता होते हैं एक सेशन में तो कहने के लिए कुछ नहीं होता है। आज के तारीख में जो पॉइंट्स थे हमारे फाइनेंशियल सस्टेनेबिलिटी की, वो उसकी बात सारी हो गई है। उसके चैलेंजेस क्या हैं, उसकी ज़रूरत क्यों है, और तो इस पर मैं डेल्व नहीं करूँगा। मैं सीधा उस मुद्दे पर आता हूँ कि कुछ ऐसे पहलू हैं जो फाइनेंशियल सस्टेनेबिलिटी को डिफाइन करते हैं। और हम उस इलाके से आते हैं जहां बाढ़ हर एक साल आती है। उसका मतलब जो राज्य को मैं रिप्रेजेंट यहाँ कर रहा हूँ एज अ डेवलपमेंट वर्कर, वो है नॉर्थ बिहार और खासकर उत्तर बिहार। एंड दूसरा है कि मैं झारखंड में उस इलाके में काम करता हूँ जहाँ फ्लोराइड कंटामिनेशन है। तो हमारा जो ये प्रेजेंटेशन है, ये दो इश्यूज को हाईलाइट करेगा कि फाइनेंशियल सस्टेनेबिलिटी क्यों मुश्किल हो जाती है। जब तक जिन लोगों को पानी नहीं मिले, सही से पानी नहीं मिले, जब पानी चाहिए नहीं मिले, जब सबसे ज़रूरत ज़्यादा है उस समय पानी नहीं मिले, तो वो रिलेट नहीं कर सकते हैं उस सर्विस से। और फिर उनसे अगर हम सोचें कि ओनरशिप उनके ऊपर आएगा तो वो आना बहुत कठिन है। ये चीज़ अगर हम अपने ऊपर डाल दें तो वो भी बहुत अच्छे से हमें समझ में आ जाएगा। हम बिहार और फ्लड्स की अगर बात करते हैं, 2016 को हम इसलिए हाईलाइट कर रहे हैं क्योंकि बिहार में हर घर नल का जल प्रोग्राम लॉन्च हुआ था। 2016 से लेकर 2025 तक सरकारी आंकड़े हैं कि लगभग 12,000 ऑलमोस्ट 12,539 पंचायत इफेक्टेड हुए थे फ्लड से। एक पंचायत में लगभग 15 वार्ड्स होते हैं। बिहार में जो इम्प्लीमेंट हो रहा है जल जीवन मिशन या हर घर नल का जल जो स्कीम है, वो वार्ड लेवल पर हो रहा है। तो जस्ट लुक एट द स्केल ऑफ वल्नरेबिलिटी जो हमारे जगह बिहार में है इन टर्म्स ऑफ ड्रिंकिंग वाटर के हिसाब से। हम लोगों ने मेक पाइन अभियान पिछले 2010 से हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं, एंड वी हैव बीन पुशिंग द होल आइडिया ऑफ टाइपोलॉजीज ऑफ फ्लड्स। इस साल मतलब 2023 तक हम लोग जानते थे कि केवल 8 टाइपोलॉजीज हैं फ्लड्स के। इस साल हम लोगों ने टाटा ट्रस्ट के मदद से हम लोग हाउस होल्ड लेवल फ्लड लॉस असेसमेंट किए ऑफ ऑलमोस्ट अबाउट 2,290 हाउस होल्ड्स इन 7 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स अक्रॉस 134 वार्ड्स, 21 पंचायत। वहाँ पर 4 नए टाइपोलॉजीज और निकल के आए। ये टाइपोलॉजीज की बात मैं क्यों कर रहा हूं यहां, क्योंकि अगर हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात कर रहे हैं, फाइनेंशियल सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात कर रहे हैं, और जहां बाढ़ आती है और जिस तरीके की बाढ़ आती है उसको अगर हम नहीं देखेंगे तो ना हम वो सर्विस प्रोवाइड कर पाएंगे, ना हम फिर वो लोगों से जो जुड़ाव की बात हम कर रहे हैं, लोगों की जो ओनरशिप की बात कर रहे हैं, वो नहीं आ पाएगा. So that is the reason why we have to look into the way the waterscape, the floodscape of places जहां पर हम ये schemes को ले जा रहे हैं. एक एग्जाम्पल देते हैं. ये गांव है नया टोला बिशंबरपुर, नॉर्थन ब्लॉक में, पश्चिम चंपारण में. यहाँ पर 2020 में जो बाढ़ आई थी उससे जो गांव वालों को ऑलमोस्ट 60,000 रुपीज लगा था रिपेयर करने के लिए. 2021 में उसको 25,000 लगा, 2022 में उसको 43,000 लगा. 40 मंथ्स का जो स्कीम था उस समय, इस पीरियड में केवल 14 मंथ्स पानी मिला. नाउ यहां पर अगर हम फाइनेंशियल सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करनी चाहेंगे तो क्या जाके लोगों से बोलेंगे और क्या ट्रिगर करेंगे हम. So therefore it becomes extremely important for us to bring in the element of disaster when we are talking about financial sustainability. एक ये पॉइंट है. ये इनंडेशन का एक हमारा छोटा सा ऑलमोस्ट फ्यू सेकेंड्स का क्लिप है जो बताता है कि बाढ़ किस तरीके से आती है एक साल में, विद इन 1 month. और आप देखेंगे कि एक जगह में वो लगातार वो पानी आ रहा है. सो लुक एट द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ इनंडेशन. एक पंचायत में अगर लगातार साइकिल्स में बाढ़ आ रही है तो आप वहां का जो हमारा ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम है, अगर वो रेजिलेंट नहीं है तो कैसा इम्पैक्ट होता है, व्हाट काइंड ऑफ इम्पैक्ट इट हैज. So these are always at risk areas. I mean, I don't want to get into these because of the fact that I have been told to curtail my presentation. These are basically what I'm trying to tell you here is that floods happen differently, it impacts the landscape differently, it impacts the people, it impacts services. तो किस तरीके से हम ऐसे इन आपदाओं को इनकॉर्पोरेट करेंगे अपने स्कीम में आने वाले, जहां पर हम अब सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात कर रहे हैं, ताकि ये बाढ़ आने के बावजूद भी पानी मिलता रहे लोगों को एंड पीपल कैन रिलेट टू द सर्विसेज. नाउ the other point which I said was about resource contamination. So this is from a block in Dhanbad which talks about fluoride contamination. यहाँ पर fluoride contamination में क्या है कि very interestingly the decision was taking कि हम ground water tap नहीं करेंगे. What we will tap is basically दामोदर का पानी, और दामोदर के पानी से ये multi village scheme बनाया गया. Now the scheme which was made had its own challenges, whether be it the quality, whether be it the supply, whether be it the confidence of people to use that water. As at the end of it क्या हो रहा था कि जो पानी जो sources contaminated थे उसी पर लोग वापस चले जा रहे थे. Now how do we bring in a change in a scenario like this? If we have to talk about financial sustainability, that is extremely important. And अगर इसको अभी हम लोग नहीं address करेंगे तो there will be a huge gap between these challenged landscapes and also in terms of the floodscapes and the challenged landscapes. और फिर वहाँ पर we'll see a reversal that is happening. So at the end of it, what I would say is, when we talking about this is the second last slide, in terms of operation and maintenance budgeting जो होता है वो realistic हो, which takes into consideration the floodscape and the waterscape where we are trying to address and where we are trying to ensure that the water is supplied, the clean water is supplied. उसके बाद रिस्क डिफरेंशिएटेड O&M प्रैक्टिसेस या हमारे फ्रेमवर्क्स होने चाहिए. इंस्टीट्यूशनलाइज कन्वर्जेंस की बात सब लोगों ने की है, आई एम रिपीटिंग इट हियर. एंड यहाँ पर इंस्टीट्यूशंस में थोड़ी बदलाव होंगे when we are talking about either disaster or if we are looking at groundwater contamination from a disaster perspective. So that institution has to be looked at. Local institution, no one takes away the credibility of the local institutions, the importance of skilling it. I'm repeating myself. And the third is in terms of transparency and transparency-based decisions even at the grassroots, which is extremely important. So my last slide is basically हम कह रहे हैं कि जो financial strength sustainability की strengthening ही हमारा एक तरीका है जो हमारे gaps हैं उस चीज को देखने के लिए. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Klave. He has very strongly put that climate resilient infrastructure is very, very important in managing or in determining financial sustainability. जैसे कि Eklavya had shown me some pictures of some structures जो इतने नीचे थे below the flood level कि जैसे flood आता था, you know, they used to get contaminated, especially toilets. So he was trying to explain कि कैसे raised platforms भी should be part of the financial ये cost जब आप इस तरह के area में बनाते हैं. So that's really good. I think we had a wonderful discussion, and the takeaways are that for financial sustainability, O&M cost, climate resilience, planning, technology, trust, and communities, women especially, are as important as, you know, any in resource planning and financial sustainability of any drinking water project. And skilling is also very important. So I would like to thank you, all of you, for especially bearing with me and completing your presentations in a very short time. But as I always say, that people who are very, very good can speak in very less time. Only those who don't know their subjects go on elongating their speeches. So I always feel that 10 minutes से ज़्यादा अगर हम बोल रहे हैं तो हम substance नहीं बोलते हैं. So thank you so much, and it was a wonderful team effort by all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and all our distinguished speakers for an engaging and forward-looking session. I will now request Mr. Vinod Mishra to present our esteemed speakers with a memento. These are planters, ma'am.
Welcome.
Miss Archana Verma. Miss Vimila R. Mr. Vakil Ahmed. Miss Madhavi Purohit. Mr. Eklavya Prasad.
आप उसी में रख लीजिए मैम. बहुत अच्छा है ये प्लांट, बड़ा सुंदर है. बैग भी बहुत ज़्यादा सुंदर है. ग्रुप फोटो अच्छा आ गई. आज ग्रुप फोटो.
अरे सर.
एकलव्य जी आ जाओ.
Nice meeting all of you. Lovely meeting you. रगेम से तो मिलते रहते हैं. क्या खिला रही हो?
सब कुछ खिलाएंगे महाराष्ट्र वाला. मेरा एक वुमन का अनाउंसमेंट कर देती हूँ.
Yes,
12 to 14 we are having a Maharashtrian food festival at New Maharashtra Southern Kasturba Gandhi Marg. Please try and make it.
जो भी है नहीं ऐसे फिर ऐसे बैठाएंगे तब कर देंगे. ऐसे अच्छा नहीं लगेगा बुलाएंगे. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will now begin with the fourth session on sustainability of drinking water sources.
वो वहीं से निकाल के लाना पड़ेगा। अरे वो दे दे हॉटस्पॉट, हैं बड़ा होगा ना।
To chair this session, I invite Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Mishra, former Director General, National Mission for Clean Ganga and Chief Advisor, National Institute of Urban Affairs on the dais. An IIT Kanpur alumnus and 1987 batch IAS officer, Mr. Mishra has been a leading architect of India's river rejuvenation efforts, transforming Namami Gange into globally recognized program and pioneering PPP models, environmental flow policies, and the River City Alliance. Post-superannuation, he continues to guide national water initiatives as Chief Advisor at NIUA, Senior Advisor with GIZ India, and Chairman of key committees under the Ministry of Jal Shakti. We welcome you, sir. I now invite on the dais our distinguished speakers. Firstly, Mr. V.K. Madhavan, former CEO of WaterAid India. With over 3 decades in the not-for-profit sector and a master's from JNU, Mr. Madhavan has spent much of his career working in rural India. He mostly recently served as Chief Executive of WaterAid India from 2016 to September 2025, contributing to integrated development across health, education, natural resources, livelihoods, governance, and comprehensive water, sanitation, hygiene initiatives. We welcome you, sir. Next, I invite Mr. Stephen Dome, Water Sector Advisor, German Agency for International Cooperation. Mr. Dome is the Senior Water Sector Advisor for the Indo-German Cooperation Project Support to India's Water Mission 2047, implemented by GIZ in partnership with India's Ministry of Rural Development and the Ministry of Jal Shakti. With 28 years of experience in water resource management and water security across Africa, the Middle East, South America, and now India, he brings invaluable expertise for today's discussion. We welcome you, sir. I now invite Mr. Sanjay Singh, National Convener, Jal Jan Jodo Abhiyan, to the dais. With over 3 decades of grassroots experience, Mr. Singh has pioneered the hashtag Pani Panchayat and hashtag Jal Saheli initiatives, ensuring water sufficiency in 100+ villages, and mobilizing 1,500+ CSOs across 22 states through the Abhiyan. He has received National Water Mission Award and the Water Champion Award for his transformative work. We welcome you, sir. Finally, I invite Mr. Salahuddin Saifi, Principal Lead, Water Management, SM Sehgal Foundation, to the dais. A water conservation leader with more than 25 years of experience in India and Africa, Mr. Saifi, a geologist and hydrologist by training, has spearheaded over 1,600 rainwater harvesting and community-led water projects, ranging from household systems to large-scale urban and industrial interventions. We welcome you, sir. I now invite Mr. R.K. Srinivasan, Program Lead, Water Resource Management, Sankala Foundation, to welcome our esteemed guests with the planter. Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Mishra. Mr. V.K. Madhavan. Mr. Stephen Dome. Mr. Sanjay Singh. Mr. Salahuddin Saifi. We will now begin this technical session. Over to you, Mr. Mishra.
Thank you. A very good afternoon to all of you. I am really so happy and privileged to be here with all of you and also in the company of really distinguished people, the people who really have the expertise and the people who have really done a lot of work at the grassroots level. So it's a great time to be with them and to share some thoughts about a very important program, Jal Jeevan Mission, assured clean piped water. And as I have seen, since morning, several sessions have already gone into a lot of different and also very important aspects of the mission and how we can ensure that. And perhaps this is a session which is a little different, of course continuing the same thing, about how we can ensure sustainability of drinking water sources. So when you look at different aspects which we have seen, and we know this program has been really historical. I mean, the kind of numbers which you see here in Jal Jeevan Mission, a few years back, no one could have imagined that these kind of numbers will be possible. And it's not that this is the first program to look at drinking water at the rural, in the rural India. There has been several programs, different stages, but this is one program which is actually continuing the government's approach to give the basic facilities and cover almost everyone. I mean, whosoever is deserving, whether it was housing for all, whether it was electricity, whether it was gas stove, or I mean, several programs we all know. So now when we have achieved quite a lot, I mean, we all know from 16-17% in the beginning to something like 80% plus achievement. Now, I mean, having done so much, what exactly is the need to be so seriously debating the sustainability of drinking water sources? So I think that is something which we have to think, because when you look at such kind of program, you really look at, I mean, we must look and we should look at the long-term perspective. Today we have given the piped water, it will work. Will it work after 10 years? Will it work after 15 years? I think even if our systems are perfect, our projects are well executed, well conceptualized, still to make this whole scheme work, to see that even after 20 years, people in the rural India, the households keep on getting very clearly safe drinking water at their doorstep, at their household. You need that overall in the environment, overall in the ecosystem, water should be there. And you must have the source from where you will draw the water. So I think that is something which actually drives the long-term agenda of any such program. And I think that is where we have to look at. And then I am really joined by the panelists who have the expertise and who have actually seen the work at ground. So before I request them to share their thoughts, few more things. Actually, what are the sources? I mean, in the water sector, we are very much used to looking at water in divisions. Surface water, groundwater, I mean, what are the sources? The moment you say what are different types of water, we have lot of expertise to immediately say groundwater hai, surface water hai, this is from the irrigation canal, this is from a reservoir, this is from a dam, and of course rainwater is there. So I think we will look at them in a very different way, and that is how even the water resource department at the state level, at the government of India level, now there is integration, but I think that is the way everyone has been designed. So I think when we look at water sources and when we look at sustainability of drinking water sources, I think something most fundamental we have to keep in mind is water is one. And somewhere we have to think of integrating that conceptually and also in terms of program and projects. So I think that is something which is very important. Now we all know number of these schemes depend upon groundwater. And we are most populous country. We have such a huge population, and we are the largest consumer of groundwater in the world. So I think we have that distinction, and then that brings a lot of load upon the groundwater sources. So I think that is something which is very important. Surface water, again, we have several sources. So surface water, groundwater, and ultimately rainwater is the source. So to understand water as one, we have to go to the fundamentals of the water cycle and then start with that. Now, apart from that, you also have in the different households and different habitations, you also have a kind of water transfer through irrigation schemes, through drinking water schemes. Jal Jeevan Mission is an example, but I think many of the schemes, drinking water schemes, also depend upon the irrigation reservoirs or tanks and other things. So I think irrigation programs also have taken shape, and then there are several programs happening. in this milieu, in this kind of situation, looking at this particular piped water supply through Jal Jeevan Mission, we have to depend upon several other programs, several other initiatives in the government sector, combined with the initiatives of the NGO, the civil society, and common people. I think the people on ground, the community is perhaps the most important element to make this whole thing sustainable. So I think that that's exactly the kind of challenge. And I mean, just to very quickly name some of the things, we all know about Jal Shakti Abhiyan, which is talking about Jal Sanchay, Jan Andolan. So I think that there are lots of things, and then we will get time to, while the panelists share their thoughts, we will get a lot of opportunity to go into the details of those programs, how they work. For groundwater, we have Atal Bhujal Yojana, and there is a lot of awareness about groundwater in last few years, because groundwater is something we all always take it for granted, that water is there and we can keep on drawing and we can keep on over extracting groundwater, but it's not so. Where is the alert signal? How to really make people aware about this whole thing? So that becomes again very important thing. Then open well, bore well, several kinds of options are there. What are their pitfalls? And then we will get some experience. It's also very important to learn about the technology, because if you look at the landscape of India and the rainfall landscape, we have a huge diversity. I mean, we have got areas with less than 200 millimeter of average rainfall to more than 10,000 millimeter rainfall. So I think you have all kinds of things, and that's where the water traditions become important. The communities knew how to cope with that kind of situation. Of course, the patterns will change, and patterns have been changing, becoming more unpredictable with climate change. But can we look at the traditional practices? I think there are some people in the panel who will talk about that. So that again becomes very important about how to look at the traditional water sources, what exactly is happening about them, and then what are the traditional wisdom. So while we look at the technology has to be terrain suitable, terrain specific, how to select technology, how to go about it, and how actually to make people at the village level realize about village level water security and their water budgeting. So I think we have Mr. Stephen, and GIZ has been in the forefront to support Government of India schemes in water sector. I can tell, having been in that ministry in different programs, whether it is support to Ganga rejuvenation, whether it is about water security issues and climate change, climate adaptation. So I think several places, or whether it is with the urban sector, looking at the urban water. So I think several places that's also happening. So I think we will also get a chance to listen from him what has been his experience and what are his thoughts to make it really sustainable forever in future. So I think that's something which is very important. We have Water Aid, which has been in the forefront of supporting government programs and taking up lots of programs from their side. Sankala Foundation certainly has been contributing. These are the agencies which have been well recognized. I mean, the ministry also has recognized them. And of course, my old friend Sanjay is here, I think, whose work at the then Bundelkhand and then Jal Saheli is a absolutely globally well-known program. And then we had in past also several interactions. So I think it's always inspiring to meet people like him and see that how they can change things at the grassroots level. So I think with this, welcome to all the panelists, and then setting the challenge. And I think the main challenge remains that we keep on looking at fragmented thing and how we can integrate, how we can bring the appropriate solution to a kind of challenge which is massive. And then in the backdrop of having achieved so much, I mean, what are the challenges of now, and then how actually we can learn from our achievements, we can also learn from our failures, and then how we can roll that into the program for future. So I think that is something which is expected, and I think one really wants to thank the Sankala Foundation as well as UNOPS for organizing such a kind of debate, such a kind of deliberation, which actually brings different kinds of stakeholders to deliberate upon different aspects of the problem. So I think that's a great thing which has happened. And then, so I would like to start with requesting Mr. Madhavan to share his thoughts. We have roughly 1 hour, but I think 15 minutes are over. We start a little late. So I will request each panelist to take around 10 minutes so that I think, and then we can get some 10-minute time left at the end to get some question answers. So I think if we can be brief, we will get more time to interact among ourselves and also with the audience. This being the last session, I think one is really, one admires the kind of patience and then the interest with which audience is here. So I think let's also hear from them and their wisdom in the end. So let's save some time for that.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, sir. I'm Stephen, with apologies to you. I might use Hindi, given the fact there's a significant number of people in the back who can only speak Hindi. Yeah. So कल शाम का आंकड़ा है, जल जीवन मिशन की एक वेबसाइट है जिसपे मेरे ख्याल से हर मिनट में बदलाव होता है, जबकि नए गांव जुड़ते हैं, नई आबादी को जोड़ा जाता है, उसकी संख्या बढ़ जाती है, बदल जाती है. So as per the JJM dashboard for last evening, there were 642,000 schemes in India which provide drinking water at this point of time. This is old National Rural Drinking Water Program plus JJM. तो 642 लाख पेयजल की योजनाएं थी विभाग के अनुसार, और उसमें से 5,38,000 भूजल आधारित या भूजल पे निर्भर थी. Out of this 642,000 schemes, 538,000 were groundwater based, यानी 84% भूजल आधारित पेयजल योजनाएं थी. And I was quite impressed that 84% of schemes are groundwater based, and the fact that on a real-time basis the department is uploading this information. To my horror, I heard Dr. Muralidharan speak in a panel just prior to lunch. Dr. Muralidharan is now used to be with the Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation, currently with Niti Aayog. And उनके अनुसार सिर्फ 54% पेयजल की योजनाएं भूजल आधारित हैं. Only 54% are groundwater dependent. And so I was telling him last night, as per the MIS, 84% were groundwater dependent. This afternoon, it has dropped by 30%, it is now 54%. How did this happen? So I said, how sure are you about the reliability of your source? Unfortunately, his source seems more reliable than mine, which is the MIS of the department. So the first problem I have is that if the source of water itself is not known, and you could have two truths, how do I fix the source sustainability problem? Right? That's my first challenge. The second problem is that, in 2010, a seminal study on slippage was done. Anybody who works with drinking water schemes in India will be familiar with the principle of slippage, which is that within a certain point of time, schemes either become non-functional or completely dysfunctional, and this movement from fully functional to non-functional or partially functional to completely non-functional is called slippage, and it happens over a period of time. So the only reasonable study of this was done in 2010 by M.S. Rao, Ratna Reddy, Ramano Rao and Venkateswamy in 2010. And at that point of time, they said that nationally, slippage was in excess of 30%. So my first concern is that, if you've got 642,000 schemes, and if historically the average of slippage has been 30%, then logically nothing seems to have changed. Therefore, there's a likelihood that the 642,000 is only a report of the number of schemes that have been implemented, but it doesn't necessarily reflect how many are functional at this point of time. And I think it is important for the government to start to not just report on new habitations covered, but also to report on functionality of the schemes, because a slippage of 30% would suggest that the problem is much larger than we can imagine. Now, if you look at the reasons for slippage, as mentioned in the 2010 study, and all experience of multiple organizations have subsequently corroborated that, there are primarily 6 reasons for slippage. First is quantity of water not being, or the reliability of the scheme itself. कि गर्मी के महीनों में पानी पर्याप्त रहता नहीं है तो ट्यूबवेल नहीं चलता है because the groundwater level has gone down. You could also have complete failure of schemes. So you have a problem with adequate quantity as well as reliability, and seasonal variations is one problem. The second is about quality. The third reason for slippage is poor operation maintenance. The fourth is design flaws, inadequacy of the system. The fifth is on financial sustainability, which the panel before us talked about. And finally, governance, which is our having a robust mechanism for operating, maintaining, managing these systems. So in some sense, for us, if we wish to address this question of source sustainability, we need to recognize slippage could be for multiple reasons, but source sustainability is one significant reason why schemes fail, and therefore we need to address it. But before I go on to talk a little bit about possible solutions or things that we can do to take this forward, one last fear, which is that if you looked at the reasons for slippage, rainfall is a very significant contributor to slippage. Okay, if there is inadequate rainfall, there is inadequate water in our surface water bodies, inadequate recharge, and therefore your water levels and your reliability of your schemes will suffer. So it's very important. The rainfall plays a very critical role in all of this. Now with climate change, the variability of and the predictability of it has also altered significantly. So this imposes a new challenge with regard to source sustainability on a scale that we cannot even start to comprehend. If you were to look at traditionally, if we look at trying to enhance reliability of a source, मतलब परंपरागत तरीके पर तौर तरीकों में अगर आप बात करते हैं कि भाई एक स्कीम है, पेयजल की योजना है, उसकी निरंतरता को बरकरार रखना है, उसको टिकाऊ बनाना है, तो मुख्यतः दो तीन प्रकार की चीज़ें लोग करेंगे. पहली चीज़ तो वो कहेंगे कि भाई इस सोर्स को प्रोटेक्ट करते हैं, इसकी संरक्षण करते हैं और रिचार्ज को बढ़ाते हैं और पानी का संरक्षण करते हैं. So the first are a set of supply side interventions, right? And supply side interventions which have been worked on, and I think some of my other colleagues will talk about, include everything from rainwater harvesting, both for decentralized storage as well as for recharge, to increase infiltration by, having check dams, gully plugs on drainage lines or streams, to look at revival, rejuvenation of ponds and lakes, to enhance storage capacity, which will allow for slow infiltration into the aquifer, and to look at artificial recharge through either shallow wells or through injection wells, shafts, to look at artificial recharge of deeper aquifers. But these are all supply side interventions, and a host of them are tried by organizations all over the country, including government. Experience would suggest that over-reliance only on supply side measures cannot fix the problem of source sustainability unless two other issues get taken care of. The first is the demand and consumption of water per se. That if we do not address demand for water, and the big elephant in the room is the consumption of water for irrigation, the reliability of groundwater based sources cannot be ensured. And even if 50% of our sources are reliant on groundwater, those 50% are likely to be threatened if we do not reduce the consumption of water for irrigation. The second is that without improving governance, even supply side measures will not be sustainable. अगर आप कुएं को अगर आप मान लीजिएगा कि अगर आप रिचार्ज मेजर्स करते हैं, अगर आप मान लीजिएगा कि तालाब को अगर आप उसकी रेत निकाल देते हैं, पर उसकी रखरखाव के लिए भी आपको कोई व्यवस्था चाहिए. So you cannot sustain or ensure source sustainability or even supply side interventions without a robust governance mechanism in place to be able to ensure, operate, maintain, manage, own these systems. So in some sense, supply side interventions are not as important as demand side and governance related issues. I'll just end with four major things that I think can be done and should be done. The first is we need to recognize the primacy of village water and sanitation committees and Panchayati Raj institutions at the Gram Panchayat, block and district level. And why I'm talking about Panchayati Raj institutions at all levels is because aquifers don't follow village boundaries. And therefore you might need to organize, the unit of an organization might be a block rather than a mere Panchayat. The second is therefore we need to invest in their capacities to improve their facilitation skills. And ideally they need to start by identifying the recharge zone, by undertaking a water budget to be able to understand the various competition for water, and then to ensure that citizens are able to ensure primacy of drinking water, to look at water safety security plans, and to protect the sources and recharge them. The second is that one hoped that with the formation of the Ministry of Jal Shakti, there would be better coordination between the Department of Water Resources and the Department of Drinking Water and Sanitation. And the time now is greater than ever before, which is that in some sense, Jal Jeevan Mission should leverage the strength of the Department of Water Resources being part of the same ministry, and should look at where are your groundwater dependent sources based, schemes based, how many of those are in blocks that are critical or vulnerable from a groundwater perspective. And in those blocks that are vulnerable, to look at, do your natural aquifer mapping outputs help in identifying recharge zones, or can the Central Groundwater Board help in identifying recharge zones in these vulnerable blocks which are predominantly where you have groundwater dependent schemes. If the CGWB can help advise the DDWS about where these blocks are and where the recharge zones are, you can then ensure that your recharge conservation efforts are maximized there to give you the best results and to improve the chances of the reliability of sources. The third is you need to look at convergence of schemes. And I think it will be tragic for the department to talk about convergence of schemes without ensuring that they converge with the larger Ministry of Jal Shakti first, is to try and ensure that in vulnerable blocks we can promote water use efficiency in agriculture, look at changes in cropping pattern, look at schemes like Amrit Sarovar, which look at revival of lakes, tanks and ponds. All these efforts to be maximized in the districts where you have predominantly groundwater dependent schemes which are likely to be vulnerable. And finally, I think there is a need for us to invest in better research to try and understand if schemes fail, why do they fail? If schemes succeed, why do they succeed? Because without that learning, we can't fix the problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Badwan, for so clearly bringing the challenges. And I think the most striking thing you said about where is the source. I mean, you have to identify the source. Once you know and identify the source, then you can really protect it. I think I'm just reminded of a situation about the springs in Uttarakhand. I think we all keep on saying that the springs are getting dried up and this thing, but you see the spring, you see the water coming out, but the source of the spring will be somewhere else. And it is not so easy to directly relate. Sometimes traditionally people know, but if you go to the present day water workers there, I think there is a lot of confusion there. So we actually had to look at the technology and some sort of isotope based study, but ultimately to revive them, I mean protect them and revive them or augment them, we had to depend upon some of the local programs and local people and communities. So I think there is a lot of linkage, and of course there cannot be, I mean, I told that this is a theme where actually convergence will be the key with other ministries, because the same source you fill that pond, but it actually gives the recharge of the surface source can actually recharge your groundwater. So sometimes we have a lot of confusion. And very rightly he also flagged the issue of demand side management. हम पानी को बिल्कुल नया बनाने के बदले पानी को बचा सकते हैं. अगर पानी को बचाएंगे, कम खर्च करेंगे, efficient हो जाएंगे, that will help. So I think that actually gives a thought to me to request Mr. Stephen Dom to actually share his thoughts, because he has, I mean, the GIZ has really supported government in developing a kind of technical methods of assessment and doing the water budgeting and several other issues also, whatever you feel, I mean, with your rich experience, global experience, as well as Indian experience, that what are the challenges. Some of the issues very clearly have been flagged by Mr. Badwan, and then based upon your experience in India and otherwise, kindly share your thoughts, Mr. Stephen.
Yeah, but can I? Yeah. Oh, it's there. Okay. Namaste. Good afternoon. Yes, thank you. First of all, thank you for the invitation. It's a real honor to share my thoughts on this panel, and we have heard already it has been a long day, so also thank you for staying until the end. Very interesting presentations, and I hope I can contribute also something to this discussion. So, yes, what is GIZ doing in India? Maybe that is the first question. The chairman is already aware that GIZ has been cooperating with MOGS and NMCG, so supporting Ganga rejuvenation. But since more than 10 years, we are also quite active in the realm of rural water security. It all started in 2013 when we collaborated with the Ministry of Rural Development and in particular the MGNREGA scheme to optimize the planning of the MGNREGA in order to benefit the environment. So that project was called MGNREGA Environmental Benefits. So basically our approach is we co-develop and demonstrate comprehensive decision support and planning framework to enable the local planners for large-scale development programs like MGNREGA to use data which is already available in the country. For example, geospatial data, but could be also non-spatial data like census data. That it's already available, it's verified, but during the planning process years ago it was largely ignored, and the idea was to make that available to the planners so they can take into consideration things like land use data, census data, geologic data, digital elevation model, and things like that. And then produce more efficient and more reliable plans, in particular for the MGNREGA scheme. So with time, we pivoted more towards water security. So trying to make the main target to improve water security by optimizing the assets and measures which were implemented by MGNREGA. And as you all know, MGNREGA is a very powerful implementation scheme. So there's a lot of resources going in every year. So it really has, as I call it, implementation muscle. And if you can leverage this towards water security, then you can really have some impact on the ground. So we had two phases with WASCA, water security and climate adaptation. In the second phase, we scaled our approach to 17 states in 5 different ecological regions. And now we just started in April our next module, which is called Support India Water Visions, SUWAVI, which is now pivoting a little bit more to MOGS and water security, and having also MOGS as an official collaboration partner. So one of our milestones, I would say, is if you want to see what the end result is of all that work, is the Jacaranda platform, which is basically MORD taking up this approach and making it a standard approach for all the MGNREGA plans now. So it's hosted by the National Remote Sensing Center, NRC, and also WUWAN platform. All the data platforms are feeding in data, and in the Jacaranda platform, all the local planners on block and GB level can access that data. There's a step-by-step explanation how to use it, and that's one of the rare occasions. I've been in the development and water security business for quite a long time, and we always aim for this kind of institutionalization and mainstreaming, and it's quite hard to get. This is a good example where it actually worked. After 10 years, I think we can say now this approach is mainstreamed into the government system. I also would like to share with you a little bit more outside perspective when we talk about service levels and access to drinking water. So if you look a little bit how access is discussed in the context of the SDG 6.1, so there was the first approach, which was the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals, which basically evaluated access to drinking water only in 3 different tiers. So there was obviously the lower one, no management, only surface water. Then unimproved was basically like a duck well, which is unprotected. And then there was improved, which is some kind of protected well, for example. Then they realized this is a little bit too undifferentiated. So then for the current development goals, which are still valid until 2030, the improved was subdivided in 3 other categories. So one is limited. So you have a protected source, but you need more than 30 minutes to fetch the water. Basic, you have a protected source, but it's quite close by, like a village well. And then safely managed, and that's basically, there we talk about JGM. So you have a piped, not necessarily piped, but you have access on premise, which provides you with good quality water most of the time. It's not quite well defined what that really means. So I put some pictures here. It's just randomly as I found them from the internet. It's quite easy to see they're only women. So obviously, if you talk about transformation, I think increasing water security, rural water security, is above all transformative for women. A couple of months ago, I read a study from WHO. And they, in 2018, they concluded that in India, in rural areas, women spent like 18 billion hours for fetching water. So if you put that in context, I looked it up. In Germany, we have a total of working hours for the entire working population of 50 billion. So 1/3 of the working hours that we have in Germany was spent in 2018 before JGM, just fetching water. So that's, I think, quite impressive, because most Germans consider themselves hardworking, but 50 billion is not that much, really, if you think about those 18 billion that are spent just fetching water. So if you really look at the most relevant criteria, or maybe risk, for drinking water supply, it's accessibility. You want to have it close by. It's quantity, which is provision. So sometimes it's 20 liters per capita, sometimes it's 150, so it makes a difference. It's quality, obviously. Reliability, we talked a lot about that. You don't want to have downtime. Intermittent supply is not water security. And affordability, which is often forgotten. So it's nice to have all the above, but if you can't pay for it, then people don't want it. So if you talk about water security in a more colloquial sense, you can say you're water secure if you have access to water when you need it, which is fit for purpose, whether for drinking or for irrigation, and affordable, and that across different climate scenarios. So that's why we also think water security should be sought in 3 different dimensions. One dimension is the source, which we call source sustainability. So the source has to be managed, the watershed has to be managed, the groundwater has to be managed. So that's one part of it, but you need also access, you need the service. So little does it help if you have a nice aquifer, but you don't have access to this aquifer. So access is another dimension. And then you need also to be climate resilient. You might remember the discussion that was around the day zero in Cape Town, 2018. So they had all that. They had perfect access, they had perfect watershed management, but then they had 3 droughts in a row, and they slipped down the service ladder, as they call it, and they had to basically, they were very close to day zero. Currently, the same thing is going on in Tehran, in Iran. They're also close to day zero. It's not very much in the media, but it's quite dramatic. So these 3 dimensions are all necessary. So if I liked also what you said about the slipping back. So if you imagine this as a service ladder, you work your way up to the upper rungs. So now safely managed, that's the main goal of JGM. And it's easy to fall down again. You just need a natural disaster or a war, and then you're back to surface water. So it's not easy to sustain the upper rungs. And if you see a little bit where this should be going, this is not official yet, but this is a next step. So instead of only have safely managed water, then the next step would be drinking water security. So what does that mean? That means you open the tap and you have at least 150 liters per capita per day, 24/7, which is monitored, which is treated. You can drink it. If there's a drought, it still comes, and it's affordable. So that's the nirvana, let's say, of the water security, and that might be unrealistic. But if you think about Viksit Bharat and a longer-term vision, this is what we should aim for. Eventually, also in the rural areas, they're not going to be content with 55 liters per capita, and eventually it will probably increase. So just my last comments about the different criteria and characteristics of those systems. So if you're in the lower rung, there's minimum investment and almost no management. Basically, you have an open well, there's no investment. But if you climb up to the basic area, to the basic level, there's a low investment. This is a village well, for example, simple structures, and it's community-based and based with community-based organizations or village water and sanitation committees. Then now we are at the JJM level, so that's medium to high investment. You have a small, what we call small piped water schemes. They are mainly community-based for single village wells, but they often require support service providers. I'm now talking about the international experience, what we can observe also in other countries. It's very rare that you reach this level without any other service provider. So this community-based operation has, I call it operation, not management. So it can be operated on a community base, but it's rarely really managed because it becomes too complex. You just have to admit at a certain time, the system is too complex. You need professional people that manage it. So if you're then at the upper rung, then you have high investment, high capex, high opex. So you need adequate tariffs. So that will depend obviously also on the income of the people. You have complex multi-village schemes that require professional O&M, as well as a monitoring scheme that you also heard in previous sessions, like, for example, a SCADA scheme where you actually have a dashboard and you see which well is working and how much the consumption is. And it is managed and overseen by utility-like state agency or commercial utilities. In India, commercial utilities are not really yet arising, but in other countries they are. I mean, obviously they have to be commercially viable, and you can also imagine private sector participation. But this is the tendency. Eventually, the transition is towards utility-like management, and that requires a different management scheme. So just to some takeaways. So drinking water security requires source sustainability as well as service sustainability or financial sustainability, which also included, and resilience. To achieve source sustainability post facto, that's also an important point I would like to make, by watershed management interventions like, for example, groundwater recharge, is very challenging. If a well is in the wrong place and in the wrong aquifer, and the aquifer is overexploited, don't try by artificial recharge to make it sustainable. It's not going to work. So there are limits to this. If the well is a bad well, then you have to choose another source or another well. But all this talk about we just have to make artificial recharge and then we're going to save it. And in the neighborhood, there is some agricultural production well which is pumping the hell out of the aquifer. That's not sustainable. So you cannot compensate this by watershed management, even if MG Narega has quite an impact. So JJM went a long way towards achieving safely managed drinking water for more than 150 households, which is called last mile push. This is almost an enigma in international cooperation. When I first read about this, when I came here 3 years ago, I thought this is impossible. Because I know how hard it was or is in other continents and other contexts, but I must say it might not be perfect, but it's a great accomplishment. It's really a great accomplishment. So history and examples from other geographic areas suggest that the future development will be towards drinking water security. So that's the upper rung, let's say. This will require a transition from community-based management to utility-type management models. And last but not least, so what is the best model? So the adequate management model is highly context-specific. It will emerge from a successful experience from local champions. And it will emerge from India. I mean, you have so many local champions. There are very good examples in Kerala, Karnataka, which also went a little bit further, and eventually by tinkering, trying different things, eventually I think you will work up your way to the upper rung and see what works best for India or what works best for the state. So obviously India has a challenge compared to your northern neighbor, which had a similar challenge, that it's more fragmented. Yeah, but I think you have also the opportunity that you have more diversification. So this diversification will give you good examples which you then can use and scale up. So that's what I wanted to share, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stephen. Extremely thought-provoking. One thing, of course, is also a little bit, quite satisfying that compared to many other countries, perhaps the achievement of this mission has been quite substantial. And especially the cash thing, what he said is without a kind of service provider. So riding upon the community, the strength of the community and their involvement, apart from the government machinery, this kind of success has been there. But I think there is also, two clear messages. One thing is the drinking water security is important, because you can achieve, but you can slip very quickly. So I think we have to keep on reminding and doing it. And second thing is, maybe for some selected schemes where there is a little more technical complexity and all that, we may have to evolve some sort of model, utility-based model, where maybe some sort of PPP, and this PPP will not be a very typical PPP. We'll have to really actually do some reimagine and design something to sustain some of these schemes, because the community will have certain constraints of finances, technical capability, etc. So I think somewhere we have to do, but again, even if we bring that, the community oversight will have to be ensured. So I think that kind of approach will be there. We are talking of community, and then the community has strength to leverage in this program. So I think there is no better person now to request Mr. Sanjay Singh to share his thoughts. Sorry, but I think to share his experience, very fascinating experience. So how community and especially the women, महिलाओं ने किस तरह से जल संरक्षण पे एक अभूतपूर्व कार्य किया है, उसके बारे में जान करके हम सबको गर्व होता है. So I think संजय जी उसके बारे में
respected chair और all the sector friends, मैं गांव से बहुत सारे साथी आए हैं, तो आई विल स्पीक इन हिंदी. तो ये मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि समय के साथ अपनी बात रखूं. मुझे लग रहा है कि सर ने बहुत कुछ बता ही दिया है. एक ये इनिशिएटिव है, खासतौर से मैं एक केस स्टडी की तरह आप सबके सामने कुछ अनुभव रखूंगा कि कैसे कुछ चीज़ें की जा सकती हैं और कैसे जिनके प्रभाव ये रन थ्रो नहीं हो रहा ना, आगे नहीं जा रहा. तो मैं एक मध्य प्रदेश के दो जिले हैं, खासतौर से छतरपुर और निवाड़ी, ये दो डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में कैसे हमने सामुदायिक सहयोग से हाउ टू एक्टिव कम्युनिटी पार्टिसिपेशन जो हमने ड्रिंकिंग वाटर के लेवल पे, और खासतौर से ये एक माइक्रो कम्युनिटी एंड सर्विस प्रोवाइडर के बीच में, और जो मैसियो डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे और मैक्रो तीनों लेवल पे, खासतौर से स्थानीय के लेवल से लेके और ऊपर तक, जिसको हम कहेंगे कि गांव से लेके और केंद्र के स्तर तक, कैसे चीजों को अगर हम सिस्टम के बीच के जो गैप उनको आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं और उनके आइडेंटिफिकेशन से चीजों को बहुत बेहतर किया जा सकता है. और जो प्रयास हमने किया वो हम यहाँ पे साझा रखेंगे. मैं कोई भी दर्शन की बात नहीं करूंगा, जो यथार्थ में हुआ वही आप सबके साथ साझा करूंगा. तो ये एक तरह का अभी जिस तरह से हम बात कर रहे थे कि ये एक आउटकम है, ये माइक्रो लेवल पे, जिस तरह से गांव के लेवल पे, विलेज लेवल इंस्टीट्यूशंस में हमने, जो हमसे पहले के वक्ताओं ने भी बहुत स्पष्ट रूप से रखा कि बहुत सारी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग के बहुत सारे आयाम हैं, उनके ऊपर काम किया. और खासतौर से जो मैसियो लेवल है उसमें खासतौर से डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल प्लानिंग और डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल में क्या हम पार्टिसिपेशन के लेवल कर सकते हैं. और जब हम मैसियो लेवल की बात कर रहे हैं तो हम इंप्रूव्ड गवर्नेंस, जो हमारा गवर्नेंस स्ट्रक्चर है बास सर्विसेज का, उसको हम कैसे कर सकते हैं. और अगर हम मैस्ट्रो लेवल पे देख रहे हैं तो पब्लिक अकाउंटेबिलिटी और मोबिलाइजेशंस को कैसे हम आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं, ये कुछ हमने एक एरिया है। छतरपुर में हमारे पास में 49 पंचायत थे और निवारी में 40 पंचायत थे। छतरपुर में ये आप डेटा सब देख ही रहे हैं, ये गांव का एक आंकड़ा जिनके साथ हमने काम किया। ये अगर हम सीधे तौर पे इम्पैक्ट और आउटकम्स की तरफ अगर हम जाते हैं तो ये एक पूरा मोबिलाइजेशंस का काम है। एक बड़ी स्कीम थी जो जेजेएम से आने से पहले एक बुंदेलखंड पैकेज में एक स्कीम बनाई गई थी और वो पूरी तरह से फेल्योर थी। बांध सुजौरा करके एक स्कीम छतरपुर में, और उसको जेजेएम में लिया गया और उसको हमने पूरी तरह से आज जिस तरह से मुखेड़ मॉडल है मध्य प्रदेश में जिसकी बहुत चर्चा होती है छिंदवाड़ा का, उसी तरह से ये जो हमारा बड़ा मलहरा का ये जिसको हम कह रहे हैं कि बांध सुजारा स्कीम है, उस स्कीम्स को भी हमने सक्सेस करने की पूरी कोशिश की और मिनिस्ट्री से बहुत सारे लोग जा रहे हैं, देख रहे हैं और समझ रहे हैं। तो ये कुछ जिसको हम कहा है कि मोबिलाइजेशंस के लेवल पे एक जल यात्रा, ये तमाम तरह के ऐसे आयाम हैं जिनके माध्यम से एक जिसको कह सकते हैं कि बहुत प्रभावशाली ढंग से मोबिलाइज करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं लगातार। और उसमें हम जो यात्रा के दौरान तमाम सारी चीजें जो हम कर रहे हैं उनमें सरकार के भी तमाम सारे हित जिनको हम कह रहे हैं स्टेक होल्डर्स का सपोर्ट मिल रहा, कम्युनिटी का सपोर्ट मिल रहा। और इसी बीच में जो एक बहुत बड़ी बात है जिसपे स्टीफन ने भी बहुत फोकस किया कि सस्टेनेबिलिटी इज द मोर इंपॉर्टेंट थिंग्स। तो हम सिर्फ अकेली इसकी बात नहीं कर रहे हैं कि अभी पानी पहुंचेगा, उसके साथ सस्टेनेबिलिटी के ऊपर कैसे काम कर सकते हैं। तो वहां की छोटी नदियां कैसे, जिन पे ये सारे स्कीम्स बने हैं, जहां पे WTP लगे हैं वो कैसे, तो ये एक तरह से जिसको हम कहा है कि टॉप टू बॉटम का जो अप्रोच है, उस अप्रोच के आधार पर हम इन जल सहेलियों के माध्यम से इसको देखने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जिसमें हम पंचायत की भूमिका से लेके, और जैसे हम छतरपुर निवाड़ी डिस्ट्रिक्ट की अगर हम बात करें तो हम लगभग ये हम फाइनेंशियल जितने भी पंचायत के कन्वर्जेंस है, चाहे वो हमारा फाइनेंस कमीशन का फंड हो, मनरेगा फंड हो, इन सबको भी जोड़ने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और विद इन द जल जीवन मिशन में जो हम बात कर रहे हैं कि जो एक्सक्लूडेड कम्युनिटी है, एक्सक्लूडेड कम्युनिटी फैमिलीज, उनको हम कैसे टारगेट कर रहे हैं, और वो हमने करने की कोशिश की। और ये 42 विलेजेस में जिस तरह से इंक्लूजन के हिस्से पे सबसे ज्यादा, क्योंकि वही टोला, वही मोहल्ला, वही सबसे पहले छूटता है, उसको हमने किस तरह से टारगेट किया और वहां पे पानी पहुंचाने के साथ साथ जो तमाम तरह की जो खासतौर से इसमें हम कह सकते हैं कि जो गैप थे वो आइडेंटिफाई किए, और गैप के साथ ही साथ हमने BWSC के अलावे जो और सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स थे उनके साथ जोड़ने की कोशिश करी। और ये एक तरह से अगर हम देख सकते हैं कि ये आज हम इन स्कीम्स में काफी सफलता तक पहुंचे हैं। समय की बाध्यता है इसलिए मैं बहुत थोड़ा फास्ट चल रहा हूं। और ये पंचायत की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका है, और पंचायत की महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका से हम जो देख सकते हैं कि हमने ये वाटर बॉडीज और खासतौर से रिवाइवल और इसके साथ साथ पानी की जो उपलब्धता है वो बढ़ाने का काम किया। और सिविल सोसाइटी मेंबर्स में जो हम जिस जलजन जोड़ो अभियान, जहां पानी पे काम करने वाले एक लाइक माइंडेड लोगों का एक फोरम है, उन सबके साथ रिवर रिजुविनेशन को लेके और तमाम सारी चीजें ये हमने करी हैं। और ये करने की कोशिश के बीच में जो काम हुआ वो खासतौर से जो हमारा पूरा का पूरा काम है, तो ये छोटी छोटी नदियों पे उसका असर दिखाई दे रहा। अब हम छोटी नदियों की तरफ से यमुना के ऊपर थोड़ा सा काम शुरू कर रहे हैं। यमुना के ऊपर एक नेशनल लेवल पे एक अभी हम प्रयास करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण जो हम आयाम आपके सामने रखना चाह रहे हैं कि ज्वाइंट मॉनिटरिंग का हम एक कंसेप्ट लेके आए, और उससे हमें बहुत सक्सेसफुल नतीजे आए। और ये जो स्टेटस रिपोर्ट हमारी बनाने की प्रक्रिया है वो हमें बहुत मदद करती है, और हम इसको नियमित रूप से खासतौर से जो जल निगम हैं उनके साथ हम साझा कर रहे हैं, और उसके परिणाम ये हो रहे हैं कि हमें बहुत ही इंप्रूवमेंट दिखाई देने मिल रहा है। ये अगर हम देखें तो हमारे ये 9 बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक हैं जिनका हम उपयोग करते हैं, और ये पूरा का पूरी जो थ्योरी है उसके आधार पर ये टिकी हुई है। तो ये जिसमें हम फाइनेंसिंग की भी बात कर रहे हैं, लर्निंग की भी बात कर रहे हैं, मॉनिटरिंग की भी बात कर रहे हैं और डिमांड और बिहेवियर चेंज की भी बात कर रहे हैं। और सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट, हम सुबह से बहुत अच्छा लगा, मैं आयोजकों को बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगा कि बहुत ही समृद्ध डिस्कशन हुआ, जिसमें खासतौर से डिलीवरी मॉडल के साथ साथ जो हम बात कर रहे हैं उसमें जितने भी सेक्टर हैं उन सब सेक्टरों में मुझे लगता है कि हम लोगों ने तो इन पूरे बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक के आधार पर ही अपने काम को आगे बढ़ाने की कोशिश की है। अगर हम देखें बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक की जो प्रोग्रेस है वो इस तरह से है, ये डेटा बताने में बहुत टाइम जाएगा, लेकिन ये प्रेजेंटेशन में यहां छोड़ूंगा, जिसको भी चाहिए होगा तो आप ले लीजिएगा। और इसके साथ ही साथ ये हमारा एनालिसिस है, खासतौर से कि हमने जब इन बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक का यूज किया उसके बाद हमारे परिणाम क्या आए और हमें क्या सक्सेस मिली। और इसी के साथ अगर हम देखें तो पूरी ये तुलनात्मक जो हम डेटा अगर हम देख रहे हैं, जहां पे हम काम कर रहे हैं वहां पे हम 93.68% पानी की उपलब्धता हमने सुनिश्चित करी, और जहां पे हम ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सप्लाई में और नॉन इंटरवेंशंस में अगर हम देखें तो अभी वहां पे एक बहुत बड़ा गैप इस पूरी सी एनालिसिस में, इस केस स्टडी में आपको दिख रहा है। और की लर्निंग्स जो हैं खासतौर से हमारे, वो बेसिकली वही है कि जो मेन स्ट्रीमिंग है ग्रास रूट कैडर का, वो जल सहेली के इंपॉर्टेंस से बहुत ही सरल हुआ है। ड्रिंकिंग वाटर की जो सप्लाई सिस्टम है वो इंप्रूव किया है। पीआरआई मेंबर और बीडब्ल्यूएससी दोनों पे बहुत फोकस हुआ, और कोऑर्डिनेशन जो है वो रेगुलर कैसे मीटिंग्स में बदल के और वो एक फोरम जैसा, जो नियमित फोरम जैसा बनने की कोशिश की। क्लाइमेट चेंज एक बड़ा सवाल है, हमसे पहले माधवन सर ने जो बात कही वो हमने यहां नहीं रखा, लेकिन हमने वाटर यूज इफिशिएंसी पे भी बहुत सारे कोशिश किए हैं। और पहला भारत का पिवोट सिस्टम जो है वो हमने लगाया है किसानों पे, खेत के भारत में जो किसान के खेत पर पहला पिवोट सिस्टम लगा वो हम लोगों ने लगा के और ये बताने की कोशिश की कि कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके भी हम चीजों को ठीक कर सकते हैं। कुछ ये फोटोग्राफ्स हैं अलग अलग समय में अलग अलग तरह के काम के ऊपर। ये कुछ हमारे रिवर रिजुवनेशन के कार्यक्रम है। थैंक यू सो मच।
थैंक यू सो मच संजय जी, बहुत जल्दी में लेकिन काफ़ी अच्छी तरीके से आपने समझाया। एज यू नो, आई मीन एक एक प्रेजेंटेशन पे अगर हम चर्चा करें तो एक एक घंटे का समय भी कम पड़ेगा कि कैसे क्या चेंज हुआ। बट यस, आई थिंक इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। एक चीज़ जो निकल के आती है, लोगों का तो जुड़ाव रहा और कोऑर्डिनेशन, रेगुलर मीटिंग्स हुई, सब हुआ। जो इन्होंने छोटी नदियों की बात की, जो हम अगेन कमिंग बैक टू द सोर्सेज एंड देयर इज अ लिंकेज बिटवीन सरफेस वाटर, ग्राउंड वाटर, उसको जब तक हम ठीक से नहीं समझेंगे परहैप्स हम ठीक से इस पूरे चीज़ों को सस्टेन नहीं कर पाएंगे। सो आई थिंक ये बहुत अच्छी बात है कि देयर इज लॉट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट अबाउट स्मॉल रिवर्स। When we had started or when they had started, perhaps it was not known. I mean, we always talked about Ganga and the main Ganga and then bigger tributaries. But आज जो है, especially मनरेगा में, now this is one of the priority item. I fully remember 2020 में कोविड के बाद हम लोगों ने जाके मनरेगा में जल संरक्षण और छोटी नदियों के संरक्षण को प्रायोरिटी में लगाया था, और अब तो एक्ट के माध्यम से भी वाटर हैज बिकम ए काइंड ऑफ प्रायोरिटी आइटम इन मनरेगा। सो आई थिंक दैट्स अ वेरी ग्रेट विन फॉर ऑल द जल योद्धा जितने भी यहाँ, हम सबके लिए एक अच्छी विन है। एंड देन दिस इज अ वेरी गुड थिंग विच कम्स नाउ। आई थिंक वी स्टार्टेड लिटिल लेट, ऑलमोस्ट 10-15 मिनट लेट, सो इफ वी आर लेफ्ट विथ वन मोर प्रेजेंटेशन। आई थिंक मिस्टर सलाहुद्दीन साहब हैं जो कि सहगल फाउंडेशन से हैं। We are all aware about the good work this foundation does. I think I had chance to see some of their work earlier also. So I will request you to share your experience and your ideas with them. और यहाँ पे काफ़ी लोग जो ज़मीन पे कार्य करने वाले लोग हैं, गांव के लोग हैं, उनका एक विशेष अभिवादन है। और वो लोग शायद जो संजय जी के साथ भी आए हुए हैं और सहगल फाउंडेशन के द्वारा भी कुछ लोग यहाँ आए हुए हैं, उन सबका अभिवादन है। सो आपके किए गए परिश्रम को, कार्य को संजय जी और सलाहुद्दीन जी बता रहे हैं। सो ये बेसिकली सबको हम बोलने के लिए उतना समय नहीं मिल सकता है, लेकिन जो आपका कार्य है उसी के बारे में यहाँ पर चर्चा हो रही है। सो बहुत बहुत आप लोगों का अभिनंदन। थैंक यू।
Thank you very much, Chairman sir, all my co-panelists and all the people who are attending this workshop. At the outset, I would like to thank Sankala team, especially R.K. Srinivasan, UNOPS team, especially Vinod Mishra ji, and all the people who have come from the long distances to attend this session. बेसिकली मैं शुरू करना चाहूँगा जो हमें हमारे पूर्वजों से, जो हमारे इतिहास से हमें मिला है। भारत एक नदियों का देश रहा है, तालाबों का देश रहा है, कुओं का, बावड़ियों का देश रहा है, पर दुर्भाग्यवश हमसे पिछले वाले जो सिस्टम थे, खास करके जो ब्रिटिश सिस्टम जो हमें मिला पिछले कुछ सालों में, उसने कम्युनिटी और पानी का जो रिश्ता था उसको कहते हैं तार तार कर दिया, बिल्कुल तोड़ दिया। अदरवाइज हम जो आज बात कर रहे हैं यहाँ पे पाइप्ड वाटर सप्लाई टू ऑल, शायद इसकी ज़रूरत ही नहीं थी, क्योंकि कम्युनिटीज़ जो गांव के लोग थे वो अच्छी तरीके से अपने गांव के रिसोर्सेज को संभालते थे, मैनेज करते थे और आपस में मिल बैठ के बंटवारा करते थे। जब कमी होती थी तो कम में गुजारा करते थे, बारिशें अच्छी होती थी, उनके तालाबों में, कुओं में, बावड़ियों में पानी ज़्यादा भर जाता था, उसको भी संभालना आता था, उसको भी इस्तेमाल करना आता था। बट समहाउ वी हैव कम अ लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस, 100, 150, 200 साल हो गए हम इस पद्धति में पड़े हुए, शायद अब वापस जाना हमारे लिए मुश्किल है। तो हम कोशिश करेंगे कि बीच का रास्ता क्या हो सकता है और इस बीच के रास्ते में अलग अलग स्टेक होल्डर्स का क्या रोल हो सकता है। I'm sorry, Mr. Stephen, I would like to continue in Hindi because we have majority of participants coming from the villages. तो मुझे आज भी बार बार याद आती है वो अनुपम मिश्रा जी की किताब, आज भी खड़े हैं तालाब, एकलव्य, हमारे साथी सुरेश यहाँ पे बैठे हैं, जिन्होंने कहा था कि पहले जो गांव बसते थे, पहले जो शहर होते थे या महानगर होते थे, उनकी पहचान जनसंख्या से नहीं होती थी। जो आज जनसंख्या पैमाना बना हुआ है हमारे, किसको हम गांव कहेंगे, किसको हम शहर कहेंगे, किसको महानगर कहेंगे, वो पहले नंबर ऑफ वाटर बॉडीज होता था। जहां कम वाटर बॉडीज होती थी, 1, 5, 10 तक, उनको गांव कहते थे, 50, 60 तक होती थी शहर कहते थे, और 100 से पार हो जाए तो महानगर कहते थे। अब तो उल्टा है, मतलब जितनी जनसंख्या ज़्यादा उतना बड़ा उस शहर का स्टेटस, और जनसंख्या पहले आती है, वाटर सप्लाई, रोड, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी ये सब बाद में आती हैं। उस वक्त होता था आपको गांव बसाने का, हैबिटेशन बसाने का, तब तक वहाँ के राजा से, किंग से, नवाब से परमिशन ही नहीं मिलती थी, जब तक आप वहाँ पे कोई कुआं, बावड़ी, तालाब, ऐसे पानी के संसाधन का प्रबंध ना कर लें। लेकिन पानी किसी एक आदमी के बस का काम नहीं है, इसके लिए ये पूरा हाथ लगता है, इस हाथ में ही है, पूरी समाज है, सरकार है, जो हमारे देश को जो प्रगति की तरफ लेके जा रही हैं, बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां वो हैं, और तकनीक जो इन कंपनियों की जो देन है, उसका खास करके इस पाइप वाटर सप्लाई में एक बहुत बड़ा रोल है। और सबसे बड़ा है लोग, जो धरातल पे जो लोग हैं, इसको चलाने वाले, जो इसको संभालने वाले, उनका बहुत बड़ा रोल है। तो मैं इस हाथ पे ही कंटिन्यू करूंगा। सबसे पहले छोटी उंगली, कोई भी जो वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम बनती है वो टेक्नोलॉजिकली रोबस्ट होनी चाहिए, उसमें बहुत अच्छी जो भी लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी का हम इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, चाहे वो पानी को सोर्स करने में, नदी से या भूजल से निकालने में हो, उसके डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में हो, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में लीकेज ना हो, क्योंकि लीकेज होती है तो फिर कंटामिनेशन के चांसेस बढ़ते हैं, और इक्विटेबल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन हो। जब तक इक्विटेबल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन नहीं होगा, जब तक सबको पानी नहीं मिलेगा गांव में लड़ाई झगड़े होते हैं, फसाद होते हैं, और अलग अलग तरह की नौबतें आती हैं। पिछले सेशंस में बहुत सारा जिक्र किया लोगों ने सेंसर्स का, डैशबोर्ड्स का, वाटर क्वालिटी टेस्टिंग का, ये सब की बहुत ज़रूरत है आज, क्योंकि एग्रीकल्चर से पॉल्यूशन हो रहा है, इंडस्ट्रीज से पॉल्यूशन हो रहा है। सो उस सबको कैसे हम ट्रेस कर सकते हैं, कैसे हम उसको ट्रीट कर सकते हैं और फिर लोगों को अच्छी क्वालिटी का पानी पहुंचा सकते हैं। एक साथ ही एक मुद्दा जुड़ा है डिसेंट्रलाइजेशन वर्सेस सेंट्रलाइजेशन का। अभी भी गवर्नमेंट की जो स्कीम्स हैं बहुत सारी, दे आर सेंट्रलाइज स्कीम, एक जगह पे कहीं पे पाइप लगा के और एक बड़ी आबादी को पानी पहुंचाया जाता है। एक दूसरा ग्रुप है, एक दूसरी लॉबी है जो कहती है नहीं, ये सब डिसेंट्रलाइज होने चाहिए, छोटे छोटे स्तर पे होने चाहिए। बट आई थिंक इट्स टाइम वी नीड टू टेक अप्रोच ऑफ हाइब्रिड अप्रोच, जिसमें जहाँ ज़रूरत हो वहाँ हम सेंट्रलाइजेशन की तरफ जाएं, जहाँ पॉसिबल नहीं है सेंट्रलाइज सोर्सेज वहाँ हम कैसे डिसेंट्रलाइज सोर्सेज से लोगों को पीने का पानी मुहैया करा सकते हैं। दूसरा है इंगेजमेंट एंड रोल ऑफ लोकल स्टेक होल्डर्स, जो हमारे एक तरफ जो सरकार की जो डिपार्टमेंट्स हैं, पब्लिक हेल्थ इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट है, कुछ राज्यों में जल निगम है, कुछ राज्यों में रूरल वाटर सप्लाई एंड सैनिटेशन डिपार्टमेंट हैं, अलग अलग राज्यों में, क्योंकि पानी हमारे भारत में राज्यों का सब्जेक्ट है, राज्यों का विषय है, राज्यों को ही मैनेज करना है, तो हर राज्य ने अपने अपने लेवल पे अलग अलग तरह के स्ट्रक्चर्स बनाए हैं। उनके एक मुझे बड़ी खामी दिखती है आज के जो सिस्टम है उसमें, इंजीनियर्स को हमारे टेक्नोलॉजी, तकनीक, सीमेंट, मोटार, ब्रिक मोटार, ये सब तो बहुत अच्छे से सिखाया जाता है, लेकिन लोकल कम्युनिटी को, गांव के लोगों को जिनके लिए आप स्कीम बना रहे हैं, उसको कैसे इंगेज करना है, कैसे इन्वॉल्व करना है, उनको कैसे एम्पावर करना है, ताकि ये तकनीक जो स्कीम आप बना रहे हैं वो लगातार निरंतर चलती रहे। और उसकी एक बहुत बड़ी ज़रूरत है। तो उसके लिए जो गांव के जो की पर्सन्स हैं, जो गांव में जो थोड़ा समय देना चाहते हैं, जिनके पास थोड़े रिसोर्सेज भी हैं, वो रिटायर्ड गवर्नमेंट ऑफिशियल्स हो सकते हैं, एंथुजियास्टिक यूथ हो सकते हैं, उन सबको मिला के उस स्कीम को अगर बनाया जाए तो आई थिंक देयर आर मोर चांसेस दैट दीज वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम्स विल रिमेन फंक्शनल इन लॉन्ग टाइम। तीसरा है ट्रेनिंग एंड एम्पावरमेंट ऑफ लोकल विलेज लेवल इंस्टीट्यूशंस। अब पीएचईडी डिपार्टमेंट या रूरल वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम्स के तहत स्कीम तो बहुत अच्छी बन गई, बहुत अच्छे तरीके से डिज़ाइन किया, बट समहाउ सिस्टम ऐसा है कि वो वाटर सप्लाई चलाने के लिए लोगों को ही हैंडओवर की जाती है, पंचायत ग्राम पंचायत को हैंडओवर की जाती है, लेकिन ग्राम पंचायत के पास रिसोर्सेज नहीं है, ट्रेंड मैन पावर नहीं है तो उनके अपग्रेडेशन, स्किल्स अपग्रेडेशन की रेगुलरली ज़रूरत है, वो नहीं हो पाती और पुराने ढर्रे पे वो सिस्टम चलता रहता है, पंप का बटन ऑन कर दिया, ऑफ कर दिया, बस इससे ज़्यादा उन लोगों को नहीं पता होता है। तो उसके लिए रेगुलर ट्रेनिंग एंड कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग की ज़रूरत है। मैं एक क्लासिक एग्जांपल यहाँ पे देना चाहूँगा। एक हम लोग काम करते हैं नू में, मेवाड़ डिस्ट्रिक्ट है हरियाणा का। मतलब डिस्ट्रिक्ट की आप देखें तो अरावली हिल्स हैं, कंटिन्यूस हिल्स हैं एक साइड में, दूसरी तरफ इंटरमिटेंट हिल्स हैं, और हिल्स के पास 1 किलोमीटर या 1.5 किलोमीटर, मैक्सिमम 2 किलोमीटर तक फ्रेश वाटर जोन्स मिलते हैं, और फिर बीच में जो 20 किलोमीटर के आसपास के एरिया, दैट इज टोटली सैलाइन। ऑलमोस्ट 79% विलेजेस है सैलाइन वाटर। तो पीएचईडी ने जो बोरवेल्स लगाए हैं वाटर सप्लाई के, दे आर क्लोज टू फुट हिल्स, जो अरावली हिल्स के पास हैं, जहाँ मीठा पानी मिलता है, जहाँ रिचार्ज होता रहता है, वहाँ से बोरवेल बना के और दूर तक वाटर सप्लाई की लाइन बिछाई है उन्होंने, जिससे पीने का पानी सप्लाई करते हैं। अब जैसे जैसे ओवर एक्सप्लॉयटेशन हो रहा है ग्राउंड वाटर रिसोर्सेज का, तो ये वाटर सप्लाई फेल होना शुरू हुई, इनकी यील्ड कम होना शुरू हुई। तो लोगों ने कहा कि नहीं, हम अपना पानी अब आसपास के गाँव के लोगों के साथ शेयर नहीं करेंगे। तो अब पीने का पानी तो चाहिए ना लोगों को, आप कैसे मना कर देंगे कि पीने का पानी नहीं देंगे। तो ये कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जब कुछ दिन चला तो लोगों ने जो खारे पानी वाले विलेजेस थे, उन्होंने कहा ठीक है, आप हमारा पानी बंद करेंगे ना, आपके गांव की इलेक्ट्रिसिटी हमारे गांव से होके जाती है, जिस दिन आप हमारे पानी की सप्लाई बंद कराएंगे उस दिन हम बिजली के खंभे को डिस्कनेक्ट कर देंगे, आपके यहाँ सप्लाई का पानी तो छोड़िए, मतलब आपको कुछ नहीं मिलेगा। सो इस तरह के कन्फ्लिक्ट आते हैं जब लोगों को बराबर पानी नहीं मिलता है। फिर एक बात है सोर्स ऑगमेंटेशन की, जो मुख्य हमारे इस सेशन का मुद्दा भी है। जब तक आप सोर्स की इंश्योर नहीं करेंगे कि ये लंबे समय तक चलता रहे, जब तक उसको रेगुलरली रिचार्ज नहीं करेंगे, तब तक आप ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सोर्सेज की सस्टेनेबिलिटी इंश्योर नहीं कर सकते, क्योंकि डिमांड बहुत ज़्यादा है, अवेलेबिलिटी लिमिटेड है, रेनफॉल भी क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से कभी कम होती है, कभी ज़्यादा होती है, ज़्यादा हो जाती है तो अच्छा है, नहीं होती तो फिर वाटर लेवल वापस अपने लेवल पर नहीं आ पाता और वाटर सप्लाई से पानी आना कम हो जाता है, जिसके लिए हमें बहुत सारे वाटर कंजर्वेशन स्ट्रक्चर्स, चेक डैम्स, रिचार्ज वेल्स, पॉन्ड्स की डीपनिंग, कंटूर ट्रेंचेस, ये सब करने पड़ते हैं। और एक लास्ट पॉइंट है, वी नीड टू क्रिएट वाटर कॉन्शियस एंड प्रूडेंट सोसाइटी, जो पानी के स्रोतों को अच्छे से संभाल सके। आप हम सभी जानते हैं कि एग्रीकल्चर इज द लार्जेस्ट यूजर ऑफ वाटर इंक्लूडिंग ग्राउंड वाटर, और अभी भी आज भी मोर देन 50% लॉसेज हैं हमारे एग्रीकल्चर यूज में। तो वी कैन नॉट सी इट इन आइसोलेशन कि हम ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सोर्स की सस्टेनेबिलिटी कर लेंगे जब तक वी कैन नॉट इम्प्रूव द एफिशिएंसी इन इरिगेशन सिस्टम। आधे से ज़्यादा पानी हमारा यूज हो रहा है, जब तक उसको हम अच्छे से नहीं यूज करेंगे तब तक वी कैन नॉट एंश्योर दैट ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सोर्सेज विल रिमेन फंक्शनल। तो उसके लिए बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल्स हैं, जैसे यू नीड टू इनकॉर्पोरेट ड्रिप इरिगेशन, स्प्रिंकलर इरिगेशन, लेजर लैंड लेवलिंग जो हम बहुत सारे गांवों में करते हैं, सो दैट यू कैन कट डाउन इरिगेशन वाटर यूज, एंड जो भी सेविंग है इरिगेशन की दैट कैन बी यूज फॉर ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सोर्सेज। If chair permits, we have number of people coming from the villages. We can take 2-3 experiences.
Perhaps exceeded the time, but maybe for a minute, if you can.
Yeah.
You can just stand and.
We have PhD officials from Haryana, 2-3 districts of Haryana. कोई बोलना चाहेगा? Village Water and Sanitation Committee members भी हैं, VTC members भी हैं। नासिर कोई बोलना चाहेगा? हाँ एक दो बस, एक दो सब। वो क्या चैलेंजेस फेस कर रहे हैं अपने वाटर सप्लाई स्कीम्स को चलाने में और क्या सॉल्यूशन हो सकते हैं?
संक्षेप में अपनी बात
ग्रासरूट से,
और हमें अच्छा लगेगा कि क्योंकि आपकी बात जो है बिल्कुल जमीनी स्तर से आएगी तो हमें भी पता चलेगा, लेकिन चूंकि समय जो हमें दिया गया था समय ऑलरेडी खत्म हो चुका है, इसलिए थोड़ा जितना कम से कम समय लेके बताएं उतना।
हाँ, संक्षेप में कहिएगा प्लीज।
आदरणीय मंच, सम्मानित मेरे साथी सभी आए अधिकारीगण, यूनोप से जो हमारी मीटिंग ली गई है, मैं सरपंच सेडूराम यादव, जिला अलवर, ग्राम पंचायत मोहब्बतपुर। सर, आपकी जो जेजेएम की स्कीम है बहुत अच्छी है और बहुत अच्छा काम हुआ है, बशर्ते इसको धरातल पे अब जाके जब आपके यूनोप से जब सभी जगह जो आपके यूनोप से आदमी गए तब से हमको पता पड़ा है कि जेजेएम का क्या महत्व, क्या औचित्य है। हम सरपंचों को, प्रधानों को यही पता नहीं था कि ये जेजेएम का क्या काम है। हमसे ना कोई लिखित लिया, ना कुछ बूझा, और पीएचडी ने वहां बोर काट दिए जहां पानी नहीं है और 80% पैसे उड़ जाते हैं आपके। एक ग्राम पंचायत अगर बोर काटती है तो उसमें 100% रिकवरी देनी पड़ती है सरपंच को, पीएचडी को 80% वापसी रिफंड हो जाता है। इस वजह से पीएचडी वालों ने मेरे ग्राम पंचायत में 8 बोर हुए थे, वो बोर नाम से बूझा आप कितना होगा। जो ओडेक्स बोर करता है, बोल्डर आता है हमारे वहां, उसमें सर 550-600 फीट बोरिंग कर दी, साल भर बोरिंग चली, 5 बोर अब तक सूख चुके हैं।
सरपंच साहब समझ गए आपका पॉइंट क्या है कि लोगों की जो वहां की जो जानकारी है, उस ग्रामीण स्तर की जो जानकारी है उसको इनकॉर्पोरेट करना बहुत जरूरी है। नहीं तो जो आपने कहा कि पीएचडी का कोई कॉन्ट्रैक्टर आके बोर बनाता है, अच्छा साइट सिलेक्शन नहीं होता और फिर पानी मिलता नहीं है या बहुत कम मिलता है, बजाय उसके अगर लोगों से जानकारी ली जाए, लोगों को इन्वॉल्व किया जाए उस प्लानिंग प्रोसेस में, तो उसके सक्सेस के ज्यादा चांसेस।
जी सर,
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। और कोई बोलना चाहेगा? जी
एक और कोई?
हाँ, एक और क्वेश्चन बस।
अच्छा है, दिस हमारे क्वेश्चन आंसर वाले सेशन।
सबसे पहले मैं धन्यवाद करता हूँ मंच पर सभी अधिकारीगण महोदय और हमारे आए सभी युवा साथी और माताएं बहनें। तो हरियाणा का सबसे, मैं नुह डिस्ट्रिक्ट से बिलोंग करता हूँ सर। मेरा जो नुह डिस्ट्रिक्ट है हरियाणा का एस्पायरेशनल डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, उसको हरियाणा का 22वां जो डिस्ट्रिक्ट है जिला, उसमें पानी की बहुत ज्यादा किल्लत है। जो पहाड़ी क्षेत्र के साथ में बसा हुआ है उसमें 12 वेज सप्लाई है, कुछ यानी कि 30% जो है उसका जो है इलाका 12 वेस्ट सप्लाई पर निर्भर करता है। कुछ सप्लाई उसमें बागड़ी प्रोजेक्ट के माध्यम से है, कुछ रेन्यूअल प्रोजेक्ट के माध्यम से। यहाँ तक कि जो जीपीज लेवल का जो मामला था वो सरपंच साहब ने जो बताया एज इट इज वही मेवात में है, क्योंकि उसमें जो VWSC बनी हुई थी कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के साथ उसमें उसका कोई इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं था। अगर कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के साथ होता UWSC के मेंबर्स के साथ में, सरपंच और जो भी सहायक मेंबर होते हैं, उसमें अगर उनका साथ लिया जाता, हो सकता है कि JJM को अच्छे से सक्सेसफुल हो। बट यह कि डिपार्टमेंट ने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को स्कीम देकर जो है उन्होंने अपने मनमानी तरीके से कनेक्शन वगैरह ये सब दिए हैं, और उसकी पाइप की जो लेवलिंग थी सर, वो बिल्कुल कहीं 1 फीट है, कहीं पूरी 1 फीट भी नहीं है, और जो कि नियम अनुसार 2 से 2.5 फीट होना चाहिए था, और वो नहीं था, लेवलिंग नहीं थी, प्रॉपर तरीके से लाइनें नहीं डली हुई थी। और पानी के जो कनेक्शन जो दिए गए थे, FSTC फंक्शनल हाउस होल्ड टैप कनेक्शन जो दिए गए थे, उसमें क्या है कि किसी कनेक्शन को टैप्स किया, किसी को नहीं, बस यूं जो है 10 से 20% जो है ऐसे थे गांव जिनमें सिर्फ कनेक्शन करके छोड़ दिए। बहुत सारी ग्राम पंचायत ऐसे हैं जिसमें यानी कि लाइनों को कनेक्ट ही नहीं किया गया। ढाणी तो अभी भी पेंडिंग चल रही है, और पानी का जो बिल्कुल मामला है वो बिल्कुल 50 से 60% जो है घरों तक पानी पहुंच पाता है, 100% सर नहीं है। और वो भी पानी की, जैसे कि हमारी सहगल टीम ने जो काम किए हैं, जहां भी किए हैं, स्कूलों में किए हैं, रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग सिस्टम जो लगाए हैं उनका बिल्कुल अच्छा है, क्वालिटी का पानी बच्चों को मिल जाता है। जिस भी स्कूल के अंदर हमने देखा है वो बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से, प्रॉपर तरीके से बच्चों को पानी मिल रहा है। किसी स्कूल में साल भर के लिए हो रहा, किसी स्कूल में 6 महीने के लिए हो रहा। तो सहगल टीम ने काफी जगह अच्छे प्रयास की है रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग सिस्टम। बट यह है कि डिपार्टमेंट ने भी जहां उनके बोर लगे हुए हैं वहां पर भी रिचार्ज पिट बनाए, और बरसात के मौसम में वो भी, उससे भी जो है जल स्तर ऊंचा हुआ है। और देखो वहां पर सरकार जैसे प्रयास कर रही है, अवेयरनेस कर रही है, UWSC है, की स्टेक होल्डर्स ट्रेनिंग है, PRI ट्रेनिंग्स है, और पंप ऑपरेटर्स ट्रेनिंग है। लेकिन यह है कि पानी की किल्लत को देखते हुए अभी भी जो है डिस्ट्रिक्ट में 50 से 60% जो है पानी मिल पा रहा।
ओके, थैंक यू वेरी मच। और महिलाएं आई हैं, कोई लास्ट महिला अगर कुछ बोलना चाहे तो बस लास्ट क्वेश्चन या अपना कुछ भी कमेंट सजेशन महिलाओं में से कोई बोलना चाहेगा? हाँ, पहले एक महिला को ले लेते हैं। आई थिंक आपका नाम बताइए, कौन से गांव से हैं, और फिर बताइए आप क्या करना चाह रहे हैं।
आप सभी को नमस्ते, मेरा नाम फरहीन हुसैन है और मैं मेवात के जो नूह के पास गांव है खेड़ला, वहां से हूँ। और जैसे पानी की भी बात चल रही है, बहुत सारे लोगों ने बहुत सी चीजें बोली, लेकिन बहुत सी चीजें हमारे समझ में नहीं आई। जैसे अभी सर आप बता रहे थे पानी के बारे में, तो वही दिक्कत है हमारे गांव में, क्योंकि पाइप तो दब जाते हैं लेकिन पानी घरों तक नहीं पहुंच पाता। तो इसके पीछे की जो वजह है उसको जानने की कोशिश करें, क्योंकि सरकारी जो लोग आते हैं पानी की लाइन दाब देते हैं या फिर खड्डा जो खोदते हैं उसको खुला ही छोड़ देते हैं, जिससे पानी बाहर निकलता है और घरों तक नहीं पहुंचता है। मैं अपने गांव की अगर बात करूं, अपने घर तक, तो हमारे घर तक भी पानी नहीं आता है, क्योंकि 3 दिन में पानी आता है तो 20 मिनट के लिए पानी आएगा, तो उसको आप कितना इस्तेमाल करोगे। इसीलिए घरों में लोगों ने अपने वो बना रखे कुंड है, जिनको हम मेवात भाषा में कुंड बोलते हैं, आप उसको चाहे कुछ भी बोल सकते हैं, टैंक वगैरह। तो उसमें हम पानी को स्टोर करते हैं, वो टैंक डलवाते हैं बाहर से। जैसे कि भी सर ने बताया कि जो हमारा अरावली है वहां पर मीठा पानी है, तो वहां से लोग पानी को बेचते हैं। 1500 रुपए या 1700 रुपए में एक टैंकर डलता है, उसको आप अपने 1 महीने के लिए कर सकते हो, 1.5 महीने के लिए, कोई 6 महीने के लिए भी कर सकता है। जिनका छोटा परिवार है, जिनका बड़ा है, वो जल्दी खत्म हो जाता है। तो जो पानी की हमारे वहाँ पे मेवात में जरूरत है वो बहुत ज्यादा, क्योंकि खारा पानी तो मिल जाएगा आपको हर जगह, तो खारे पानी को मीठे में बदलने के लिए कुछ कर सकते हैं तो वो बहुत अच्छा रहेगा। और मीठा पानी के अगर जैसे बादली से जो पानी आता है वो अगर आ जाए तो वो ठीक रहेगा, क्योंकि वहाँ कपड़े धोने के लिए पानी नहीं, पशुओं के लिए नहीं, तो खेती बाड़ी के लिए कहाँ से पानी आएगा सर। अगर जैसे बारिश हुई है तो बारिश का जो पानी है अब की बार बहुत अच्छी फसल होगी, क्योंकि अभी तक खेतों में पानी भरा हुआ है, लोग अपने उसको कर रहे हैं खेती बाड़ी को, तो उससे हो जाएगा। अगर बारिश नहीं होती तो सूखा ही पड़ेगा, फिर फसल नहीं होगी, फिर चारा नहीं होगा, फिर भैंस नहीं रखेगा कोई इंसान। अगर रखता है तो मान लिया अगर हम रखते हैं तो जब हमारे पास भैंस खरीदने के लिए पैसे होंगे तो चारे के लिए नहीं होंगे, चारे के लिए होंगे तो भैंस के लिए नहीं होंगे, क्योंकि पानी तो नहीं है ना, पानी भैंस से ही रखा जाएगा।
पूरी इकोनॉमिक साइकिल, वेरी गुड, पूरी बहुत अच्छा आपने बताया। जो हम लोग सब विशेषज्ञ लोग इसके बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, देखो इन्होंने जो वाटर साइकिल की बात है, बारिश का पानी को लेके उससे खेती, उसको कैसे संचय करेंगे तो बाकी चीज के लिए पानी रहेगा, सरफेस वाटर रिचार्ज होगा, उससे ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज होगा, इसी चीज की चर्चा कर रहे हैं। सो जो आपने बताया ना कि मुझे बहुत सारे समझ में नहीं, ऐसी बात नहीं, आपको समझ में आई, आपको ज्यादा जमीनी समझ है और आपने सबको अच्छी तरीके से बताया। चलिए अब आई थिंक
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद यूनोप्स को कि बोलने का मौका दिया मुझे। और हम लोगों, मैं चित्रकूट से हूं और चित्रकूट जो है वो आकांक्षी जिला है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, भारत सरकार का, और बुंदेलखंड बूंद बूंद पानी के लिए परेशान है। संजय भाई ने अपनी बात को जैसे रखा, 80 कुआं 84 ताला जहां बना रसिन का दिवाला, ये एक छोटा सा गांव है, वहां 80 कुएं थे, 84 ताले थे। जब जल स्रोतों की सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करते हैं, आज 50% वो गायब हो चुके हैं, कुएं तो बिल्कुल लापता हो चुके हैं। इसी तरह जो हमारे जल धरोहरों के शरीर हैं वो लापता होते जा रहे हैं। अगर वो नहीं रहेंगे शरीर तो आप पानी का बैंक कहां रखेंगे? तो वाटर बजट की हम बात जब करते हैं, बूंद बूंद पानी की बैंक की, तो बैंक कहां जाएंगे? तो मुझे लगता है ये जो सरकार, हाई कोर्ट, सुप्रीम कोर्ट बराबर सरकारों को कह रहा है, लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि राज्य और समाज सबको मिलकर इस पर बात करनी पड़ेगी। दूसरा महत्वपूर्ण बात है कि हम ड्रिंकिंग वाटर, चित्रकूट का जो ड्रिंकिंग वाटर है वो यमुना से ला रहे हैं। चित्रकूट में जो रिवर रेजुलेशन प्रोसेस होना चाहिए वो हमने बिल्कुल ठप करके रखा हुआ है। तो मुझे लगता है कि इस पर बात करनी चाहिए कि जो जनपद जहां पर है उसके रेजुलेशन प्रोसेस को हम कैसे अडॉप्ट करें। तो मुझे लगता है पाइपलाइन में फिर जल आएगा, अन्यथा जो दीदी बोल रही है, मैडम बोल रही है, पाइपलाइन तो बिछ जाएगा लेकिन उसमें जल नहीं आएगा। 1984 में पाठा जल कल योजना बनी थी, उसमें कम से कम 60% गांव में, 50% गांव में पानी नहीं पहुंचा, टंकी तो बन गई। बाद में हम स्वजल योजना में हम लोगों ने काम किया, तो ड्रिंकिंग वाटर में टंकी वाली योजना बहुत कम गांव ने ली, अन्यथा सबसे ज्यादा जो योजनाएं थी वो हैंडपंप की थी। तो मेरा निवेदन है कि इन सब बातों को हमें कोरिलेट करना पड़ेगा, राज्य और समाज, अगर ये दोनों मिलेंगे तब हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात करेंगे, वाटर बजट की बात करेंगे। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद।
सारांश है कि जैसे कहते हैं ना, वन साइड डजंट फिट ऑल।
कंक्लूड कर देता हूं, अब काफी समय हो गया, देखो अगला सेशन भी डिले हो गया, लेट मी कंक्लूड एंड देन अब तो हाँ, बहुत ही अच्छा लगा, बल्कि मेरे सम अप करने की जरूरत नहीं। जो लास्ट में एक जो सबसे बड़ी चीज जो निकल के आई, जो आप लोगों ने भी बताया कि लोकल सोर्स को हमें रेस्पेक्ट करना है। सोर्स सस्टेनेबिलिटी फॉर एनी बिग स्कीम, देखिए लोकल सोर्स हर जगह पे सफिशिएंट नहीं होगा, द सोर्स नीड नॉट बी एडेक्वेट, कैन नॉट बी एडेक्वेट, तो हम बाहर से पानी लाएं, लेकिन जहां तक हो सके, इवन इफ वी आर डिपेंडिंग अपॉन ट्रांसफर ऑफ वाटर, we have to sustain our local sources, we should not neglect। जैसा अभी कई लोगों ने बताया, I think I was sharing it with Mr. Stephen also, I think there was a time when our tradition, as I told you, we have area, जो जोधपुर है, कई ऐसे जगह हैं, जैसलमेर है, जहाँ पे कि 150-200 मिलीमीटर पानी पूरे साल में होता है, इतना कम रेनफॉल है। तो क्या वहाँ के लोग नहीं सर्वाइव किए? क्या वहाँ के लोग डेवलप नहीं किए? They knew how to work, they knew how to survive, they knew how to manage water and still prosper। So हमें फिर से उन चीज़ों को बिल्कुल बेसिक्स पे जाके समझने की जरूरत पड़ेगी। ठीक है, हमारे पास जो एक बहुत बड़ी सुविधा है कि सेफ वाटर वी आर गेटिंग, सो उसके लिए है, बट आई थिंक यू हैव टू डू इट। एंड जो माधवन साहब ने भी शुरू में बताया था कि वी हैव टू एक्चुअली डू कन्वर्जेंस, वी हैव टू ब्रिंग एवरीथिंग टुगेदर, एंड व्हाट आई से, वाटर इज वन। एंड जितनी भी हम बिल्कुल प्रकृति में जाएंगे, जितना हम लोगों के पास जाएंगे, ये बात हमें समझ में आएगी कि वाटर एक है। वंस वी बिकम टू टेक्निकल, टू एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव, टू गवर्नमेंट ओरिएंटेड, देन वो समझ में नहीं आती है। देन वी गोइंग टू डिपार्टमेंट, एजेंसी, उसके अंदर कॉर्पोरेशंस। सो वो तो ठीक है, आई थिंक टू रन सर्टेन प्रोग्राम गवर्नमेंट विल हैव टू डू दैट स्ट्रक्चर, जो आपने भी गवर्नेंस की बात की, बट गवर्नेंस हैज टू रीच टू द पब्लिक, एंड दैट्स व्हाट। देखिए, अगर ये नहीं होता, जो मिस्टर स्टीफन ऑल्सो वेरी राइटली सेड, ही कंपेयर्ड विद सेवरल ग्लोबल प्रोग्राम्स एंड सेइंग दैट विदाउट ए प्रॉपर सर्विस प्रोवाइडर टू रन द स्कीम based upon community, such a large scheme has been implemented so successfully. But yes, will it be implemented like this after 10 years, after 15 years? Will water keep on flowing? उसके लिए हम क्या कर रहे हैं, हाउ वी कैन सस्टेन दैट, हाउ वी कैन इंश्योर दैट, हाउ कैन ब्रिंग द ड्रिंकिंग वाटर सिक्योरिटी at the village level. So that is the challenge. I thank each one of you. I think it was a great talking to us. But again, just to conclude, respect for water is most important. जैसे हम जल को जगदीश मानते थे एक जमाने में हमारे देश में, हमें फिर से उसी चीज को करने की जरूरत है. So that is something very important. दूसरा, हमारे पास समय नहीं है. So typically in हिंदी जो हम बोलते हैं, काल करे सो आज कर, आज करे सो अब, वही हमारे लिए समय है. Just to tell you, I think what is to be done tomorrow, we must do today. And what should be done today, we must do it now. Because if you lose time, perhaps the disaster will come and you will not have time to save yourself. So that is the thing. And that is a sense of urgency, जिसके साथ हमें कार्य करना है और सबको मिलकर कार्य करना है और जल को एक रखना है. और एक जब हम एक साथ एक हो जाएंगे तो जल को भी हम एक तरीके से समझेंगे और इसको हम आगे ले जाएंगे. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, speakers, for this very informative session. Now I invite Mr. Srinivasan to felicitate our guests with mementos. Mr. Rajiv Ranjan Mishra. Mr. V.K. Madhavan. Mr. Stephen Dome. Mr. Sanjay Singh. Mr. Salahuddin Saifi. Thank you, Mr. Srinivasan, and thank you to all our speakers. I now invite Dr. Adiba to move forward with the valedictory session.
कोई बात नहीं, बंद कर देती हूँ. कोई बात, मुझे थोड़ी देर के लिए बोलना है, कहो तो दे दूँ. Start. Thank you, Akash. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We now move towards the final segment of today's program, the valedictory session, which marks the close of an extremely enriching and thought-provoking dialogue. For this, I would like to invite on the dais Mr. Bharat Lal, Secretary General and CEO, National Human Rights Commission, India. Welcome, sir. Mr. Vinod Mishra, Country Manager, UNOPS, India. Dr. Malvika Kaul, Director, Sankala Foundation. I request everyone to please move forward.
जो पीछे बैठे हैं थोड़ा आगे आ जाइए आप लोग, आगे सीट्स खाली हैं। अभी हेलो, चाय रोक दे, सब चाय पी, चाय बाहर रुकवाइए, वो चाय उनको बोलो।
कृपया अपनी सीट पे बैठ जाएं। जल्दी खत्म करेंगे फिर चाय पियेंगे साथ में। शुरू करें? Okay, to culminate the conference, I'm delighted to welcome Mr. Vinod Mishra to sum up the key takeaways from today's discussion.
So, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Namaskar. आप सब लोग सुबह 9 बजे से 9 साढ़े 9 बजे से हम लोगों के साथ हैं और पूरे दिन चर्चा होती रही और मुझे दुख है कि ज़्यादा चर्चा अंग्रेजी में हुई, इसलिए ढेर सारे मेरे साथी जो अलवर से और हरियाणा से, हमारे प्रोजेक्ट एरिया से, गांव से, BWC के जो एक्चुअल मेंबर हैं, BDC मेंबर हैं, जो एक्चुअल में काम कर रहे हैं जल जीवन मिशन में, मुझे लगता है आप लोगों को थोड़ी कठिनाई हुई होगी समझने में क्या बातचीत हो रही है। पर जो बातचीत हुई उसको अगर थोड़े में हम संक्षेप में बात करें तो कुल 4 तरह की बातें यहाँ हुई हैं ज़्यादातर, और सब आप लोगों के इस जल जीवन मिशन की योजना से संबंधित ही बात हुई है। पहली बात यह है कि जल जीवन मिशन का आधार वो ग्राम पेयजल स्वच्छता समिति है और आप सब लोग उस समिति से आ रहे हैं। आपके जो सरपंच हैं या प्रधान हैं या विलेज प्रेसिडेंट हैं, जो अलग अलग राज्यों में अलग अलग नाम से जाने जाते हैं। राजस्थान में सरपंच हैं, मुझे लगता है हरियाणा में भी प्रधान हैं, सरपंच ही हैं, सरपंच हैं। यूपी में जो आए हुए हैं बुंदेलखंड से, वहाँ प्रधान हैं। तो अलग अलग नामों से जाने जाते हैं, बट तरीका एक ही है, लोग एक ही तरह के, सिस्टम एक ही तरह का है। और पेयजल स्वच्छता समिति ग्राम पंचायत की एक समिति है, वो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में उसका स्टेटस है, वो लीगल कमेटी है, कोई उसके लिए किसी कानूनी बाहरी सहायता की जरूरत नहीं है। आप गांव में कैसे प्लानिंग करना है, कैसे इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करना है, वो सब में शायद इन्वॉल्व रहे होंगे, जुड़े रहे होंगे, और नहीं जुड़े हैं तो ये जो आपके इलाके में PhD है या जल निगम है, और उसकी जिम्मेदारी है कि आपके साथ मिलके और काम करें। और फिर स्कीम अब हैंड ओवर हो रही है, ज़्यादातर वो लोग काम करके बाहर निकल रहे हैं और उनमें कैसे आगे चलेगा अब स्कीम। समस्या ये है कि 81% कवरेज हो गया, 12-13 करोड़ गांव में, 15 करोड़ घर में पहुंच गए, 19 करोड़ घरों में पहुंचना है, 4 करोड़ और बचा हुआ है। तो लगभग 81-82% हमारा काम हो गया, थोड़ा काम और बचा है। बट सवाल ये है कि कैसे दूर तक ले जाएंगे, कैसे इसे मैनेज करेंगे। इसके लिए जो गांव में समिति है आपकी, वो एक पब्लिक यूटिलिटी के रूप में एक सार्वजनिक और जनता के आधारित एक सहायता केंद्र के रूप में काम करे, ताकि आपको पानी हमेशा मिले, साफ मिले और 24/7 मिले। अब वो कंसेप्ट खत्म हो गया कि घर के ऊपर टंकी आप लगा के बैठे हैं, अब तो नल खोलिए और पानी मिले। तो कंसेप्ट ये आ रहा है कि आपको 50 LPCD के बजाय अब बात हो रही है 80 की, 100 की, 125 तो शहरों में मिल ही रहा है, तो वहां तक गांव को पहुंचाया जाए। तो यहां तक पहुंचाने के लिए कैसे बीडब्ल्यूएससी की क्षमता संवर्धन आप लोगों की की जाए, किस तरह के स्किल की जरूरत है, क्या करना चाहिए, इस पे पहले सत्र में बहुत लोगों ने अच्छी बातें की। डेनमार्क का उदाहरण मिला, इजराइल का उदाहरण मिला, असद उमर यहाँ बिहार और झारखंड, उत्तर प्रदेश के कई उदाहरण उन्होंने दिए। और युगल जोशी नीति आयोग के जो हमारे एडवाइजर हैं वाटर के, उन्होंने भी नीति आयोग का पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू रखा। तो काफ़ी अच्छा डिस्कशन चला और लोगों ने अलग अलग राय रखी। हम जरूर इसको सबके विचारों को हम यहाँ नोट कर रहे हैं, समअप करेंगे, एक नोट बनाएंगे। और सर बैठे हुए हैं, सर इसका वे फॉरवर्ड जरूर बताएंगे कि इसके बाद हम कैसे इसको आगे ले जाएंगे, इस पूरे कॉन्फ्रेंस का वे फॉरवर्ड क्या होगा और हम कैसे आप लोगों तक जो सुझाव आ जाए हैं रिकमेंडेशन को इंक्लूड करके और कैसे हम आगे बढ़ेंगे। दूसरी बात हुई यहाँ पर सस्टेनेबिलिटी की, सोर्स सस्टेनेबिलिटी की, सिस्टम की सस्टेनेबिलिटी की। बहुत सारे लोगों ने इस पे बात किया, विचार रखा। रिजुवेनेशन की बात हुई, अभी बहुत देर तक गांव के लोगों ने भी शेयर किया। माधवन जी ने काफ़ी बहुत प्रैक्टिकल इनपुट्स दिए और सारे वक्ता यहाँ जो जितने थे, सगल फाउंडेशन से थे या GIZ के लोग थे। तो सोर्स सस्टेनेबिलिटी और सिस्टम सस्टेनेबिलिटी, यानी जो सोर्स जहाँ से पानी आपको मिल रहा है उसको कैसे अस्थायी बनाया जाए ताकि सबको पानी लंबे समय तक मिलता रहे, उस पर बात हुई है। और तीसरी बात हुई है कि वित्तीय आपका जो संसाधन है वो कैसे ऐसा बनाया जाए कि वो स्कीम को चलाने के लिए वो पैसा मिल जाए, बिजली का आप बिल दे सके, टूट फूट पे मरम्मत करा सके, आपका पंप ऑपरेटर की सैलरी दे सके, आप छोटे मोटे टूट फूट के लिए स्पेयर पार्ट्स खरीद सके, आपके पास वो मरम्मत के लिए जो औजार चाहिए वो मिल जाए आपको, टूल किट्स। ये सारी बातों पे बहुत डिटेल में चर्चा हुई कि पैसा कहाँ से आए, कैसे रखा जाए, और बीडब्ल्यूएससी को का जो जल का जो टैक्स है, जो कैसे पंचायत इकट्ठा करे, उसको कैसे रखे, कैसे उसका मैनेजमेंट करे, उस पे भी बहुत ज़्यादा लोगों ने विचार रखा और उसको हम समअप कर रहे हैं। और जो अंतिम बात हुई वो हुई टेक्नोलॉजी पे, जो अलग अलग का तकनीक की, कैसे हर घर में पानी मिल रहा है उसका हम नाप कैसे करेंगे, कहीं पानी का लीकेज हो रहा है उसको कैसे पकड़ेंगे, और उसको पकड़ने के बाद हम कोई आपकी शिकायत हो रही है, टूट फूट हो रही है, तो कैसे हम ऐप बनाएं, इजी ढंग से फोन में रहे, आप अपनी शिकायत दर्ज करा दीजिए, जो पंपर ऑपरेटर तक पहुंच जाए और ग्राम पेयजल स्वच्छता समिति तक पहुंच जाए, जहां से तुरंत आदमी पहुंचे और आपका वो रिपेयर हो जाए। तो कैसे टेक्नोलॉजी का जो मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी है उसका हम उपयोग करके, IT का उपयोग करके हम कैसे आपको इस लायक बनाएं कि आप जैसे आधुनिक ढंग से पानी का मैनेजमेंट हो रहा है वैसा मैनेजमेंट हम गांव तक पहुंचा सके। इस पे भी काफी लोगों ने बहुत अच्छे विचार आज यहाँ व्यक्त किए हैं। तो इन चारों विषयों पे ये पूरे दिन तक आज बात हुई है और हम लोगों ने नोट बनाया है, हम इसकी रिपोर्ट बना रहे हैं। फिर जरूर इसका ऐसा नहीं कि ये एक वन टाइम कॉन्फ्रेंस था, कुछ हमने कर दिया, करना था इसलिए कर दिया और करने के बाद अब फिर हम घर बैठ जाएंगे, ऐसा नहीं होगा। इस वर्कशॉप की रिपोर्ट पे फिर आगे कुछ एक राउंड टेबल या जो भी अभी सर आ रहे हैं, आप सजेशन देंगे, जैसे वे फॉरवर्ड आप गाइड करेंगे, हम जरूर इसको आगे बढ़ाएंगे। और हम चाहेंगे कि जो कुछ विचार आज आए हैं, लोगों ने दिए हैं, वो भारत सरकार को भेजा जाए, जो पेयजल स्वच्छता जो डिपार्टमेंट है वहाँ जाए, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ जल शक्ति में जाए, नीति आयोग में जाए, जहाँ से कि पॉलिसी में कुछ चेंज हो, कुछ मैनुअल में परिवर्तन हो, कुछ नए ऐसे रूल रेगुलेशन बने ताकि आप लोगों के लिए सुविधा हो और इसको लंबे समय तक चला सके। इसका उद्देश्य यही है, आप देखेंगे एश्योर्ड साफ पानी सभी को मिले, इसकी गारंटी पे ही आज बात हो रही है कि सबको लंबे समय तक साफ पानी पाइप से मिलता रहे। ताकि फिर वापस हैंडपंप का एरा और कुएं का एरा और तालाब और नदी की तरफ न लौटे। हम पाइप वाटर सप्लाई पाए हैं तो इसको लंबे समय तक चला सके। तो इसी मुद्दे पे लेकर के बातचीत आज पूरे दिन तक हुई है। और बहुत सारे मुझे ये भी हो रहा है कि ढेर सारे जो एक्सपर्ट आए थे, जो यहाँ प्रेजेंटेशन दिए, वो अपना अपना सत्र खत्म करते गए और एक एक कर निकलते गए। लेकिन जो एक्चुअल गांव के लोग आए हैं सर, वो अभी भी टिके हुए हैं, अभी रुके हुए हैं, क्योंकि इनको जानना है, समझना है, और दूर से आए हैं। कोई बुंदेलखंड से आया है, कोई राजस्थान से आया है, कोई हरियाणा से आया है। तो इतने सारे लोग गांव से आए हुए हैं और ये समझने जानने के लिए ही आए हैं यहाँ। तो मैं इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं एक तो सभी आप साथियों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देता हूँ। मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप लोग इनका जरूर स्वागत करें, एक ताली बजा के, जो गांव के लोग आए हैं और हमारे साथ बने हुए हैं। अब मैं सर को आप थैंक यू।
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. I'm now delighted to welcome Mr. Bharat Lal, Secretary General and CEO NHRC, to deliver his special address. हिंदी में बोल देती हूँ। मैं श्री भरत लाल, मुख्य कार्यकारी अधिकारी एवं महासचिव NHRC का विशेष स्वागत करते हुए उनसे अनुरोध करती हूँ कि वो अपना विशेष संबोधन प्रस्तुत करें।
आप सभी लोगों को मेरा नमस्कार। और मैं भी श्री विनोद मिश्रा जी, यूनॉप्स और संकला फाउंडेशन की तरफ से मैं भी उनको ज्वाइन करता हूँ आप लोगों का यहाँ स्वागत करने में। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि ये बहुत ही लाजमी है कि ये इशू जो है, ये जो पीने का पानी की जो महत्वता है, वो आपसे बेहतर कोई नहीं जानता। जो राजस्थान में रहता है, जो बुंदेलखंड में रहता है, तो आपसे बेहतर इस प्रॉब्लम को, इसकी इम्पोर्टेंस को, इसकी सिग्निफिकेंस को कोई और नहीं जानता है। तो ये आपकी प्रॉब्लम है। नहीं, दूसरे लोग जुड़े नहीं जुड़े, पहले जुड़े बाद में जुड़े, वो सब ठीक है, पर ये है आपकी समस्या है, आप ही को हल करना होगा, आप ही को मैनेज करना होगा, आप दूसरे ऊपर नहीं छोड़ सकते। दिस इज पहली बात। दूसरी बात कि ये एक जो है पानी का जो मैनेजमेंट है, और जो लोग आप लोग जो पिछले 30, 40, 50 सालों में देखा होगा अपने प्रदेश में, अपने उस जिले में, अपने गांव के आसपास देखा होगा, परिस्थितियां बदल रही हैं। कहीं पे अच्छा हो रहा है, कहीं और ख़राब परिस्थिति हो रही है, ये चीज़ें हुई। पर एक चीज़ माननी पड़ेगी, ये पड़ेगी कि भाई माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक पीने की पानी, या कहिए कि सबकी जीवन शैली या जीवन स्तर बेहतर हो, उसकी एक परिकल्पना किया। वो परिकल्पना क्या था, उसको हम समझें और उसको हमको आगे बढ़ाने की ज़रूरत है। वो परिकल्पना क्या थी कि लोगों का जीवन स्तर बेहतर हो, हमारा देश जैसा भी है, सभी व्यक्ति को, सभी परिवार को मूलभूत सुविधाएं उसके पास होनी चाहिए। किसी के पास घर नहीं तो उसको घर होना चाहिए। उसकी जात, उसकी पात, उसके धर्म, उसका रिश्ता, कुछ कोई मैटर नहीं करता। नहीं, किस कम्युनिटी से, किस जात से आते से कोई, किसी के पास घर नहीं है तो उसके पास घर होना चाहिए। किसी के पास टॉयलेट नहीं है तो उसके पास होना चाहिए। बिजली कनेक्शन नहीं है, बिजली नहीं है तो बिजली होनी चाहिए। नहीं, कुकिंग गैस का प्रोविजन होना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये जीवन की मूलभूत जो है सुविधाएं हैं। ठीक है, तो ये परिकल्पना की गई। दूसरी परिकल्पना में उसी में ये था कि भाई हमारा देश जो है, उत्तर भारत को और उत्तर पश्चिमी भारत को छोड़ दें, यहाँ पे क्या होता है कि हिमालय के जो ग्लेशियर हैं, जो वहाँ पे बर्फीली जो ऊपर वाली जो जगह है, वहाँ से पानी समर में, गर्मी में पानी वहाँ से पिघल करके आता है बर्फ़ से। बट पूरे देश में तो नहीं आ सकता है। मध्य प्रदेश, छत्तीसगढ़, बुंदेलखंड, राजस्थान, गुजरात, महाराष्ट्र, नहीं, कर्नाटका, वहाँ नहीं जा सकता है। तो दूसरा मतलब ये था कि जो बरसात यहाँ होती है वो 10 दिन होती है, 15 दिन होती है, 20 दिन होती है, उसके पानी को हमको इकट्ठा करना पड़ेगा। और उस पानी को इकट्ठा करना है तो साफ सुथरा इकट्ठा करना है। जिससे कि उस पानी को हम पूरा साल भर पी सकें। पर उसको अगर इकट्ठा करना है तो कहाँ इकट्ठा करना है? इकट्ठा करने का दो तरीका हो सकता है। जमीन के ऊपर तालाब है, लेक है, नहीं झील है, और या जमीन के नीचे भी है। जो हमारे जमीन के नीचे पाताल में जो एक्विफर हैं वहाँ पे जगह होती है, क्रिवाइसेस होती है, जहाँ पानी से आप निकालते हैं वहाँ पानी स्टोर भी कर सकते हैं। पर उस पानी को वहाँ नीचे इकट्ठा करने के लिए बहुत जरूरी है कि पानी साफ हो। अगर वो साफ नहीं होगा तो स्टोर कैसे करेंगे? स्टोर करेंगे तो वो पानी भी खराब हो जाएगा। अब आप सोचिए कि आपको मैं कहूँ कि सीवर का पानी है, नहीं, उसको क्लोरीन डाल के शुद्ध करके पी लीजिए। सीवर के पानी में क्या है? क्योंकि मनुष्य का जो मैल है वो भी है उसमें, नहीं, मल मूत्र भी है। तो इसका मतलब यह है कि पानी को इकट्ठा करने के लिए बहुत जरूरी है कि पानी को साफ रखा जाए। बरसात का जो पानी है साफ हो। इसका मतलब क्या हुआ कि अगर पेय जल हमको चाहिए साफ सुथरा, तो जो पानी बरसात से आ रहा है वो गंदा ना होने पाए। और गंदा ना होने पाने के लिए एक ही चीज जरूरत है कि हम खुले में शौच ना करें, खुले में मल मूत्र का त्याग ना करें, नहीं, पेस्टिसाइड ना डालें, जिस तरह की गंदगी कम कर सकते हैं तभी स्टोर कर पाएंगे। ये कौन करेगा? सरकार थोड़ी करेगी, ये तो हमारे और आपके हाथ में है ना। और एक चीज ख्याल रखिएगा कि जो ऐसा नहीं करता है या हम जो नहीं करते हैं, इसका मतलब यह है अपने बाल बच्चों का और दूसरे के बाल बच्चों को जिंदगी को बर्बाद करने का काम कर रहे हैं। इसीलिए माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, सरकार ने 2014 में सबसे पहले स्वच्छता का कार्यक्रम किया। सबको टॉयलेट प्रदान करना, ये काम किया गया। एक सोच है ये, इस सोच को हमको समझना होगा। फिर क्या किया गया कि भाई जल संचय अभियान शुरू किया गया। फिर क्या किया गया कि हर घर में पीने से पानी मिले। आपने देखा होगा कि अगर पानी आप ले आते हैं, खुले में रख देते हैं, तो बाल्टी में पानी खराब हो सकता है, नहीं, तो ये हुआ कि भाई नल से मिले। पर नल से अगर पानी मिले तो ये बहुत जरूरी है कि जब भी आप नल खोलें तो पानी मिलना चाहिए। सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जब भी नल खोलें, अगर 2 घंटा सुबह 2 घंटा शाम मिलता है तो फिर प्रॉब्लम है, फिर समस्या हो जाएगी, क्योंकि पानी को स्टोर करके रखें वो पानी खराब हो जाएगा, नहीं। इसका मतलब ये हमको ये करना, करेगा कौन? अब सवाल ये आता है, सरकार ये कह सकती है कि हम आपको पैसा उपलब्ध करा देंगे, हम आपको यहाँ पे पब्लिक हेल्थ इंजीनियर उपलब्ध करा देंगे, गवर्नमेंट का डिपार्टमेंट होगा वो ये कर देगा। पर इसको जो मैनेज करना है, रोज रोज देखना है, देखभाल करना है, गांव का काम खराब ना हो क्वालिटी में, ठेकेदार कॉन्ट्रैक्टर कोई काम को खराब ना करे, इसकी जवाबदारी कौन लेगा? सिर्फ सरकारी अधिकारी नहीं लेंगे मेरे हिसाब से। इसीलिए जल जीवन मिशन के अंतर्गत या कई और राज्यों की स्कीम है, हर जगह यह किया गया कि ग्राम पंचायत या उसकी सब कमेटी, जिसको हम लोग पानी समिति कहते हैं, जिसको हम पेयजल एवं स्वच्छता समिति कहते हैं, वो इसको जिम्मेदार। उसमें यह कहा गया कि भाई ये महिलाओं का, उनके बच्चों का, उनके भविष्य का सवाल, उनके जीवन का सवाल है, इसलिए इस कमेटी में 50% से ज्यादा महिलाएं होंगी। और कभी कभी जो है गरीब आदमी इसमें छूट जाता तो यह हुआ कि 25% गरीब होंगे। पर एक चीज ये समझना पड़ेगा कि अगर इतना पैसा, आप लोग सोचिए, हर साल 8 से 12 लाख रुपए हर ग्राम पंचायत को जाता है इसको ऑपरेट मेंटेन करने के लिए, ठीक है, हर जाता है ऑपरेट मेंटेन करने के लिए। ये पैसे को समुचित उपयोग हो, इस पैसे का समुचित उपयोग आप ही लोग कर सकते हैं। पानी में क्लोरिनेशन होना है, पानी साफ सुथरा हो, आप ही सुनिश्चित कर सकते हैं। और समय ये आ गया है, हमको हक के साथ ये कहना पड़ेगा कि जो अधिकारी, पब्लिक हेल्थ इंजीनियरिंग डिपार्टमेंट, पेयजल विभाग या उसको जो भी जल शक्ति विभाग कहते हैं, कि भाई हमारा जो काम है वो अच्छा होना चाहिए, ये सप्लाई में ये प्रॉब्लम है, ये ठीक होनी चाहिए, आपका हक है, ये आपका राइट है। इमेजिन करिए कि केंद्र सरकार, भारत सरकार, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी बार बार कह रहे हैं और इस तरह का फंड उपलब्ध कराया जा रहा है, ये भी किया जा रहा है कि भाई जल्दी से जल्दी ये काम पूरा हो। तो इसका मतलब है एज ए नागरिक जो है हमको सचेत रहना पड़ेगा, हमको थोड़ा सा सजग रहना पड़ेगा। दिस इज इट। दूसरी बात जो मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं, और मैं इंटरेस्टेड, जो आज पूरे दिन आप लोगों ने सुना, इसलिए मैं उसको समअप नहीं करना चाहता हूं, पर इसमें जो डिस्कशन हुआ आज, जो है जो चर्चा हुई, उसमें यही है कि सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जितने भी पेयजल की स्कीम है जो भी गांव में है वो चालू रहनी चाहिए, उसकी जो ऑपरेशन मेंटेनेंस है वो बराबर होना चाहिए। उस होने के लिए क्या करना है, इसका मतलब उसके लिए फंड्स भी चाहिए, हमारे लोग जो भाई बहन है, गांव के लोग ही उसकी जो है रख रखाव कर सकें। और तीसरी सबसे बड़ी चीज है कि पानी की गुणवत्ता पे हमको समझ होनी चाहिए। पानी अभी आपने मेरे गिलास में दिया और मैंने यूं करके उस गिलास को उठाया, मेरी गंदे हो गए तो कोई फायदा नहीं है। पानी आपने अपने बाल्टी में, लोटे में, पतीले में, किसी चीज में निकाला, आपने हाथ से गंदा कर दिया, कोई फायदा नहीं। कोविड के दौरान आपके स्कूल में, आपके आंगनवाड़ी में हाथ धोने की फैसिलिटी की गई, क्योंकि हाथ साफ करने से आपके बच्चे, मेरे बच्चे, हम सबके बच्चे अपना जीवन बचा सकते हैं। तो हमको इंश्योर करना है कि स्कूल में, आप ही की जवाबदारी कि स्कूल में, आंगनवाड़ी में हाथ धोने की फैसिलिटी होनी चाहिए, गंदगी ना हो और बच्चे हाथ धोना सीखें। जब इंसान जागरूक होता है, समाज जागरूक होता है, तो एक चीज हमेशा रखिएगा कि जो ये बेसिक फैसिलिटी है ये अच्छा होगा। इसका प्रयोग आपके राजस्थान, गुजरात, वेस्टर्न इंडिया से शुरू हुआ। आप लोगों ने सुना होगा पानी समिति जो है 2002 में गुजरात से शुरू कराया गया पानी समिति। और इमेजिन करिए वहाँ पे इस काम को गांव-गांव में महिलाएं आगे बढ़कर, मुझे आज भी याद है 2003 में की बात है, भावनगर जिले में एक महिला ने काम रुकवा दिया, आप ही जैसी महिला थी। किस बात पे कि उसने कॉन्ट्रैक्टर ने कहा कि भाई जब मुझे समझाया गया था तो एक कहा गया था कि 1 तसला सीमेंट और 4 तसला इसमें बालू होगा, पर तुम तो 6 तसला बालू यूज कर रहे हो, तो कुछ ना कुछ इसमें गड़बड़ है। सी उसकी जागरूकता। पर यह कैसे हो पाया? क्योंकि सब लोग साथ जुड़े। यहाँ कई लोग हैं, अभी मैंने सलाउद्दीन को देखा, काफी लोग सुबह में मैंने देखा था। यहाँ पे क्या था कि जो एनजीओ के स्वयंसेवी संस्था के लोग थे, उन्होंने जा करके समझाया लोगों को कि जैसे पीवीसी का पाइप है ना, ये कैसा होना चाहिए। अगर ये पाइप सही बना है तो इसमें कहीं कहीं बीच में सफ़ेद होगा, कमज़ोर होगा, मैं थोड़ा सा उसको टूटने का हक होगा, ये सब नहीं होना चाहिए। क्यों? क्योंकि उनका है। पर इसी से जुड़ा है कि अगर ये पानी की टंकी मेरी है, मेरे गांव की है, सरकार की ही नहीं है, मेरी है, ये भावना कब आती है? जब हमारा भी योगदान होता है उसमें। इसीलिए इसमें कम्युनिटी कंट्रीब्यूशन, लोगों का भागीदारी, कुछ नहीं है, लेबर की तरह काम करके उसमें भागीदारी हो सकती है। गांव में कपची है, बालू है, सैंड है, मटेरियल दे करके हो सकती है। कई तरीके हैं भागीदारी करने। भागीदारी आपको हक दिलाता है। खैरात अगर हम माइंडसेट में आ गया तो फिर उसमें हक नहीं होता है। और तीसरी इसकी बात है कि अगर इसकी सतत जो है मरम्मत करनी है, रख रखाव करना है, तो ये भी जरूरी है कि हम अपने गांव में हम खुद निर्णय करें। भाई गांधी जी ने एक परिकल्पना किया था ग्राम स्वराज की, आप लोग बैठ के कर लीजिए कि भाई हर घर से 50 रुपया महीना, 25 रुपया महीना, 20 रुपया महीना हम पे करेंगे, जिससे कि क्लोरीन का नहीं, फिल्ट्रेशन का, एक आदमी के रख रखाव का, बिजली का बिल का होगा। इसमें नुकसान क्या है? इसमें नुकसान नहीं है, फायदा ही फायदा है। उस गांव को ये मिलेगा कि भाई आपका पावर आपके हाथ में आएगी, आपकी स्कीम, आप किसी के ऊपर डिपेंडेंट नहीं है, क्योंकि अगर पानी नहीं मिला, पानी नहीं चला तो हम सबका नुकसान होगा। तो मेरा आप लोगों से एक ही अनुरोध है कि आज मैं अभी पढ़ रहा था जो दर एक सेशन में जो डिस्कशन हुआ कि भाई लोगों ने जो है इन चीज़ों की बात किया कि सोर्स की, जैसे अभी नहीं कि पानी का जो सोर्स अगर वो सूख गया या पानी का हमने संचय नहीं, सरकार की तरफ से सरकार क्या करेगी? नया बड़े बड़े डैम तो बन नहीं सकते हैं, नया बड़े डैम नहीं बन सकते हैं, क्योंकि लोगों का विरोध होता है, विस्थापन होता है, पेड़ पौधों का वो होता है। तो ये होता है कि जो पुराने डैम है उन्हीं का जो है स्ट्रेंथनिंग किया जाए, डैम स्ट्रेंथनिंग किया जाए। नहीं, सरकार क्या कर रही है कि भाई किसी रीजन में पानी नहीं तो दूसरे रीजन से पानी का ट्रांसफर किया जाए, इंटरबेसिन ट्रांसफर किया जाए या रिवर कूलिंग किया जाए। नहीं, सरकार ये कहे कि जल संचय अभियान चलना चाहिए, सहयोगी जल संचय अभियान चलना चाहिए। पर पानी की जवाबदारी हमारी अपनी जवाबदारी है। मैं इस बात के लिए जो है यूनॉप्स को, संकला फाउंडेशन को, इन लोगों को बड़ी बधाई देता हूं कि जिस तरह के इन्होंने पैनल बनाया और जिस तरह के लोग इकट्ठा किए, जिनकी समस्या है वो लोग खुद अपने समस्या पे विचार करते हैं। और मेरा सुझाव ये है, आज जितने भी सुझाव आए हैं इसको हम जल्दी से इन सुझावों को इकट्ठा करें। सारे सुझाव आ गए हमारे पास हैं, इकट्ठा करें। अगले 2-4 दिन में इन सुझावों को इकट्ठा करके एक क्लोज डोर 8-10 लोगों, 15 लोगों की एक मीटिंग बुलाई जाए ग्राउंड को, और फिर उसको डिटेल में डिस्कस किया जाए और एक रिकमेंडेशन बने और सरकार को रिकमेंडेशन दिया जाए कि भाई अभी जल जीवन मिशन की आप जो है नया वो शुरू करने जा रहे हैं, तो इन चीज़ों को ध्यान दिया जाए। ये आप लोगों को सुझाव है, ये जो पूरा कार्यक्रम था ये आप लोगों को सुझाव है कि हम जल जीवन मिशन में इसको आगे जब आगे करने जा रहे हैं तो इन चीज़ों को रखा जाए। इसका इस पूरी जो ये जो गोष्ठी का आयोजन हुआ, उसका पर्पज, उसका उद्देश्य यही था कि आपकी सोच, आपका एक्सपीरियंस और जो लोग काम कर रहे हैं समाज में, उनका सबका पाए। और जितना कि हम लोगों को समझ है, हमारी समझ सिर्फ इतना ही है कि भाई नल से पानी सबको मिलना चाहिए। ये सुविधा हमारी माँ बहनों को अधिकार है, ये उनकी इज्जत का सवाल है। टॉयलेट और नल से पानी और कुकिंग गैस, ये उसकी इज्जत का सवाल है। और मैं आपसे प्रार्थना करूं कि आप भी अपनी इज्जत का सवाल बना लीजिए कि मेरे घर में, मेरे परिवार में टॉयलेट चलेगा, मेरे घर में नल से पानी चलेगा, मेरी माँ को, मेरी बहन को, मेरी बेटी को नल से वहीं से पानी मिलना चाहिए। ये आपकी जवाबदारी है, सरकार की नहीं, आपकी जवाबदारी है। ये जिम्मेदारी हम आप सभी को लेनी पड़ेगी। और अगर ये पानी मिलेगा तो कैसा पानी मिलेगा? 24/7, 24 घंटे मिलेगा। दूसरा चीज है कि वो पानी क्वालिटी हो, भाई डायरेक्टली पी सकें। उसको पी करके मेरा बच्चा बीमार नहीं पड़े, उसको जॉन्डिस नहीं, उसको पीलिया नहीं होना चाहिए, नहीं। और प्रेशर से आए, बूंद बूंद नहीं आए ना, प्रेशर से आए और हमेशा आएगा। 10 साल, 20 साल, 25 साल, 50 साल वो करना है। जो भी यहाँ बात हो रही थी, मैं गुजरात में, मुझे सौभाग्य मिला 2002 में, जब वहाँ भी सूखा पड़ता था, बहुत प्रॉब्लम थी, पानी आया, नर्मदा का पानी आया। पर हम लोगों ने सिर्फ नर्मदा के पानी पे ही पाइप वाटर नहीं किया। गांव गांव में चेक डैम बना करके, गांव गांव में पानी को स्टोर करके, जो नीचे पाताल में हमारी जो एक्विफर हैं उसको रिचार्ज करके हमने ये किया कि भाई साल में 6 महीने, 7 महीने, कच्छ में भी, सौराष्ट्र में भी 10 महीने इसी से पानी लेना है। और 2-3 महीने जब नहीं है तो नर्मदा के पानी को यूज करें। इस तरह से मिला करके कंजंक्टिव यूज ऑफ वाटर की, जो नर्मदा का पानी जो 500-600 किलोमीटर से आ रहा है और जो लोकली 100 मीटर, 200 मीटर पे, जो 300 मीटर पे उपलब्ध है, हम उसको बैंक की तरह यूज करते हैं। ये हमारा वाटर बैंक है। मैं आप लोगों से अनुरोध करूंगा कि हर गांव में अपना वाटर बैंक बनाइए। जैसे अनाज है ना, हर साल पैदा करते हैं, उसी को खाते हैं। पानी भी हर साल पैदा करना पड़ेगा। पैदा करने से मतलब क्या है? जल संचय करना पड़ेगा। और उतना ही पिएंगे, उतना ही यूज करेंगे जितना हर साल स्टोर कर रहे हैं। पर यह जवाबदारी हमको लेनी है, क्योंकि ये हमारा प्रश्न है। सरकार हमारी मदद कर रही है, सरकार इस चीज को काम कर रही है। आई थिंक वी आर थैंकफुल टू गवर्नमेंट कि गवर्नमेंट ने इस चीज को प्राथमिकता दिया और ये काम हो रहा है। और तीसरी और लास्ट चीज ये है कि हम सभी का जिम्मेदारी है कि कोई आदमी गांव का छूटना नहीं चाहिए। नहीं, कोई भी आदमी गांव का, सपोज कोई बहुत गरीब आदमी है, कोई विधवा है, कोई बूढ़ा आदमी है, कोई ऐसा आदमी है, वो छूटना नहीं चाहिए। अगर उसकी पॉलिटिकल वॉइस नहीं है, वो जिंदाबाद मुर्दाबाद नहीं कर सकता है, तो ये हमारी जवाबदारी है, पानी समिति की जवाबदारी है, ग्राम पंचायत की जवाबदारी है कि उसको भी पानी मिले, उसको भी टॉयलेट मिले, उसको भी स्वच्छता मिले। एंड लास्ट, हमारे आपकी जवाबदारी है कि स्कूल और आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर में, क्योंकि हमारे और आपके बच्चे जाते हैं, उनके फ्यूचर का सवाल है। हमारा प्रेजेंट नहीं, वो हमारे फ्यूचर है। तो मेरा ये है कि आपकी जवाबदारी कि स्कूल में जाइए, पानी आ रहा है सही, साफ सुथरा आ रहा है कि नहीं, हाथ धोने की फैसिलिटी है कि नहीं, ये आपको देखना है। ये सरकारी अधिकारी आकर के देखे वो तो ठीक है, हमको और आपको देखना है जो गांव में रहते हैं, ये हमको करना पड़ेगा। लास्ट में आप सब लोग आए, बहुत 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 इसके लिए धन्यवाद। दैट शोज कि आप सभी लोग अच्छा करना चाहते हैं। ये एक साझा कार्यक्रम है, इसको आगे बढ़ाइए और आगे बढ़ाइए। हमारे जैसे लोग जो भी छोटा मोटा इसमें योगदान कर सकते हैं, दे विल कंटिन्यू, वो करेंगे। और इस चीज को, एक चीज मानिए, अपने अंदर ये जागरूकता लानी है। नल से पानी मिलना और मेरे घर में टॉयलेट होना, ये हमारा जो है अधिकार है, ये हमारा मानवाधिकार है, हम मानवों का अधिकार है। इसके साथ ये फर्ज, ये ड्यूटी भी जुड़ी हुई है कि हर घर में नल की व्यवस्था हो, पानी हो, शुद्ध पानी हो। हम मल मूत्र बाहर नहीं त्याग करें, तालाब को साफ सुथरा रखें, ये हमारी जवाबदारी है। ये भी हमारी जवाबदारी है, सिर्फ अधिकारी नहीं, जवाबदारी है। अगर हम दोनों चीज को करेंगे तो मुझे विश्वास है कि हम जो है पीने के पानी, स्वच्छ पीने के पानी को लॉन्ग टर्म ये कर पाएंगे। आप सभी लोगों को भाई बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। विनोद जी, संकला टीम, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक्स।
Thank you, Mr. Lal, for your inspiring words. I now invite Dr. Malvika Kaul, Director, Sankala Foundation, to deliver the vote of thanks.
थैंक यू अदीबा, शुक्रिया आप सबका। मैं आभार प्रकट करती हूँ उनका जिनको अंग्रेज़ी की कई चीज़ें शायद ज़्यादा समझ ना आई हूँ, लेकिन हमने कोशिश की है आखिर में थोड़ा सुधरने की। तो थैंक यू बहुत बहुत पेशेंटली सुनने का। और हमने एक कमी है कि हमने आपको बहुत देर में बोलने का मौका दिया, लेकिन आपने सबने जो बोला, जो शेयर किया, वो बहुत ज़रूरी है। जैसे भरत जी ने कहा, हम एक और मीटिंग रखेंगे जिसमें थोड़ा और इन सब बातों को सोच विचार किया जाएगा। At the outset, I have to thank the Ambassador, Mr. Rasmus Christens, Ambassador of Denmark to India, and to Mr. Dr. Vinod Paul, Member Health Niti Ayog. Bharatji, you have been an inspiration and you continue to push us for greater heights. We thank you for doing that. And विनोद मिश्रा जी, आई थिंक संकला के साथ यूनॉप्स का एक पक्का रिश्ता कायम हो गया है। दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस हैज़ ऑल्सो आई थिंक मोटिवेटेड मैनी ऑफ अस। इट हैज़ बीन अ लर्निंग। इतने अच्छे लोग एक्सपर्ट्स आए हैं, उन्होंने इतनी अच्छी बातें, ठोस विचार रखे हैं, आइडियाज़ दिए हैं, और ऑल द ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, ऑल द इंस्टीट्यूट्स एंड ऑल द एक्सपर्ट्स who shared their views. Thank you so much for making this conference such a substantial learning for everybody. And I have to thank, of course, the UNOPS team. Madhuri से हम बार-बार बात कर रहे थे, त्रिलोक जी, and of course many more. Thank you so much. The water team in Sankala, Mr. Srinivasan, आप कहाँ हैं? Okay, please stand up. Thank you. The water team also is extended to Adiba and Deepna. दिन और रात एक करना जिसे कहते हैं, वो इस टीम ने किया है, तो शुक्रिया बहुत बहुत। और एक सवाल है, क्या आप चाहेंगे कि हम फिर से मिलें जल्दी? सो मिश्रा जी विल टेक केयर ऑफ दैट, और हम थोड़ा और ज़्यादा इसके ऊपर चर्चा करेंगे। जल जीवन है, सबको पता है, और हमें अपना जीवन और सुधारना है। अब एक ही काम बचा है और वो है चाय। सो प्लीज़ आप आए और हमारे साथ चाय पर थोड़ी सी और चर्चा कर सकते हैं।
और ये वापस सकुशल लौटे सभी लोग।
यस, बिल्कुल, आप सब घर पहुंच जाएं टाइम पर। थैंक यू।
अच्छा, बाहर